talking about Mercury is in retrograde. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but check this out.
Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the weekend? Praying to the give me something to believe in. Play this for my fam, they gon' say that I need Jesus. Turn up with my demons, it's already too late, baby, by the time you read this. Poured up strong, this tequila got me in my feelings. Your butt in the head, like my name was Beavis. Blowing out the speakers, fuck a noise complaint, middle finger to police. Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the weekend? Club too crowded, this shit weak.
You hungry?
Make the Uber drive through Mickey D's. 20 piece, please. Back to the crib. She throw it back like TBT. Legally Blonde on DVD. Then that brain was Ivy League. Come see me. Keegan Michael, she got the key. Trip expensive, love is free. She got the bag off PPP. Morning sex, call it Sunny D. Not a joke, but it's tongue in cheek. Eggplant emoji next to the peach. Yeah, blah, 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 you know what I mean. Back it up. Retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the weekend?
Okay, but I still don't know what that means though. Like, can you break it down for me? Like is the planet like spinning backwards, or like I'm just trying to understand it. Like that's just why you were being weird. It was the planets, or okay, fine.
Hello. How is everyone? Let me see here. The Hippie Hut, is that Joneson? Are you under a new name out here causing havoc on these streets, or is that somebody else from the Hippie Hut? Oh my goodness, what a day. Is it Monday? I should have used the Messy Mondays. Seems like every time I use the Messy Monday thumbnail, it gets super messy. Nicole B, she says she'll be listening. That means I will be doxing her one popsicle. Hey, Skilo. Hey, Laura. Hey, Earth. Mac talking smack. Member for 7 months. Okay, I just downloaded Discord on here. How do I silence the dang thing? Oh my goodness, that's going to be annoying. I'll have to figure that out. Congrats, AMAC she just reached I almost said 100K. Well, she just reached 1K. So if you guys are not subbed up to AMAC talking smack, I'll see if I'll grab her link here in a minute. Hey, Spudler. Spudler, do you mind if I play that video that you just made? If not, no big deal. Hey, Lindsay. Okay, how do I mute this stinking thing? Let me see. Options. If I quit it, does it? That's gonna be annoying. I just put it in the trash. We'll see what happens. Hey, Cat's Eye Lisa, Polish, fixing to snap. Hey, Captain Avi. Yep. Big Al. Hey, Big Al. Hey, Carrie. Hope you're doing good, love. Parody Patty. Are you going down the rabbit hole? Yep. Hey, Cutie Pie. Kate the Great, Evil Queen. Hope you're doing good, Evil Queen. Pixie's in the house. Hey, Pixie. Oh, it totally just jumped on me. Oh my goodness. Where did we go? The good Nanya says, welcome in. Look at her being a mod. Nanya's modding and shit. This is great. Hey, Hakob. The Freak Snake. So, Freak Snake started here. You gotta remember. So, how is AMAC a freak snake? I want to know that. If you got the label freak snake, I need to hear that. Okay, it is Johnson. Let me give you a wrench. Why are you under a weird name? I like the name. Or did you just change your name? No, because you don't have a wrench. And I also saw some videos. Where's my pixie girl? I don't know if I can scroll back that far. You might have to type again, Pixie. There you are. You don't have to do anything with it. Just bop a few people in the head if you see him being crazy. Hey, Shambles! It is the eclipse. Did anybody see the eclipse from their location? We live, um, I don't know what percentage, but, like, we're just outside of the, like, totality zone or whatever it was called. So, I had a pretty good view of it even though it was cloudy. Hey, Simply Rockstar. Hey, Shay Benet. Hope you're doing good. Docking, not doxing. What are you talking about? Who's docking and who's doxing? I missed something. That must be a Nunya inside joke. Did I say doxing? I don't know what I said. Hey, Shmita. That's fine. Hey, Tracy. So, what have you guys been up to? It has been like 5, 6 days since my last live. Streets have been insane, wild, never ending. What's been going on? You just mute. That's what I need to do, Shambles. But I just put it in the trash can. I'll figure it out later. Whatever, however I need to get it. I'll probably have to re-download it. The only reason I downloaded it on my computer is because last night we got to well, not even we, but Jones and Nunya, the other girls in her Discord, got to sleuthing on a case. And Nunya sent me a message. And I've kind of been avoiding Discord and YouTube's for the most part. And but Nunya's like, hey, we're sleuthing a case. Get in here. So I came in and it was really fun. We had a really great time looking into that case for hours. And then I was like, oh, let me download it on my computer so I could share my screen on there. And then I couldn't figure it out. So it is what it is. You're fine, AMAC. Why are you a freak snake, AMAC? I need to know the story. Tell me the deets. Give me the deets. What are y'all doing in here? We don't know what we're doing in here. What are you doing, Bendy? We're just having a night. I don't have anything in particular to talk about. Well, I do have one thing in particular I want to talk about, but for the most part, I just thought we could chit chat. The streets are crazy. People are peopling out there. I think I did drop the link if anyone wants to come up and chit chat. If you don't, that's cool too. I can keep talking. Hang on a second. Let me make sure I dropped it. That's oh, I didn't pin it. Well, that was smart. That was smart. See, it's been so long since I've been live, I'm out of practice. Look at there. Hey, Sammy Sparrow. Hey, Allie. Hope you're well. So Flo Mama's in the house. Is that a pool noodle? Is that a pool noodle, or are you just happy to see me? You saw it in Ohio? That's cool. I was flying south during the eclipse. Ladybug legs. I bet that was cool. Every time she says it won't be long, we were here until the next day. So good for it. Say, I must have missed it. I don't have any plans to be here long, but you never know. You're gonna start building a backup channel for all things not true crime. Ooh, sub up. You can drop the link in. Hey, Reese. Happy belated birthday to the one and only Tracy Ann. Make a pot of coffee. There you go. Oh, yeah, that Apple River case is crazy. The trial, that's crazy too. Asket did make a video on that made it a lot easier to understand the placement of everyone on the river. Maybe I'll show that. That was pretty cool. You drove 3 hours to watch the eclipse? Oh, hang on. I dropped it again and didn't pin it. Hang on. Before it gets out of my way. There we go. Okay. Let me just try to get to the bottom here. Oh, I said doc. Did I say docs? I meant like docker. Like whatever. Freak snakes unite. The doctor's office in the hospital next. Oh, wow. Passed around the glasses. I didn't have any of the special classes, but I did take a picture with my phone. Didn't really see anything impressive, but it was really dark outside. It got really dark. It was so much fun. It really was. We were looking into the 2 missing moms from Kansas. Hey, vet girl. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for having my back in chat the other day. Like, I don't know what that was about, but I appreciate it. Echo. Hey, Papa Jones. That's my pool noodle. It's my new name from oh. Your new name is Pool Noodle? Well, there could be worse things, right? Imma spill that tea you wanted tomorrow ooh, Bendy. Mm. I'm gonna have to watch and find out. Chasing says, "Thank you to everyone for the birthday wishes." Well, Grandma Sherry did it for you, Joneses, so you don't have to worry about I've been in hibernation. The flowers are blooming, the ladybugs come out. Oh, I see, Lynx. I wondered where you've been. Let's see here. You've partied on the Apple River every year since I was 10. Oh, wow. I'm back in my 30s. Uh, hey, Heather Brat. How's it going? I would pop that up there for Papa Jones. It's definitely worth the drive, making memories with it. Oh, that's good, Cat's Eye. With your cinnamon toast box. Oh, thank you, Shay. You didn't have to do that. Is that a pool noodle or are you just happy to see me, SoFlo? I think it's a pool noodle. Oh my goodness. It is. That girl, you're right. It is. So that brings up a good combo. So I was just chilling in a chat that, I don't even know how to describe it. Just a creator that some around here might not like, but I don't have any issues with. And I just said a couple things that weren't even like negative towards anyone about the case that was being discussed. And people were like, oh, they jumped down my throat. But that girl had my back. I appreciate it. Hmm. So, besides the Sebastian Rogers case, what else is going on these streets? That girl said emotions get so high, and I really think people let that get yes, and I agree. I agree. They do. They tend to get high, and people tend to get crazy out here on these streets. Hey, Heels. How's it going, love? My neighbor is one of the officers that testified. He's a St. Croix sheriff. I've been too drunk in that river way too often. Wow. Do you guys all know about the case, the Apple River stabbing case? I did not know about it. Oh, I got to the bottom finally. By the way, thank you again, Shay. I don't have any fancy song. I don't got no twerking chicken or anything cool like that. I just have my appreciation. But that one is pretty crazy. Back in the day, I was drunk on the river right, back in the day when you were a teen or young adult, I suppose. Well, I don't last night and this morning. Yes, Veronica and Jillian's missing info, so I'm curious and digging. You think he's not guilty, MK? Really? Let me just bring up an article real quick and I'll read it so you guys know what we're talking about. Just see if they have like an overview, like timeline of what happened. Here we go. This would be perfect. And then I could show you Asget's video, I suppose. Okay, so it's like Nikolai, how do you say his name? Nick, we're just gonna call him Nick, is charged in the fatal stabbing on the Apple River in July of 2022. Here's a timeline of what happened. Nick, he is 54, is facing charges of first-degree intentional homicide for the death of 17-year-old Isaac Schumann, and multiple counts of attempted first-degree intentional homicide for his alleged role in the stabbings on July 30th, 2022. His trial begins on April 1st. Let's see. Let's see what this has.
This year,
Don't you just love ads? Let me see what the chat's saying. The teens were drunk and surrounded him, screaming pedo and they were screaming pedophile. Did they push him? Angel doesn't know the details. All right. I'm not gonna cover it. I just thought I could read through or
Man charged with stabbing multiple tubers on the Apple River in Wisconsin is finally ready to stand trial nearly 2 years later. Nikolai Miu is charged with first-degree murder and several other counts that could send him to prison for life if he's convicted.
So this trial is scheduled to begin next week, and our Paul Bloom will be covering it gavel to gavel for us. But tonight, Paul breaks down the charges, the claims of self-defense, and the survivors who will testify in court.
As the snow melts into the running Apple River this spring, the memories and the horrors of what happened along this picturesque.
Let's see. Hang on. We've had too many peens up here. Let's see. Is that you, Big Al?
It is me, my dear.
All right, just making sure. So you live close to this?
Yeah, I grew up, 40 minutes away. It was like the go-to spot on the weekends for a lot of people. I just want to give some context on kind of what it was before you really talked about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's like 5 huge campgrounds, and they run school buses all day long to the top of the river. And
tubing, right?
You rent a tube, tie all your tubes together, get all your coolers tied up, run up and down the river as many times as you can before dark, and then camp on the river. Get up in the morning and do the same thing the next day. It used to be a free-for-all, like literally a free-for-all. Now they've actually got cops sitting in stands on all the corners, keeping track of the minors drinking, and it's really surprising to me that this got as far as it did.
Yeah.
As fast as it did, because they actually patrol the river now. And it's only
really
like 3 or 4 feet deep. There's places where it's a little bit deeper. It's not like they can drive a boat on it. You got to be in a canoe or an inner tube.
Yeah. So we go tubing down a lot in Missouri around, like Jack's Forks or on the Current. Well, we don't tube on the Current, but down in that area, it sounds very similar to that.
But the whole town is the whole town is like dependent on this river.
Okay.
Sometimes. So it's like the party spot. They have huge concerts, festivals. It's everything revolves around the Apple River. So for it to get to that point, I wasn't really familiar with this, but I saw it pop up a couple of different times today on Twitter. I was like, holy shit. Wow. Because there are a lot of cops. A lot. It's amazing to me that somebody would actually have a weapon on the river.
Well, it was just a pocket knife, but which I
even
could
that,
see. I don't know. It is kind of weird to be in his, swim trunks, but some guys do just carry their pocket knife everywhere. So
and then I saw there were a couple other people in the chat that were local too, that I'm sure they see the same thing every year. It's the spot. It really is. It's if you want to go tubing in Minnesota or anywhere around Minnesota, people drive from like Iowa. People drive from North and South Dakota to go all the way out there.
So Cutie Pie, that's the thing. I don't know if they're going to show the video here. So Tracy showed the video that they were playing it in court the other day, and she slowed it down and went back and forward and back and forward. I didn't see him punching her, so I don't know. That is the claim.
I just wanted to give a little context on what it was.
I
so people
appreciate it.
understand. It's I would liken it to Havasu. It's that chaotic.
Oh, really?
It's a party. And it's like your trip can be anywhere from 2 hours to 6 hours, depending on where you drop in and where you get out.
And so they
how
have
fast you go, how slow you go.
I'm sure they have lots of companies. Like you said, they're running buses at the drop off, at the pickup as well, I'm sure.
Nonstop.
So
It's all day from like 10 in the morning until dark.
Mm-mm-mm.
And the later it gets, the crazier it gets, obviously.
That's what I'm saying, Allison. Like, I didn't see him punching the girl, but I keep
Yeah.
hearing about it.
I'm curious to see what the video is that you're going to show.
All
And
right.
I'm gonna jump down. I just want to give you
Okay.
some
Yeah.
context on it.
Hop
So
back up whenever you want. I
I will.
appreciate it, Al. All
I
right.
will.
All
Talk
right.
soon.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Waterway on a hot July day nearly 2 years ago now will ripple from these banks into a western Wisconsin courtroom.
I was so scared and just so worked up and anxious.
In the days following the deadly stabbing back in 22, we started learning how this popular destination for summertime floats and daytime drinking became a crime scene.
It's insane that things can escalate so fast.
Fox 9 spoke to Riley Mattson in her hospital bed shortly after she was one of 5 people stabbed. Isaac Schumann of Stillwater was killed, the teen's death shattering his family.
I know Isaac can't come back to me physically, but with his spirit, I will always feel him with me.
I honestly didn't even know anybody else was stabbed.
Then 24 years old, Riley told me at the time she suffered a punctured lung, her diaphragm and stomach badly damaged from the knife wound.
Because to be honest with you, I thought I was going to lose my life too.
According to the authorities, the suspect was eventually arrested in this general area in the village of Somerset about 1 hour after fleeing the bloodshed of that stabbing scene upriver. And now soon, a St. Croix County jury of the ultimate say on justice.
So I'm sure somebody's answered you by now, but tubing is literally just that, riding a inner tube down the river. Kind of like when you do a lazy river, but like at a amusement park, but this is in real life, out in nature, Nunya, real water. I still can't get over that Nunya didn't know what a river bottom was. I was talking to her the other day, lost connection because I drove down into the river bottom, had to wait until I drove back up out before, I got connection. She's like, "What's a river bottom?" What? They have them everywhere.
In count 1, you've been charged with first-degree intentional homicide. That is a Class A felony. Upon conviction, you face a sentence of life imprisonment.
The district attorney's office quickly filed murder and attempted murder charges against Nikolai Miu of Prior Lake. He was tubing that day with his wife and friends. Prosecutors maintain Miu was the aggressor and could have retreated from the encounter.
All right.
Now 54 years old, Miu remains jailed, awaiting trial after pleading not guilty to all charges, claiming self-defense.
This is a case where something went wrong in the encounter on the river and escalated.
In court filings, Miu said he was simply using snorkel gear to search the river for a lost cell phone when a group of tubers instigated the confrontation by calling him obscene names. Miu claims they attacked him in the water, and he feared for his life. Critical cell phone video capturing several minutes of what happened both before and after the stabbings is expected to be played in court.
And I thought he had punched me in my stomach. And I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, I was telling my friends, I was like, I think he punched me really hard. Like, this feels weird. And we both had looked down and I instantly was bleeding. I obviously was stabbed.
Riley, who acknowledged she was drinking on the river that day with a group of friends, is expected to testify under oath when the trial begins in Hudson next week.
I was irritated to kind of hear, about the self-defense thing. Because whether or not we were in the wrong for going over and confronting him, he still was the one to make the first move. He still could have walked away. He could have done anything like that.
So I do agree he could have, and I agree with Yep here. So if it was self-defense, why lie afterwards, and why try to ditch the weapon? That's my question.
And that's kind of what irritates me the most.
Because of Wisconsin's rules around cameras in the courtroom, we will bring you every moment of the Apple River stabbing trial beginning Monday. It is expected to run about 2 weeks. We will have expert legal analysis live streaming on our Fox 9 digital platforms straight to a verdict. The question here, of course, was this first-degree murder a conviction, ultimately sending Nikolai Miu to prison for life, or rather, a case of justified self-defense where an acquittal would send you home.
I'm glad he said his last name because I wasn't about to attempt that. Hang on, I got Tracy back here. Is that you, Tracy? Oh, you don't have to show me your face. Thank you, though. Okay, so let me go back to the article here.
And if you want to pull up the video, I can put it in the back
Oh,
where you
yeah,
can
that'd be
see
great.
what happened. That way people kind of have more context, because I too was like, oh my God, this guy killed a 17-year-old. Like, oh, I can't believe this. He stabbed all
Yeah,
these people. And then you watch it and then you listen to all the different stories that the kids gave and give. And it's like, no, no, because everybody remembers something different. Even in the police report, one guy was like, yeah, he had his pants on, he had a coat on and a
right.
hat, he ran out of the woods.
You
It's
ran
like,
out the-
what
Well, and
is happening?
to be fair, all of the kids were drunk, right?
They
Extremely
were
drunk.
all
Okay,
drunk. Yeah,
got
and he only had like 2 beers. So they said he was snorkeling and they made a joke like the water's short. Like basically saying, what are you looking for? Because the water's too short.
Mhm.
And that he was like, I'm looking for little girls. And that's when they all started calling him a predator and a pedo, and
Okay.
he's screaming things at him, which would have been fine, but it's clear in the video, and his lawyers show him walking away. They float towards him, keep screaming at him, and then those women come over, the blonde and the other one who ended up getting stabbed. They
Right.
say he punched the blonde in the face and that she fell down. None of those things happened.
I say I don't remember that in the video.
No, because it
Let
didn't
me
happen.
okay, so let me read through this timeline really quick, and then we'll play that video and everybody can
Sure.
see it. So, Miyu arrives at the River's Edge campground at 10:45. From 11:30 to noon, Miyu's group starts their float. Sandra Miyu, I'm guessing that's his wife, later tells police the only person that left the group during the float was her husband, Nikolai, who left to find a phone that someone in their party had lost. Using scuba gear, Nick starts searching the river near a bridge. At 3:44 p.m., a video recording shows Nick carrying goggles with a snorkel attached as he approaches a group of tubers. Nick is told, "Get away." The group accuses Nick of looking for little girls, and the situation escalates when a larger group approaches. The video shows multiple people yelling at Nick and at least one person touching his shoulder. From the video, it does appear to show people on three sides of Nick at different distances. The video and elapsed time shows opportunity for Nick to leave the confrontation, court documents state. At 3:47, the first 911 call comes in, reporting a stabbing on the Apple River near the Sunrise Bridge in the town of Somerset. Later reports from 911 calls indicate that there were 4 victims with wounds to the mid to upper body. Deputies find 17-year-old Isaac Schumann without vital signs and perform life-saving measures. Schumann later died at Lakeview Hospital in Stillwater, Minnesota. Another victim, Riley Madison, later told Fox 9 she was stabbed during an altercation with Nick. At 6:45, witnesses report seeing Nick downriver at a park where tubers exit the river. This is the part that is astonishing to me. He stabs all these people, then just gets on his tube and floats on down.
Yeah, I was
Police,
wondering, like, was he in shock? What was
I
happening in his mind? Because he didn't even say anything to anybody when he got back over there. He like
Mhm.
threw the knife and just he didn't say anything. They
Yeah, it's
talked to his
weird.
wife and she's just like, no, he didn't say anything. I'm like,
So,
okay.
witnesses report seeing Nick downriver at a park where tubers exit the river. Police converge on a park and detain him. He is interviewed that same night and tells police, "I was in self-defense mode after the tubers attacked him." And then on July 31st, they obtain and review the 21-second video. On August 1st, Nick is charged with first-degree intentional homicide and 4 counts of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. On August 16th, a celebration of life held for Isaac Schumann in Stillwater. His obituary states, "Our hearts are forever broken for our sweet, amazing, talented, funny, and loving Isaac." On April 1st, jury selection is scheduled to begin. So the trial's already started.
Yeah, there's no way that if it was my child, I mean, I guess seeing the video, I would have been like, what the hell were you guys thinking? Why were you screaming in this man's face? But I mean, if Isaac was my kid, I would want him to be convicted, of course. But when you see
Absolutely.
the video and if you think about the videos we see of like kids being beat up at school and everybody's recording it, or somebody being bullied in high school, everybody's recording it. That's what it felt like. It felt like a bunch of teenagers who drank too much and thought that they were going to get clips of
Mhm.
them screaming at and bullying this man. And it was wrong. It was so wrong.
Yeah.
And once they smacked him in his face, that's like the ultimate, like, you smacked a grown man in the face. It's just not okay. It
MK
wasn't
agrees with
okay.
you. He says they were harassing that man and assaulted him and surrounded him while intoxicated. And I can understand
Absolutely.
being like feeling, do you have that? Did you have the bit? If not, I can Google it and see. It was
Oh
in
yeah,
the.
no, I'm so
Okay.
sorry. Yeah, I have it right
So
here. Yeah.
once you hear it, you'll understand he probably did feel threatened, but like
Of course.
why the stuff afterwards? That's what I'm not getting. Why just you feel threatened and it was self-defense. Let's say that's what it was. But why ditch the knife down the stream? Why not just go, obviously you weren't continued to be threatened. Why not get your party to help with the kids or things like that? I don't know. I just felt like the actions afterwards don't necessarily depict self-defense. I think that's why this case is so interesting to me. It's a real-time example of the reliability of eyewitness testimony that we can
Oh,
do a frame-by-frame comparison of versus their early statements. That's true. That's true.
I just put it in the back. You'll have to like scroll through just to see where I start the video.
Okay.
But, I did watch it a lot of times before really making up my mind and thinking, well, what would I have done? If I'm a man, I just had a heart attack not that long ago. I'm out of shape. I signal for my people twice, but nobody's seeing me. These drunk, big teenagers, they were 13 against 1. I mean, and if they hadn't pushed him into the water and then somebody's pushing on his back while he's down, they slap him in the face. They're accusing him of being a child toucher. I would have been like, what the hell? Like, are they trying to kill me? And the whole reason he had the weapon is also explained because they cut the ropes for the tubes, for
Right.
you can tie everything together or whatever, I guess. I don't know. I think this was maybe their second time ever going, but his buddy called and said, hey, will you bring your utility knife with you so we can cut up the ropes? Well, I bet that buddy's
Also,
regretting that now.
one woman said they called 911 with a phone they found. I wonder if it was the phone he was looking. That's possible. That's
Yeah,
possible.
I don't think
There's
they
a
ever found the
reason
phone. And they also said he looked weird. That's what they kept saying. Like, they were like, well,
they
why were you
did.
yelling at him? He's like, because you looked weird. Well,
There
what
is
constitutes looking
no.
weird? That's not
He's
fair.
actually a very upstanding citizen from what I
He is.
understand. Yeah, so he's
Never
not.
ever trouble, never ever nothing. I think he just didn't know what to do. I don't know. But
Yeah.
anyway, now you got the video, so you have the context. And I
All
mean,
right,
I
yeah,
don't
I'll
know if people
play
see it like
that.
me, but I hope he's found not guilty. I feel terrible for the
You
families,
think
but
so?
I hope he's found not guilty. I
So
think
someone
it was an
mentioned
awful
earlier,
situation.
like, they don't think he should get, first degree murder, but something? And I
I mean,
wonder if
maybe.
that's
Yeah,
the
he's already been
problem.
in there for 2 years. Um, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he's traumatized too. I don't think that he wanted to kill anybody, like first degree intentional homicide. I don't think he wasn't planning to go out there and murder people. I mean, it happened because of the situation, but they're equally wrong. I mean, they're not equally guilty because he killed somebody, but
Mhm.
ugh,
Is
I
that
don't
you,
know. It's
Nanya?
awful.
It's me.
Okay, just
Hey,
double
Nanya.
checking
Um,
tonight.
hello. I have a quick question because the way y'all are describing it and the way people in the chat are describing it are two very extremely different
I'm
things.
not reading the chat, but okay,
So
good.
I know,
Mhm.
but that's why I came up to ask. So they're saying he gutted the kid?
Okay, let's
So
play
when
the
he got,
yeah.
yeah,
Uh,
he got
Maybe this
pushed
will
into
help.
the water, and when you see what happened, you're gonna see what happened. Because I even
Okay.
slowed it down because I'm like, oh my God, what happened? But they pushed this man into the water, Nanya. Then a dude comes over and back smacks him in his face. Another kid is pushing his back down into the water, so like he can't get up. So when he does get up, this kid comes at him and puts his hand like to the man's neck, and you see like he instinctively whoosh, and he ends up gutting him. Yeah,
Yeah, you do
it's
have a
awful.
little bit of static when you talk, Tracy. Go ahead,
Oh,
Nanya.
do I? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you're fine.
So he goes to look for the phone with this scuba gear. They
Mhm.
approach him, allegedly, saying, calling him names, whatever. They start to put their hands on him.
Mhm.
So, and there are how many of them?
So there are, I do believe overall there tends to be 6. Okay, it's only a 21-second long clip.
It's
Now, like I said,
13 people
it's slowed
by the
down. So
time he stabs.
let's go through this first, and we'll.
Friend lost his phone. It's so Nick, one of the kids, and then it begins.
I don't think you're showing it.
I'm not.
There you go.
Yeah, I could see. Oh.
Okay.
How's that? Is that okay? Everybody see? Okay, I think that'll do it.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Where's your way? Oh God! What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Stripping. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes, yes, yes. Further culture! Further culture! We try to have fun. He's gonna claim you! He's gonna claim you! What the fuck? What the fuck is dying? He's dying, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are we serious? Is this real? Oh my god. Who is that? Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this real? Is real? Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck? Is this real? Like, that's not Bart! That's not Bart! That's not Bart! That's not Bart! That's not Isaac! Oh my god! Oh my god! This isn't real! This isn't real!
Okay, so yeah, it clearly.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
rough.
I even
It's
like
a
went
lot.
back and rewound
That
to kind of go
is, yeah.
slower to see like what is happening, because they're not recording yet, but it's explained why he
Mhm.
touches their tubes. He's snorkeling around and they're making
Mhm.
fun of him. So they're saying things to him about, the water's too small and looking whatever. And that's when you see him come up to the tubes. I don't know if he was looking, did he think that that kid had the phone because it was also in one of those cases? That's what he says. The kid who's recording has the case and he's holding it out. So the phone that was lost also was in one of those cases. I don't know. They never
I mean,
really
the hard
say.
part is he had like, there was, I get wanting the phone back, but like when you see there's a large group of obviously intoxicated young kids who
Yeah.
unfortunately in this day and age have no respect, at times, and they'll just say any and everything because they're young and dumb and that's what they do. But like he
I
had an
know, but
opportunity, he could have walked away back to his party. I don't
well, you
understand
see
that.
him walking away. So there are parts that I play, you'll see he starts leaving and they're floating because that's the way the river's going towards him. And then when he turns to his right, now the two women are there. On his left side are the other group. So there's the main group of 5 or 6 boys, the two women who come over with a man, and then on the other side, there's another group of 4 or 5 males who come over. They're all
So
different groups.
See,
is
but
hang on real quick, Nanya. Is that Big Al and Truth?
It's me.
Okay. Is that you, Truth?
Yeah, it's me. I
You're
usually
fine.
sit here with mute on, so it takes me a minute to take it on.
You're fine. I just want to make sure. Now, what were you saying, Nanya?
so I guess to me, like when you watch it, when he's standing there right before the girls kind of come over, they kind of corner him in like a U shape kind of, right? But like the open part of the U is still there. I don't know why he couldn't have like just walk that way. And like, was there nobody else but these kids around? Like there wasn't one other adult to say
So
something?
I
Well, the
really think
women were adults.
Asget's rendering here really lets you. It's very good. It shows you where everybody
Okay.
else's placement it is. So
Oh,
before
that's good.
the rest of the story, I think this is good to play.
This is about the Apple River stabbing trial. It's an illustration showing where people were and how things were unfolded. Please follow and comment on my videos. This is the Apple River in Somerset, Wisconsin. Here in the green circle is a group of teen boys on the float trip. This circle represents the area where the Apple River stabbings took place. The man in red is named Nick, and he is the one on trial this week for the stabbing death of one and the attempted murder of 4 others. There is video taken by one of the boys in the group, and that angle of view at the start of the video takes place here. Here's a clip of Nick charging at the boys who are just sitting in their tubes. Now, this recording of the video started because Nick was acting strange around them beforehand. The group saw him snorkeling and tried to ask him questions, but he didn't answer or respond. Other than that, he just stared at them. They started to mock him with words, and this infuriated Nick, so he charged them in an act of intimidation. Personally, I think he was feeling for his knife before he charged them, with the thought of puncturing their tubes in retaliation. Back at the river, here's an overview of how the groups were located. Group 1 is the teenage boys. Over here to the left is Group 2. They are comprised of family members and friends who had a number of them stabbed and attacked by Nick when they came to assist the teenage boys. Group 3 is Nick's group, and this is where he came from. Zooming back in, we're going.
See, that's the part I don't understand. If he was searching for a phone and or jewelry, why is he ahead of his group, like even up by the boys? Because if they're all floating downstream, he shouldn't be up by them if he's with his group, you know?
Well,
No, he went
he
back.
was
He went
looking for
back.
a phone, so he went back up the river.
So
Yeah,
he's
he-
coming
Okay, I see.
towards the
He's going
camera
with the
is going
flow
up
of
the
it.
river, right?
Towards
Well,
us.
The view
is-
we have right now,
The current is going away from
downriver.
us.
Yeah, the
Mhm.
current's going away from
Okay.
us the way we're watching it right now.
Okay, hang on. As she plays it, I thought she has the current the other way, but maybe not. Let's
But
see here.
also, too, I mean, I think the video is great so far, but she already made an assumption that she thought he was going to puncture their tubes.
Right.
But she also says he was snorkeling and they approach him and start asking him questions because he's weird.
Mhm.
It's not for them to do that, to think he's weird. He's just a guy snorkeling. Just
Well,
leave him alone.
Okay, now I got to interject on that because in this river, in 3 feet of water, it would be
Mhm.
weird to see someone with
Yeah.
goggles on trying to see anything. It is the murkiest, shittiest, dirtiest, piss-filled water that you can possibly imagine. There's 20,000
Ew.
people in that river pissing in the river all day long.
Oh, come on. I'll die.
No, I'm not joking.
Well, yeah.
I wish I was, but it's
I mean,
disgusting. I mean, You'll see people for
So
3 hours never get out of their tube, but they drank a 12-pack
I
of
guess
beer.
his wife told him that because the water's cold, people lose all their jewelry, and he's like, "I'm gonna bring my snorkel." So he brings it, thinking he's gonna be finding like lost jewels or something, and then now he's like, "Oh, these are handy because I've got, you lost your phone. I'm gonna use these and go find them," which
If I was tubing down
clearly
the river and
doesn't
some
even
dude with
happen.
goggles on got next to my girlfriend and she was in a tube,
I
my
yeah.
creep alarm would go off.
So Evil Queen says
You
that
think so?
what is
I
it you
mean,
said that he had a knife out. He didn't have it out when he first approached them. Asget did say she felt like
which
he was already reaching for it, but he didn't have it out until
no,
after he goes around the tubes. And then
way after.
what was it? The other one was hang on, I saw another comment.
Everybody's got a dry
Um
bag in their cooler where they keep
he
their smokes, their
he
license, their keys, lighters,
right.
and everybody has a dry bag in their cooler. Everybody. So he had to be
Yeah,
keeping
I'm
that stuff in his
guessing he
cooler. He
just.
wouldn't keep it in his pocket.
Yeah, and
True.
I don't think he didn't just, like, jump off his tubes, he was obviously, like, doing
That's
something in the
quite the
river.
distance. I
Yeah,
mean, if that's
yeah.
what we see is what it was, that's a long ways. And his
Mhm.
group's getting further away
Yeah.
unless they stopped.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's play a
the
little bit
wife said they
more
were
of
just floating and waiting.
Going to follow what Nick did. After charging the boys, Nick had dropped his goggles and snorkel. He slowly meandered around to the front of the tubes after the teens had jumped out because of the charge. The teens started yelling and laughing at the stranger who just approached them without explanation. Group 2 takes notice and walks over to confront Nick with the boys, which is where the main incident takes place. This red dot represents the stabbing event that lasts less than 15 seconds. Afterwards, Nick begins to walk upstream towards his group. Partway up, he deviates and goes across the river to the riverbank, where he throws a knife into the brush. He then continues back to his group on the other side of the river. During the next 20 minutes, the injured are carried to the riverbank. Many bystanders try to help, including some nurses. Some of the injured and others helping make their way downstream to the bridge and exit onto the bank.
See, she's saying this is downstream, but you guys are saying the stream's going the other way?
It would only make sense.
I didn't think it
For
was going
his,
the other way. I thought it was
if he
coming
had to go
towards the
back,
bridge.
if he had to go back to where someone lost their phone,
No, they said that when they dropped the phone, it was going down towards the boys, that was downstream. And that's what the boys were saying. We were floating away from his group, and he walked away from them going downstream. So what they were trying to prove was he could have just walked away. And his attorney says he did walk away, but they followed. And they're saying, oh, well, it was just the flow of the water. They weren't really following him. They just kind of flowed with the water. And, so I think that she's right, that's downstream.
Yeah. Okay.
Where police are starting to arrive. One of the last things to point out is, after 20 minutes, many police officers and EMS flood the river with personnel and sirens. Nick's group calmly, without saying a word to anyone, start floating down past them as nothing happened.
Okay, that's Asget. We love Asget over here. So let me drop her link again. And then let's see. You slow this down and
So,
go through
Chasing
it.
Yeah, you
what
can
has the
mute
lawyer
my
said?
my talking
Okay.
over it if you want, Deech. You don't need to. You can explain what the hell's going on. Has
All
the
right.
lawyer what, Anya?
I was wondering if the lawyer gave an explanation for him throwing the knife away.
He was panicked, but I think the defense hasn't started their, you know what I mean? Like they're not.
If
And
his
I'm only on
brain,
day 4, so.
if his instinctive survival, if his survival instinct kicked in, his brain was still in fight or flight mode, and self-preservation goes with that.
I think so too. I think he was like, oh,
stabbed, and he stabbed him. He was scared, and it happens. I mean, I stabbed a 2-time murderer in self-defense.
Oh my God! See, geez.
Yeah, I got it.
Stabbing's my scariest thing right there. Oh, you got it.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
That's
I don't know how I feel about
See,
that.
stabbing scares me. That's the way I do
Me
not want to die. I
too.
want to suffocate or get
dying by
stabbed.
strangulation scares me too.
Yeah, well, I mean, you gotta do
I,
what you're
I
gonna
do have
do.
another question from that rendering that she did. So his group was a little bit a ways away from him, but not like far away. So do they see this altercation happening, and why doesn't anybody from his
Yeah.
group go to like help him
His
out
wife
while all
sees
this is
it.
happening?
That's what I was
His
trying to
wife
see. Is this
ultimately sees it.
is that his group right back here?
Might be further behind him, but in testimony, they ask, "Did you see this?" She said, "No, I'm laying on my float." He's looking for the phone. I wasn't keeping my eye on him, she said. And every once in a while, I kind of just glance and, finally she realizes there's noise coming from down there. She can't hear what's going on, but she sends one of the guys down there to help him, but it's too late. This all happened so fast.
So,
It's
yeah, he
way too late.
clearly doesn't have the knife in his hand yet because he's got the snorkel in
Mm-mm.
this hand, and this hand comes open right there, so you guys
You
can
can see
watch.
when he
Can you
pulls it out.
can
It's
you
ugh.
tell when he's walking? Like, is he going upstream or downstream? Will it
He's
show you that or
he's
no?
going upstream, I can tell by the way the
Yeah,
water's flowing. He's
he
going
looks like he's going
upstream.
upstream.
Mhm.
One thing I do want to interject as well. A lot of the videos we're seeing nowadays are mobs of kids attacking one person.
Yeah,
I can see where this
sadly.
guy, not depending on how drunk he was or whatever, and not to justify his actions whatsoever.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not doing that, but I can see where a guy would get a little freaked out if a dozen kids were coming at him, and these are not little kids.
I just feel like he
No.
He's had
could've
a quadruple bypass. The dude
Mm-hmm.
the dude got slapped in the face while he was trying to get up after they pushed him down. Then they surrounded him. Then another guy hits him in the back of the head. I mean, if
Mm.
he gets knocked out in the water, he's gonna die.
He's gonna die, yeah, for sure.
And nobody's paying attention. They don't even know what the hell's happening right now. And
So
he's
I mean,
alone. He
I don't.
he tries to get his people
The
over, but
only
they don't
thing
see him.
the only thing I have a problem with is him stabbing the girl because of the physical strength dynamic between the two. I don't think she was a threat. And from the video that I seen, he kind of lunged at her. She wasn't in his personal space.
Yeah, we'll have to see that
So
on
I'm
rewind. Well,
thinking
somebody
I'm
said
thinking he's going to get attempted murder on her, but I don't think he's going to catch any charges for the
maybe.
guys.
I
Well, they
think
said, why did
yeah.
he contact them? He lost part of his snorkel in the water when they were teasing him. You see him looking down
Oh, and another
and
thing.
around trying to find it.
Right. And another thing, one of the girls that was sitting in the tube, she holds up a phone and he looks like, is that the phone I'm looking for? So he,
Okay.
Right.
Wait. Can you?
Allegedly.
yeah,
I know you guys have been
allegedly.
watching this trial for a while now, but there's a lot that
Yeah. There's
See,
so
like
much, Nanya.
when she holds
like
up
there's a
that
lot
Wow.
phone,
that's
she's
maybe be missing.
probably recording him, but he probably thinks, oh, they might have found my phone or they found the phone. But they were giving this poor dude hell.
There's a lot that happened in 20 seconds.
Well,
A
the
lot.
stabbing incident is 20 seconds. I think this is longer, right? The whole
It's not
situation.
too long, but it's longer for sure. But it escalates so fast. Like they see he dropped his thing. He's trying to get it. He walks around. They're like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Get out of here!" You know what he's doing. He just dropped it. Stop. And they keep yelling, and then they're yelling, and other people are coming over, and they're like, "He's looking for little girls." And they never stop screaming. It must have been like, "What the fuck? Why are you guys all screaming?" And now you got women in his face saying, "Get out of here. Move now." And now 4 other men walk over on the other side and they get involved and one of them gets hurt. And
The
it's just
last
like,
place I
oh
want to
my
be is face
God.
down in the water with a bunch of people over the top of me.
Yeah, I don't want
I
to
mean,
be near none of them.
that's a huge position of weakness.
Hell
I
yeah.
tell you
I
what,
would have been
if I'm
terrified.
laying on my back in the water like that and somebody's smacking me in the face, everybody that's within arm reach is getting stuck. I mean it.
These people. I don't know what I would have done. I mean, I guess I would have just backed
Well,
off
they didn't
maybe
have
and
any
just tried to
reason to
get the
be.
hell out
They
of
didn't have
there.
any reason to be messing with this dude.
No, they didn't. I mean,
That's
they're
the other
wrong in
This
thing.
their
was a pack
actions.
mob mentality if I ever seen it.
Well, the other thing to remember
Agreed.
is he's not just walking away on a sidewalk. That's a
No, he's
slippery
in the
ass,
water.
mucky river.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah,
step
and
is a
that's the other
potential
thing.
fall.
If you watch, it's not in fast motion. This is like the actual motion of the video, the in real time, how quickly and how loud it gets so fast. And one of the great points the attorney made is when he gets hit, everything escalates. People are more excited. They're not like, whoa, whoa, don't hit him. They're excited about it.
What time of day
So
was this?
it was like 3 in the afternoon. So I came over to this live because your graphic was kind of in the way at the bottom. I couldn't see. So I came over here to, I guess, Fox. And but he does, what's he do to it? He does come up and he puts his hands on him.
On the tube. They asked, did he touch you? And it was Javon, I think, the guy who was recording. And he said he grabbed onto the tube and I hopped out. So he
Okay,
doesn't
so he
hit anybody. He doesn't assault anybody. He doesn't pinch them. He doesn't scratch them. He's grabbing the tube. He drops
grabs the
his
tube.
snorkel. It goes under. And you can even see it when he pans his phone down. You'll see
N-
it.
No,
And they don't
it's
just
not
say, get your shit and get out of here.
it's not the knife he's biting, it's the snorkel. He tries to, here, I'll go back to a second. He doesn't have anything. This is the snorkel in his hand, and he doesn't have anything in his right hand. But he does try to put it right there in his mouth. You can kind of see it up there at the top. So he's biting
And
on
I'm
his snorkel
guessing,
and goggles.
see, that's the kid recording right there with the white crock on his foot.
He
And there
drops the
goes the snorkel.
snorkel.
And prior to this, they're teasing him. They're yelling that he's weird. And I mean, there's one kid, he's an Asian kid. And they were like, were you antagonizing him? And he kind of puts his head down. You can tell he's like, yes. You know, they feel bad. But I mean, they don't feel so bad that they don't want him convicted. But they do feel bad for what they were doing. At least two of them, you could tell, really regret the way they
And he
behaved.
Did you see the defense going through this video, showing it frame by frame?
Yeah.
It
And
was awesome. I was like,
and
I understand why he was sticking people now. Because, you know,
Oh
in the
my.
beginning of the case, I was thinking, this crazy dude done stuck 4 kids. You know, I was thinking, I mean, what could they do so wrong to
Well,
deserve that? And then I watched this video
When you
and
go
found
through
out
it
this dude has
slow,
a quadruple
she's right.
bypass.
Yeah, when
And
you go
when you
through
go
it, you're
through
like,
it slow,
oh,
it's a whole different ball game.
it's
I
scary
just
as
don't,
hell.
I
Frame by
just,
frame.
I mean, he's the adult though in this situation, and
One
I
of
just
those
feel like
guys
he could have
wrapped his
easily
hands
walked away.
around his throat
Well,
and
let's
strangled the
let's
piss
And
out
one
of
watch
of the
him.
it.
girls, too.
Yeah. So let's watch a little more. He is looking down, looking for something. But there he's okay, so he still doesn't have anything in his hands yet. And there's what, 4 guys around him right now?
5
That's
guys.
it?
And
5?
he's walking away. He's leaving. He's looking for a snorkel right there. No problem. When he
So
turns,
he does
2
yell
women are
something
coming.
back. Can we hear what he yells? Let me see if you can hear it in slow-mo. Not in slow mode.
What do you say?
I don't know. He did yell something at him, but I can't make it out.
They don't know what he said either.
Did they determine who's drunk and who's not here in this whole thing?
Well, they all said
Does
that
that
they
come
were
out?
drunk. All the kids were drunk and smoking
All the
weed.
kids were drunk, and so was he.
Yeah. And so were the ladies. He only had 2 or 3 beers, I think. I don't know.
Well, that's why
They
I asked
didn't
what
say
time
yet.
it was, because a lot of
Yeah.
people, including myself, when we'd go, first trip down 10 o'clock, go in, have lunch. Second trip down around 3. Back in by 5 or 6 o'clock for the night
See
in the
them
campground.
following him? They're following
Yeah.
him. He's not following them. He's walking away. They're still calling him crazy shit, laughing.
Like kid they just panned by was like laughing, smiling.
But then he comes back towards them.
It's her in her face and she goes down.
So
See,
is
he's
he
waving
waving
to
to
his
his
people like,
group?
hello. Yeah, he's trying to get their attention, but he doesn't end up getting their attention. More people from another group are coming over. He's feeling for that
So
knife right there.
yeah, I saw that where he's reaching for his
I mean, it
knife
looks like he's getting surrounded.
right there.
Well, you guys don't understand it. You're in pretty much
Probably
a bad.
me.
You're in a bad decision.
Oh, he did hit her or pop her. Right there. Right there. Watch it. Just lightly. He puts his hand up and pops her right on the top of her head. See it?
Was that the girl who had her hands around his throat? Because there's pictures of
Not
that too.
yet. She might later, but right now she doesn't. You can just
So
she is pushing on her,
touching him. Yeah.
and he pops her on the top of the head. Yeah. Or at least up in that direction. We can't
Well,
see
that's
where
not
it
even the
happens,
one he was
but
supposed to hit. That was supposed to.
oh wow, they are shocked.
I think she got.
That's
I
the
think that was
girl.
accidental, but
That's the girl I said he's going to get an attempted murder charge for.
watch when you go back from when they're pushing him right here. Yeah.
I heard someone say earlier the mob mentality thing, and that's that. They were completely surrounding this guy. I'd be terrified if I was him. I'd do anything to get out of that position right there.
Right here.
Oh, he
yeah, he
stabs
caught
him
him right
right
there.
there. Oh.
That's the one who was pushing him down, and he turns around and sees him, and it's awful. That's the
It
one who passed
is.
away.
Oh.
I can't believe how many of those kids are barefoot. Oh yeah, she's bleeding pretty good.
Yeah, and then he's just anybody that comes at him, he's just
That doesn't look like a utility knife. That looks like a buck knife.
kind of does.
It's a pretty big knife.
I think they show it eventually. Maybe not on this.
Oh no.
Yeah. So awful.
I'm trying to see where he goes after that.
Back towards the bushes near his group on the other side. There was too much chaos at this point.
Does
Looks
it
like
ever
it's his first chance to retreat.
There he goes.
Right there.
Yeah, I missed it.
And they're finally not surrounding him so he can get away.
There he goes. But see, people at his over there with his tubes, they know something's going on.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the guys had come down towards there, but it was too late. He was already going back towards them.
Who knows how drunk they were too? They might not have been able to get out of their tubes.
Yeah, his wife couldn't get out of hers. She's like, I had a lot of trouble getting out of my tube. I mean, she ain't a drinker, and she was like, I couldn't get out.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd feel as a jury person.
I don't know either.
I don't know how I would feel. I just.
How do you feel as a grown man, Al? What would you have done in that situation if you had
in
the
that
knife? Would you
situation,
have?
if I was laying in the water and there were that many people standing over me, I would have done anything I could to get out of that situation.
Yeah.
Because all I would think about is all they got to do is get my head under the water and I'm dead.
Yeah.
And all it
One
takes
good
is
hit.
two
He's done.
guys and you're under.
Yeah.
You take one breath under the water and you're done. You're cashing out.
So scary, man. And because of the mob mentality we see these days.
Truth fell off. You're breaking up, Tracy. then you said, I think if the guy in the yellow shorts was not a minor, this would have been seen as self-defense, but I don't think since he's a minor, they will convict him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, that's what I think, Granny. A lot of horrible choices led to that.
Yep.
I don't
Agreed.
know if I would deem him innocent or not, honestly. I don't know.
I'm surprised at how few people are on the river right there. It's usually way busier than that. I mean, way busier. It's usually you can almost walk across the tubes from side to side.
It's obvious it's a very I mean, if it's a pocket knife, it's a very big pocket
That's a
knife.
big one.
Yeah.
That's a buck knife. That's a folding knife. It's not a utility knife. It's not.
Yeah.
That's at
Well,
least the width of his palm.
she says they show it in the trial, so let me see if I can find it quickly. Here's some like
I just don't understand what the hell he was thinking with a mask on, trying to find anything in that water in the first place.
I know.
That doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. I mean, it's just even though it was only knee deep, it's still dirty, dirty water. I mean, it's filthy.
Well, then I mean, I think the argument was that he was or they claimed he was looking up at tubers underneath the water, but you could see how shallow it is. I don't think that that's what he was actually doing.
He couldn't get that kind of view.
No.
He'd have to be laying in the rocks and the dirt on the bottom of the river.
I was trying to see if I could find the knife. But I don't see it.
Layla, if that knife is a 3-inch knife and it's sharpened well, you would be
Oh, there it is.
horrified and
Looky there.
surprised at what kind of damage.
There's the knife. It is truly just a pocket knife.
It's a
I'm
pocket knife, but
shocked.
that's at least a 3-inch blade, and if it's sharp, that'll cut through flesh.
Man, it happened so quickly. It happened so quickly.
I don't know what I
Yeah.
would do. I mean, I don't know who asked me that earlier. I don't know what I would do. All I
Oh,
know is that if
Tracy
I'm in the
asked you.
water and I've got people standing over me, I'm thinking about being drowned, and that's like my worst way to go. Drowning in
So
fire. No
that
thanks.
girl, he didn't turn himself in. Apparently, people reported him being downriver later, and law enforcement went and picked him up. That's where I struggle with the self-defense claims. If
He
he
didn't turn
was
himself in?
no, if he was on down the river, and that's what the article said. I don't know what the defense is gonna say. He also said to the cop, "I heard someone got stabbed." Ugh. He's 54. Um,
Hmm.
can I find yellow shorts guy's testimony? His name is AJ. I can. Is it on day 1 or is it on a different day? Those are opening statements.
Yeah, I agree, MK. That is a typical knife you'd buy from the gas station that you just throw in your pocket and carry around with you all day. That's nothing special.
There's Ryan. So I think Ryan's the only kid that gave testimony on day 1. Let me see if I can see what day AJ's on. I thought, yeah, that's what I thought. Laundry didn't the yellow short isn't the yellow short guy Isaac the one that passed away? But I can look for an AJ's testimony.
Dina says AJ is on day 3.
Day 3, thank you, Al. Let me see.
No, that was all Dina.
Well, thank you, Dina and Al. Thank you both. Let me see. Is AJ Anthony Carlson? Purple shorts guy is the one who died. Oh, okay, thank you. AJ has the long hair and oh, okay, here he is. I found him. Okay. Yep, I can share this real quick.
I don't know if there's any other locals, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember of ever hearing about a killing on the river. Ever.
Really?
Never.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state I'm going to ask you to state your first, middle, and last name.
Alexander James Martin.
Do you go by a nickname?
AJ.
And AJ, were you tubing with friends on July 30th, 2022 on the Apple River?
Yes, I was.
And you're friends with Tony?
Yeah, we were roommates in college. And then that was the first time we'd seen each other in like 3 years.
Okay. And what college?
River Falls, Wisconsin.
What city and state do you live in now?
St. Paul, Minnesota.
AJ, do you have any prior criminal convictions?
Yes, 2.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a electrical apprentice. I install solar panels.
And how tall are you?
5'9"3/4.
And how much do you weigh?
160 now.
And how much, if you know about, on July 30, 2022?
170.
What do you, at some point when you're tubing on the river, did something catch your attention or people's attention that you're with?
Yeah.
What do you recall about that?
Okay.
A lot of loud noises, screaming, yelling, someone asking for help. And then I had seen Maddie get up with someone, and what I remember was getting up, and I think I had got Dante up with me, but then I turned around to also get Tony up, and Dante was over there. I turned back around from trying to get Tony up, and I believe I saw Maddie get pulled in the back of her hair and then punched in the face. It could also be that she just got punched in the face, and I'd seen like after like her face get flung, and that's why I thought her head got pulled. And then,
so do you recall like how far away you were when you saw what happened to Maddie?
I was probably about halfway in between the groups. Or maybe a little closer to, we're group 2, right? So I would be a little closer to group 1, the teens group.
Still on your way over?
Yeah.
And after that, did you hurry over?
I mean, yeah, that was after I saw him punch her. I wanted to get over there, but I tried to get over there as fast as I could, I guess.
And what do you recall after that?
Well, after he had hit Maddie in the face, I saw someone else hit him, and I wasn't sure who. I saw him fall into the water, and my intention was, because I used to work at elementary schools and had experience breaking up fights with little kids and stuff like that. So my intention was to go over there and try and break it up. I saw him in the water, and I saw people going around him, so I went to push his shoulder in the front, but ultimately didn't. But I was going to try and just get him to stay down for another second and then tell everyone to back up, and then we could have figured out what was going on. But as I reached down to push him in the shoulders, he reached up and I guess, I don't know if you call it a stab, but got me with a knife.
What was your injury?
Well, there was a lot, I guess. The most apparent thing, obviously, was that my stomach was open and my intestines were in my hands. I don't know what other parts were there, but I mean, they were in my hands, and I know that from there, but afterwards with like the medical records and stuff, I know other injuries. I don't know if you want me to go into that or not.
Did you, after you're holding your intestines, did you see much of anything after that?
Not much. I mean, after that, I remember screaming pretty viscerally, I think is the word. And then I remember kind of scooping it together with my left arm and putting my right arm down and standing up, and then falling down and standing up again. And I think I fell down and stood up one more time. And then I was kind of, I mean, I was still conscious. I was talking. But after that, really all I remember is that, and then telling Tony that I was going to die, and him telling me I was going to be fine and that I wasn't. And my response every time was like 100%, I'm going to die today. And then I remember waking up in the hospital with a breathing tube and my parents looking at me.
Wow.
And do you know how long you were in the hospital for that first time?
Yeah, 27 days.
And after, when you woke up the first time, was that after surgery?
Yeah, it was around 11:30 that night, I believe.
Did you have follow-up surgeries?
A few, yeah.
Jenny, I've seen your comment a couple times that nobody wants to hear your opinion, but that's all you've typed is that no one wants to hear your opinion. You haven't typed anything else besides that. But I'm sure people would love to hear what your opinion is if you type it besides saying nobody wants to hear it.
Was your wound stitch closed right away?
No. They put what they call a wound vac on it. I assume that acts as kind of like a fake flesh or skin. And they left that on for about a week, doing other exploratory surgeries just to make sure that they didn't miss any other lacerations or injuries. And then after almost a week or so, they had done internal stitches, but left the top open so that it would heal better. And they put another smaller wound vac over that.
Did you have to have any sort of devices to assist with digestion, eating, feeding?
Yeah, I had a few feeding tubes, some NG tubes to help with just the extra fluids in my stomach. But yeah, I had the feeding tube because after the surgeries, I had developed a hematoma in my intestine, and it was completely blocked off. There was no food, no water, and the IV nutrition wasn't doing enough. I had lost 50 pounds in that 27-day stint.
Oh my goodness.
AJ, were you drinking on the river that day?
Yes.
Do you believe you're intoxicated?
Probably, yeah.
Do you recall how you got to shore?
Ma'am, I'm in
No,
real time.
not really. I didn't know that I did really. I just remembered the standing up and the falling down, and then I know people did move me in the end, but I don't remember it. I couldn't see or feel anything at that point.
And you don't remember well, let me ask, do you remember much of anything or anything from the point where you're on shore till you wake up in the hospital?
No, I think I had lost too much blood at that point. I mean, in the past, I've lost a lot of blood from an injury when I was younger, and I lost sight and vision. Or I mean, I lost sight and hearing from that too. So I know that like once you do lose enough, certain parts stop working because your body's trying to keep you alive, not your senses.
You talked about an artificial skin they had on at the hospital.
Oh yeah, the wound vac.
Okay, so everybody here's their ages. So Nikolai is 54. His wife doesn't say how old she is. Isaac Schumann is the one who lost his life. He was 17 years old at the time of the stabbing. Riley, oh, I was hoping this would. She's 24. AJ, oh, look at his scar there. Oh my goodness. It doesn't say his age. I'll find it. Why doesn't it say the rest of their ages? I looked and it showed like the first couple. Okay, let me see if I can find that.
Yes.
Fast forward to the sidebar.
You want to do it first? Yeah. Can you just tell me what that photo shows?
Shows the wound vac and I guess the extent of the wound. I mean, yeah.
Is that a photo of you in the hospital?
Yeah, that was the next morning.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to move to admit this now. I'm not going to ask to publish it.
Any objection?
Other than those noted, and as long as it's not published, I think it's solved.
All right. It is received. And so what was the number?
Oh, sorry.
29.
What was it?
29.
29?
Correct.
29 is received.
AJ, do you recall telling law enforcement, I don't think I touched him, but if I was, my hand was on his shoulder, it wasn't forceful?
Yeah.
And did you tell law enforcement your goal was to try to break it up?
Yes, I remember that.
I'm going to go through some slides with you. Ready? $25.73. Are you in this frame, AJ?
Yeah, in the yellow shorts.
You can take this screen down, please.
No, it didn't, did it?
Can we have it again? I'm just going to go scroll from 2673. 2680, is that your shorts?
Yep.
Yeah, that don't seem like breaking it up. But this is a lot clearer video.
Stopped at 2800. That section of frames I just went through, AJ, is that the part where you got hit with the knife?
Yeah.
Thank you, Scott.
And that, did you know that guy's name at the time?
No.
Now you know him as Nick Lemieux?
Yeah.
So he was in the purple shorts. Let me see. We're at 306. I don't think back in isn't he the one in these purplish pink shorts maybe? I don't think he's in the dark. I don't know. I'd have to see it more. Yeah, I think he's that one right behind this guy with the necklace.
The part where, and that, did you know that guy's name at the time?
No.
Now you know him as Nick Lemieux?
Yeah.
No, no one else was charged with anything that I'm aware of. Dark purple was Isaac. Thank you. Who's doing this?
And I want to ask you a question quick before this exhibit 29. If you know, I don't want you to speculate, but do you know if that's, and again, don't answer if you don't know, that's fine to say you don't know. Is that from the slice, or did you have further incisions from surgery?
No, that's all from the slice. There's, it actually goes from, like, you can't see it super well in the picture, but it goes above my rib cage too. They didn't have to open me up. I was already open.
Do you know, can you show with your hands about how long the laceration was?
Yeah, about that. I mean, it's below the belt line to above my ribs.
Are you comfortable showing, do you have a scar?
Yeah, quite a big one.
Are you?
Oh, I think yeah, he's gonna show it.
Are you comfortable showing the jury?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, so sidebar.
Actually, make it faster. Just unplug it. Oh, it's not.
I mean, that's a lot of. That's really big
That knife was
scar.
extremely sharp.
Oh,
That knife had to be really,
cringing.
really, really sharp to do that. When you watch the action of him
I
doing
know.
it,
I was
it
just
was
thinking that
effortless.
it doesn't even it
It was
doesn't
effortless.
even look like he did that. I mean, obviously he did. There's
I've had to
the.
work harder at opening a deer,
Mhm.
and he had bare skin, no clothing in the way, no fur, no fat layer. I mean, the kid's got no fat on him. I mean, that was effortless. That knife was sharp.
I am cringing still, just like thinking about it. Like, oh, happy birthday, Tia. Sorry to go from cringing over this to like, oh, happy birthday. But
Yeah, Dennis, you're right. Her granny said the skin was also softer due to being in the water. Yeah, for sure.
I know
You're
it
sitting in the
didn't.
water for 3 hours. Yeah, the skin was loose.
It didn't look like that much damage when it happened, did it? But it
No.
obviously it is. That's crazy.
Well, I think during the exploratory surgery, it probably did a little more damage and made the wound a little bit bigger than it was. But I mean, he wasn't in there for very long. It was quick.
Shay, you're right. You're absolutely right. Think how quick that is. Tell me one person couldn't have done the unthinkable in Idaho 4. Yep, super fast. I mean, that all happened within the span of what they say, 15 seconds. Absolutely possible. Absolutely possible. Okay.
Right there. There's a little gap there because it hit my ribs, but that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tess Mack says that she was in high school in the 90s. Everyone
Now,
went there to drink.
I'm going to show.
And, it was
Don't
like
turn the
that in the
screen on yet,
70s and the
please.
80s too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a free-for-all for years. But now, if you Google law enforcement, Apple River, Somerset, Wisconsin, and go to images, you'll see the little booths they have set up on all the corners. They have cameras and booths where they're actually manned by the sheriff's office. They're sitting there waiting for kids to go by, and if they catch them drinking, they pull them off the river. So I think they're taking it a little bit more seriously than they ever have historically, but it's, too little too late.
Yeah. Yeah, today was day 6 of the trial. So, yeah, I guess after hearing, and this is just one testimony. Let me drop you guys some links if you're all interested in it. I wasn't even planning on discussing this much of it. I was just going to read the article a little bit, but Man, this is. Let's see where our polls sits at. 73% don't think he's guilty of first-degree murder. I wonder if that would change after listening to this testimony. Just curious. 74%. It's bouncing back and forth between. Yeah, let me grab you guys the link. Let's see here. So they're playing it on Fox 9. Whew, that one makes me cringe.
Well, it really puts that image together of where he's
Hey,
getting
Wolfie.
up and bringing the knife up. I didn't really. It wasn't computing there until you
Well,
see this.
and like someone said, he's falling backwards in the video too. That would add to the how long of a cut it was. Oh, wow, you can
Had to
really
be
see
sharp.
that. Look at that knife. You can really see it right there.
Yeah, it had to be sharp as hell.
Oh my goodness. Let's watch just this part over real quick. Let me slow it down. So the dark purple shorts is what they were saying is Isaac with the white hat. Right there. Oh, you can really see him stab him. Oh.
So he's all the way in with the blade.
Oh, yeah, and
He's all the way in up to his freaking thumb.
Oh, and it did just like slice right up. Oh my goodness, that's
Not that I think it's right, but this video right here shows self-defense.
You think it shows self-defense?
I think
Well,
it kind of does.
Oh, it just makes me cringe. Okay, let's see. So our poll's still at 73. Let's see if the video changed people's minds one way or another.
Whoa, Scotty Skull says he was stabbed like that from his face to his armpit in a home invasion.
Scotty.
264 internal sutures. That's where your smooth voice came from? Wow. I'm glad you're still here with us, dude, because that's a hellacious wound.
Let's start it one more time just to see if this changed people's minds. Like the blade is in him, he shoves him, forcing the blade. Yes, did. So some people are still thinking self-defense. You know what I have to say though, honestly, I'm glad I'm not on that jury. He goes down and comes back up. Yes. There is footage missing. We didn't see what he grabbed on the tube. That could make somebody defensive as well. True. I'm sorry, Scott Skulls. Oh. I'm curious if now that AJ knows more facts about what he went running into, what his thoughts are.
Oof. I would, like you said, I would not want to be on this jury.
No, I'm glad
No.
I don't have all the facts, so I don't have an opinion, honestly, but some people are definitely more set on not guilty now, really. If someone came at me that way, if one gets in trouble, I would want all to catch charges, in my opinion. The kids say he grabbed the tube. That's kind of where I am, Christina. I'd have to watch it all to determine. So they're saying he just grabbed the tube, Shay. Like he just went up and grabbed the tube itself.
So was he grabbing that to catch his balance?
I
keep
don't
from
know.
getting pushed over again?
You
Or
did see him kind of run at them. So he did something.
I just know how
Um,
slippery that bottom can be, and it's not like you have footing.
I mean, we're close to the same amount of votes. We're like lacking 15, but it's almost 80% not guilty after seeing the video. Hang on, is that you, Truth?
Yes.
All right. What do you got for us?
I was just wanting to comment about the stab.
Yep.
You said it looked effortless, and it really is. Because when that happened to me, I knew I made the motion, but I didn't feel the impact. If that makes sense. It was
See,
just
because
like,
I think that's the part that cringes me the most is just thinking about. I don't think I'd want to be on either end, the one doing the stabbing or the one receiving the stabbing. But just like I could never be a doctor. The thought of even putting a
yeah,
scalpel on
yeah, yeah.
someone's
Hey,
skin.
me either. And
Oh,
I grew up a butcher's daughter.
oh.
Never crossed my mind, but sometimes things happen.
Well, and in your case, it's self-defense. And that was completely understandable. It blows my mind how
But
quick this all happened.
people assume it feels like that you're throwing a punch when you stab someone, but it doesn't feel that way.
Mhm.
It's effortless. It's like slicing through butter with a hot blade. You don't feel the impact at all. I didn't even think I stabbed him
Oh my.
after I did it. That's why that was like that. That's it. Yeah. It was you don't feel that you've done it once you do it.
Intentional homicide is what this dude moved to America from Romania and did not learn the American laws. I mean, some here would disagree with you on that. They're saying it was self-defense, but
And the water dynamic makes it a whole different ball game. And a lot of people don't understand that part either. If any of those guys knock that old man out, he's going to drown because none of them have sense to hold his head up out of water. I mean, he had a right to be scared.
yeah.
Anybody that's grown up around
Yeah,
water
we can
knows
see
you don't
you.
horseplay. You don't do stuff like that.
That's weird. He is a citizen. He definitely learned the law. Yeah, probably knows them better than a lot of it. Well, at least he knows the Constitution, I would assume, if he became a citizen. Yeah, I mean, so we're a little bit over what we were before in votes, and it's 75% say he's not guilty. So that's definitely going to be an interesting trial. Let me drop the link. This is to the Fox 9. It'll take you to that YouTube page if you guys want to keep watching more of that. Yes, we can see you, Scott Skulls. Oh, wow. Like I said, this wasn't even like what I intended to talk about. Now my mind's kind of like stuck on this, but there's a standstill with hands. There is. Um, let me see if I can see. I don't know if it's in this one because I have seen that. Tracy played it on the trial day I watched.
If you've ever sat through a permit to carry class or any kind of self-defense class, what was happening to that guy 13-on-1 was definitely justified use of deadly force.
He looks so different now. I'm just kind of sliding through and seeing if I can see the choking still. Sorry, telling my husband good night. Daily Mail has it. Okay, let me see if I can pull that up though. Apple River stabbing. Well, she's so freaking fast. Look at her. She's like, say no more. I've got this.
Get your butt up on panel, Shay, because I'm jumping down. I'll make
Thank
some
you for
room for you.
giving your local insight on
No,
it.
actually, I'm surprised at how many people are local in the chat.
Me
There's a
too.
lot of people that know about this river, and I mean, it's like I said, I've been going since the 70s. You know, we used to go as a family. I mean, it was, you know, it's is and has been and probably always will be like one of the biggest summer things around here.
Okay, they have the worst pop-ups. Okay.
But I'm gonna go down and listen. I'm gonna get my fat
All
ass out of the way
right.
and make some
Thank
room for
you.
Shay.
Yeah. Oh, there's the choking still. Yeah, I think that was one of the girls. Maybe. Well, thank you, Al. I appreciate it. So Truth, I'm going to move on to something about JLR. You're welcome to stay up here if you want, but I'm gonna move on. I don't know how we move from that stabbing to something else, but still gonna talk about what we came here to talk about. That's crazy.
Just do it. Just do it.
All
Just
right.
move on.
You've been watching it ever since Cat's Eye? Oh my goodness. I don't know. I feel like
I hadn't
that
heard
one's gonna
anything about JLR. I don't know what's going on with him.
So I kind of mentioned it a little bit on Granny's today that so I did a video on him. Let me see. When did I do that video? I'm going to end the poll. That was, yes, 75% find him guilty or not guilty. I did a video. Let me see. I got to scroll back a ways. A year ago, over a year ago. What day was that on? March 6, 2023. And it's called Jonathan Lee Rich's Liar, Hoaxer, Troll. Let's dig into how he became true crime's #1 parasite. And the video continues to get views.
What a title.
It gets comments like almost every week, but here, like when a big case is happening, more and more comments will pop up underneath of it, like when something
Well,
is
I watch
breaking.
JLR for comedy, not information.
Right. I think a lot of
I
people
go in
feel
there
that
to
way.
kick it with Magnolia. I don't know any regulars in there or anything.
Yeah, I like Magnolia too. But so this video, it always kind of resurfaces when there's a new case that's going on and new people will comment under it, etc. Well, and then I get tagged when people share it, and I'm constantly asked to do an update to call attention to some things that he might have done recently. I just haven't had the time to do it, but I did want to because I have seen a lot of people say, he's changed. He doesn't do that anymore. That's not what he does. So I want to show you what is recently going on between him and another content creator. Oh, let's see. So this is Starkey Farmstead. Now, I don't know anything about this content creator, except she tagged me in this stuff and I went and checked it out. But I'm just
I've
going to
never
show
seen her
you.
either. This is a new one.
Well, she does like farmsteading stuff. She seems like a
Oh.
homesteading type content creator.
Oh, okay.
And so it's not our typical content that we watch over here on this side of the street, but she does talk a lot about the border crisis. And so I think that that's when a lot of this came into play, was when he went down to the border. So this is the first video that she did on him on, let's see, a week ago. And this is kind of where it starts. So we'll start there.
Welcome back to Stalky Farmstead. Thought I was going to bed. Always when I think I'm going to hit that sack, I drop something into my lap. All right. JLR investigates. Let me go ahead and confess something to you guys. I emailed him. Remember when I thought my son was going to the border, which we intend to still go to? I emailed him to see if he would be interested in staying in contact with Stephen and I if we impersonated illegals and acted like we had just come through the border to see where these illegals were going, how much money they were getting. I needed somebody I could work with on this side to make sure we stayed safe. Okay? Never heard back from him. I'm like, that's odd. All right.
Okay, so I'm also going to take this moment to go grab a fresh pib. If y'all got your pibs, get your pib. And anything she says, like I said, I'm not co-signing. We're just showing the video that started what I'm going to show you next.
I remember even leaving a comment on one of his videos. Hey, dude, like I emailed you. Like, you need to respond back, right? Let me show you how God protects you. So I get on today, and I do remember, let me just go back a second. I do remember one time this lady commented on one of my videos. I don't like her talking about me because she likes JLR investigates. And I'm thinking, I don't necessarily like him. I don't promote him. I just don't like him. Content creating is a small world. I'm not about bashing anybody because I don't want to be bashed, right? Like, that's not how you make likes and views. Just listen to me. For the ones of you that follow him, please don't knee-jerk respond to me. Hear me, okay? You tell how God protects you. I'm in Southeast Louisiana. This is where the Cajun Navy was created during the 2016 flood. These people are real, and they're good people. Now they're under the name of United Cajun Navy. Well, they put a post out about JLR investigates Jonathan Lee Riches. He made a big deal about it on YouTube, or I wouldn't have known about it. I don't watch that much YouTube, TikTok. I just don't. This is what they said about him, not what I'm saying, what they said. Let me read it to you. Please share. Good morning, everyone.
So she's going to read off the back and forth that went on between JLR and the United Cajun Navy. Impersonating. I know. I don't know that was necessarily a good idea. She is in, I guess, her laundry room. I don't know. I see a filing cabinet. I don't know. She's a homesteader, not a true crime or anything like that I'm aware of. So she's going to read that. We've all heard that plenty by now, the back and forth. So I'm going to skip ahead a little.
Who try to fundraise using names similar to ours. We will deal with those groups later. JLR spent a couple of weeks terrorizing the people of Sumner County, but he has now fled to another location because he found out law enforcement was looking for him. We know where he is currently, but we will not share his location because he does not wish to be, because we don't wish to be responsible for his personal safety. He's enough of a danger to himself. JLR spent a couple of weeks, I read that, sorry. JLR suffers severe mental issues and has not been in touch with reality for quite some time. If any of our followers encounter JLR, do not approach him in any way. He is armed and dangerous with an extremely violent criminal history. He will be dealt with legally and sent either back to prison or to a mental health facility where he can hopefully get the help he needs, whichever the judge determines. Okay, so he posted that. JLR posted that. Don't get mad at me. I'm just reporting. So he posted that on his YouTube channel. So it caught my attention because it had the name Cajun Navy. I'm in Cajun country. So I'm like, what's going on with this? I know these people. We deal with them during storms here. Solid group of people. Now it's now grown. Like my husband goes, I thought the Cajun Navy was just South Louisiana. I'm like, well, obviously it's the United Cajun Navy now, and they've grown larger. So they help out in other states when it's like water rescues and missing children and rivers and storms and hurricanes. And he's like, okay, cool. Okay, I see what you're saying. This is the thing. I did a video one time. I saw JLR Investigates on YouTube do a video on the 100 migrants attack the Home Depot. This one. Come to find out, within one day, I had put a retraction video up. He never did, to my knowledge, ever put a retraction video. That was not true.
Okay. So this is where she starts discussing They were talking about border stuff, and she had to put up a retraction video because the storming of the Home Depot incident was not true. And so she was a little frustrated that he never retracted his statements on it.
It was not true in any way. And had I dug a little deeper, I would have known. Okay. So my point is this: you put a video out that wasn't true, but you didn't put a retraction video. So I reached out to you, didn't reach back. Thank you, Jesus, because let me continue. He then he sent them a letter saying that, specifically the post falsely alleging that I'm a violent criminal, spent time in prison for attempted kidnapping. Furthermore, it claims I spent a couple of weeks terrorizing people. And he basically threatens these people. And he's like, I'm going to file a lawsuit against you. And I'm like, I mean, if it's not true, I get it. Then I found this video.
Okay, we need to talk about JLR investigates. Okay, Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. Right now, he's following the whole Carly Russell case, and that's fine. Whatever, he wants to be a little clout chasing independent journalist, whatever, that's fine. But I've seen several of his videos, and he is like straight up just stalking all the people involved in this case. He's driving by the family's house constantly, and look, I get it. What she did was wrong. She's going to hopefully pay the consequence for that. But they also still have a right to privacy, regardless of all the, whatever. And to me, like, just, I don't know, it's stalking behavior is kind of creepy. Anyway, I know Wikipedia isn't the best source of information.
Stirred up a lot of racial
however, this does.
What was that? Sorry.
I said, I live in Birmingham, Alabama. When Carly Russell pulled that and blamed a white guy, and when she tried to get an attention, she used a white baby to try to get a lot of attention, and then threw up a GoFundMe. She caused a lot of shit. It was no different. We felt the same way that everybody else felt when Susan Smith blamed black carjackers for drowning her little boys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because, in the South, you got tensions that are historical anyway.
Correct.
So it was a whole lot more than just that. So I don't agree with this chick right here. They got every bit that they deserved.
Well, she's just, I think that this Starkey Farmstead lady's just playing her because this is, like Mizzou said, it's just them discovering who he is.
Oh, okay.
And they're kind of going through that.
I watched JLR during that. I thought he was a hoot.
Did you?
I was going to meet him. I was going to see if he would meet me for lunch while he was here.
He probably would have.
I was going to go tromping through the woods with him.
He probably would have met you.
Does have all of the information about him and his scumminess in one place. These are all people that he has sued from one reason or another. I mean, look at these names. He's sued all of these people. And then I believe I heard somewhere, and I wasn't able to find anything, that he was harassing people involved with the Summer Wells case as well.
So then I go look this guy up. He did go to federal prison, and it was a mental institution. He has filed something like 2,000 lawsuits against people. Look at this. I mean, most of us go our entire lives and we never file a lawsuit against somebody. I'm not talking like divorce or somebody hits you with their car and you have to put in an insurance report. I'm talking about suing somebody, saying you said something about me that was wrong. I'm going to sue you. Look how many times. So then I go to Reddit. You guys know Reddit, right? And I'm like, is this the same guy that is this? Because this guy was on Twitter under he went under a different name. So it kind of got confusing because I'm like, why is it that say they look alike? Look, this picture. Now look this.
Right. They're not necessarily talking about these cases, y'all. She is just they're just discovering JLR for the first time, and she has Googled his name. And so she's just talking about the few things that she has found in Googling him.
This picture. They look enough alike for me to be like, is that the same guy? And then I'm like, but the names, like the way he does his names. At one point, it's like he's going under JLR with the C for corporation investigates. And then he's like JLRO. And on Twitter, he was under different, like he did it different. So it's like he's reinvented himself a few times, like he gets in trouble or he goes to prison because he has. Yes, he has. Now, you guys remember, I've been in trouble. Told you that. Like when I was on drugs, I got in trouble. But I told you that. It just, use your own discernment. Really dig into him. The ones of you who follow him faithfully, believing every word out of his mouth. I'm not saying that all of his videos are BS, but I'm going to tell you guys, nobody files this many lawsuits against people and is going to a federal prison for mental health, that section of the federal prison. And he wasn't just arrested once. He's impersonated people after deaths so that he can get information out of other people. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. I want your opinion. I don't know this guy. I've only seen like a couple of his videos. Like I said, I only reached out to him because I thought, wow, he's down there in Texas. You know, maybe he'd be a good person to be on this side, kind of watching out for Steve and I.
Yeah.
And then my son didn't go, and the Lord hasn't released me to go yet. Like he just keeps pushing back against me when I'm like, God, really want to go to the border and see what's going on and get a check in my Holy Spirit. And I'm just somebody that sits back and waits because God's got a way of like in my lap. You know what I'm saying? Like, now I know.
No, that wasn't him in the picture he showed. That was one of the people he impersonated. Like when he was talking, it was during the Lautner situation. Hey, Melissa.
This lady's
is-
cracking me up.
This lady is Starkey Farmstead, and she tagged me in her JLR video. I want to show you guys because the argument that has been said recently is that he doesn't still troll. He doesn't still do these bad, shady things behind the scenes. Well, I got to show all sides before I show the next part, okay? This is the video she does that's going to spur on what I'm going to show you next.
I remember going to my husband going, I don't know why this guy didn't reach out to us. Like, this is a perfect opportunity to have somebody on the inside because we were going to act like we were South African farmers. My husband was going to play like he had a head injury, so we wouldn't have to talk to anybody. I was going to work on my accent. You guys remember those videos I made? I didn't tell you the whole story because I didn't want the whole world to know we were going to be impersonating people. And then I find all this out and I'm like, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Father. You're so good to me. Here's something I can say with surety. When you want to do something and nothing lines up properly, don't push it. Don't push it. Because when the Holy Spirit's involved, when God's involved, there's a flow. There's a flow. I'm not saying there's not problems. I'm not saying there's not attacks. What I'm saying is that there's a flow. There's a flow, boo. You just keep on going. Every time a door shuts.
Okay, so the rest of it, she's not even talking about him. She's talking, wait, here at the end she does.
Religiously, what do you think? Because the people on Reddit were writing things like this. Like his followers are like a cult. Like they won't listen to people warn them. Like they get really upset when somebody says something against them. I'm just asking you to tell me what you think. And is this the same person that you are all now following? I'm just saying. I'm gonna give y'all the side eye. I don't want to get sued. I mean, he's good at it. So I'm just saying.
So right there, she says, I don't want to get sued. I mean, he is good at it.
Hey, she was in the streets and going through the dope game. She knows a crook when she sees one.
She did. I did read that in the comments. She did stuff on the Maui fire. So she's just asking you all, stop it, Granny. They love the bomb pops. You quit being a hater just because we're talking about JLR. She's just saying, like, look, I found all this stuff. You guys let me know in the comments what you think. I'm not seeing anything wrong with what she's asking here in this video. I mean, like I said, I might not agree with everything else she's saying. Like, it's whatever. That's her channel. That's her shtick, and good on her. But I don't see anything wrong in what she's asking about JLR to her subscribers.
Those reformed cons and drug addicts, boy, they can spot one a mile away.
I'm saying it without saying it. And if you know me well enough, you already know this look. So you tell me what you think. Please like, comment, and subscribe if you would like to support our channel. You guys know we were demonetized for speaking truth, real truth, with proof. YouTube doesn't like it when I do this.
I don't know what she was demonetized for, but I am going to drop her link. So
She's a hoot.
This video, and then I'm going to show you what came after. So Then he comes into her comment section. Now, her video at the time, I think it only had like maybe 1,500 views, maybe a little more. But this was, like I said, a week ago. Wait, then she does the second video. Okay. That happens first. Then he comes into her comments. Now this video, so the previous video, it has 3.3, but I think when it by the time the second video came out, it was only around like 1.5.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samantha. Welcome back to Starkey Farmstead. So I know I ruffled some feathers when I did the video investigating JLR Investigates. Well, because of some of the responses, I decided to give him a fair shake and do a little bit more research. I am convinced more than now, ever, that man has not changed his colors at all. You guys, look at this lawsuit he filed in Georgia. Now I know what you're going to say. Oh, that was in 2007. Stay with me. Look who he filed it against, Lou Dobbs. So if you're not familiar with who Lou Dobbs is, he was an anchor for a news channel for many years. The man's like in his 70s now. Look how much money, I'm going to put it on the side of the screen so you can see it bigger. Look how much money he's suing for. You want to know what this lawsuit has to do with? Well, I'm going to tell you. He's suing Lou Dobbs for inciting violence against legal and illegal Hispanic people because America is actually their native land. Look on the screen, look right here. This is the same Jonathan Lee Rich who just put up these videos and has almost 400 videos dedicated to the illegal alien crisis in America. Same guy. So how do we go from this lawsuit stating that they have a right to be here, they have a right to the American dream? Read it. I'll leave it up there for a few seconds. I'm not scared. That is the same guy that all you amazing people, and you are amazing people, because people who support YouTube channels and creators, you guys are amazing. You are. It's your hard-earned money that you send to people like me to do, the Food for Thought campaign, where we're growing all that food and giving it away. I get it. But you're supporting somebody that is literally hoodwinking you. Hoodwinking you. He doesn't believe any of this. And I know what you're going to say. That was in 2007. He's a different person. I relate to him because I have bipolar too, sweetheart. No.
So Perfectly I Saw is going to bed. If you are a member, throw some bomb pops at Perfectly on her way to bed. Thank you, Perfectly. Have a good night, love. So yeah, so now she's done a little more research and she's just kind of saying, hey, look, this guy said this in a previous lawsuit and now he's, out there advocating for it, has done over 400 videos on it. Yeah, he sued the Book of World Records because they didn't put him in it. Yeah. All the bomb pops for Perfectly. Okay.
No, ma'am. The lady that sent that comment last time, no, baby. Don't relate to him. Because here is how he feels in his own voice about his right to impersonate people at crime scenes. Listen to this following clip.
Then goes back to the memorial site where he identified himself to reporters as Jonathan
Boy, that person sounds familiar.
Lanza, uncle of the school shooter. It was reported by the New York Daily News and other media outlets. He told journalists that the killer had been taking Fanapt, an antipsychotic drug prescribed for the treatment of schizophrenia. As photographers snapped away, Riches dropped to a knee and feigned praying for the young victims. Of course, as we all know, this was completely fabricated. Riches has no connection whatsoever to Adam Lanza, and he used this tragedy, this traumatic experience for the entire country. It's the worst school shooting, mass shooting in history. And Jonathan Lee Riches used that tragedy like a parasite. He exploited the hell out of it, and he was proud of it. Heels in the Air has this audio from a 2015 interview that Jonathan did. He describes his actions at Newtown, and afterwards will prove how he was lying again.
I went up to Sandy Hook. Let me do it. I didn't say I did it in court, though. I tried to play the denial role, but, I was actually at Adam Lanza's window in his house and get chased off by a neighbor. I decided to get on my knees and start praying. At that point, while I was praying on my knees, I could hear the snapshot, like camera snapshot me. So I thought, okay, let me just wing this. So I just pretend I was crying. And I started crying, going hysterical, and the cameras were rolling. I get up from the memorial, and this one media journalist comes up to me and goes, "Sir, you're very emotional here. What's going on?" And then at that point, I just winged it. I'm Jonathan Lanza.
So, I dropped the link to my full video, which is what she's playing here. And what's scrolling in the background is all his lawsuits. And Kimberly Wells says, "What are all of these ridiculous lawsuits about anyway? What does he gain from them?" Nothing. He did them while he was in federal prison. I'm guessing out of boredom. I really don't know what he gained from them, and I'm not going to speculate on what he gained from them. But they took place during that period, and there are thousands of them.
At this point, by identifying myself as Jonathan Lanza, then I started to get flooded like cockroaches. Everybody, all media outlets started swarming me, wanting an interview and asking me my take, and I just winged it. Basically said I was with Adam Lanza 2 weeks prior. We had a barbecue, everything was fine. It had to be the medication, it had to be the fan app, and so on and so on. At that point,
No, she wasn't asking him to do they were gonna go to her and her son do stuff with the border things, and she was going to impersonate someone to, I guess, to get inside scoops, I'm not for sure, but that's not what she was asking him to do in her email. She was just asking to connect with him.
I started getting worried, a little scared, because I was getting overwhelmed with the media. I'm not used to media coverage like that. So I basically ran off, kind of walked away from the scene, but I was getting chased by media, and I didn't know what to do, because my car was up the road, and I was parked across the street from a church. And believe it or not, during that time, the actual victims of
Well, you gotta tell us why.
the shootings, the families were praying in that church, and the church was basically, there was security outside the church to protect the families and whatnot. My car was parked across the street, and I was running up the hill, and the media was chasing me, but I didn't want to get in my car because they might have gotten my license plate and realized that I was not Jonathan Lanza and identify me or whatnot. So I just looked at the church, and I just ran to the church, and at that point, the security saw me and must have realized that the media were chasing me because I was a victim's family member or somebody. So they grabbed me, the security, and ushered me into the church and told the other media to back off the property. And I get into the church, and I was thanking them, "Thank you, you saved my life. These people want to interview from me or whatnot." I said, my nephew died from the tragedy, and I switched the role playing at that point. Now I become a victim.
Yes, that was his voice in 2015. Now I become the victim. If you can't see what he really is, let me keep going. Let me keep going. Because I was shocked at the amount of people that were just furious, so upset with me. But you haven't done your due diligence. Yeah, he's got a past. Everybody has one.
I would agree that Sebastian is what matters, but we're not talking about Sebastian tonight. That's not the point of this live or this discussion. But I agree with you wholeheartedly. He is what matters.
But here's the difference, you guys. When somebody changes, they admit their wrongdoings. They don't blame anybody else. They don't sue people. They admit they were wrong, and they move on. They change their colors, but he's not. He's not changing his colors at all. Look at this clip that was sent to me this morning.
Hi, Jonathan Lee Riches. This message is for Dictator Adolf and James Holmes. I love you guys. I love you guys to death, and this is what I want to do to you guys. Use your imagination.
As a Christian, that's extremely offensive, and I'm sorry I had to show it to you guys. But there are some people in denial. Let me show you what he's really about. He's about this, and this, and this, and this, and this. That's what he's really about. It's not about the truth. He also loves to cause confusion anger, all of that. So he repeatedly has stated that he is not a Christian, he is an atheist. However, he has dressed up as a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian, and a white supremacist at political rallies. But the scariest thing is how he admits he likes to dox people like me.
So I see you guys saying that he knows the law. Does he, though? He's never won any of those lawsuits. He knows how to file a lawsuit, I'll give him that. But as far as knowing the law, I don't know.
Who put up videos or bring awareness to what he's doing, he goes after them, and then he sends his subscribers to do the same. Just like what he did with this not long ago. Watch this next clip.
Things in person. It's like testing my own boundaries, testing my own limits. My next troll is I'm going to start running for political office, like mayor, city councilman, sheriff in different elections, like mock campaigns. Getting out diversifies my craft. It gives me confidence to do these feats, and I like to try to test the limits. Social media has made it much easier to troll, right? I think the tools are available now that can be exploited, and it's easy to get that message spread. The disinformation that I want, I can put out there. The next mass shooting, before they identify the shooter, I can set up 10 Twitter accounts looking like news sites, and then create whoever I want as the shooter, and then use the news sites to retweet that. Vulnerable, gullible people will see that. They think it's from a news site, and then they will copy it and tweet it out. Whenever there's disaster.
And he still does that today. He has so many Facebook groups, one for every situation that he covers. And information gets dropped in there from anonymous sources now that you can post anonymously. And previously it was from troll accounts. And that information gets retold on his channel.
I also set up Facebook groups, and then just thousands flock into the groups. I encourage everyone to basically fight each other. I don't censor anything.
What you're listening to is her read from an article, an interview that Jonathan Lee Riches gave. All right? These are his own words. Gullible people. I set up Facebook pages, Twitter. I told you guys in the last video, like, could this be the same guy? Because it looks like he's reinventing himself. Well, I was correct. That is what he has been doing for years. His behavior has never changed. He is the same man that went to prison and then back to prison. It's the same exact behaviors, but he has gotten better at it. See, it's a game to him. He has no higher power that he feels he will be responsible to answer to. So he has no moral code that most people, Muslims, Christians, Jews, we all kind of live by the same moral code. Certain things are wrong. They are not for him. You guys, he sued his own parents for $20,000 and won for not taking care of him good enough. I brought awareness to you that he literally sued this gentleman for bringing awareness to the American people after the 9/11 terrorist attack in America. You know, there was a lot of news out there about how many illegal aliens were crossing our southern border, even then. Not like it is now. And he sued that man. I'm pretty sure it was thrown out. But he sued that man, saying the man was being racist. And now what do you see him doing all over YouTube, Twitter, Facebook for views, for money, and for gifts? He's doing videos like this. Same guy. Same guy. Same guy with Coke bottle. Now, I don't care if you like it. I don't care if you like me. And I don't care if he likes it. But sometimes evil needs to be called out. What he's doing is wrong. It's all a hoodwink. This guy doesn't care how many illegals cross that border. He doesn't care. And you can't trust him in true crime because he lies about his own crimes. He's told, I watched this video, it was 30 minutes long, and she did her research. My God, that woman did her research. And she nailed him left and right. I was shocked. I used to be a subscriber.
Well, I didn't nail him. It's all out there, public information. I just put it in chronological order. He does mock his own history, but what he doesn't talk about is what I'm going to show next, and it's the things that he is still doing today. That's the problem. Not the history. Well, the history is a problem too, but the current actions are what the problem is.
Subscriber up until 3 days ago when he put that article out. People like me, truth seekers, Christians who are Holy Spirit filled, we know nonsense when we hear it. Nobody is going to run a nonprofit organization and put a warning out there like that if there was not some grain of truth to it. And for all of you who are just blindly believing him, that's on you. That's on you. But I have no doubt there'll be a screenshot of me with the big question mark. Who is this woman doing videos about me, trolling me? Because that's how he does it. He's very good at twisting things. That's why I put this video together the way that I did, to make my point. The proof is there. He is no different than he was 20 years ago. And the shame is when you feed the wrong wolf, it gets bigger. And you guys keep feeding him because it's all about him. There's an internal issue with JRL.
JLR.
We need to pray for him because he's obviously not a Christian. So when he's saying, God bless you, thank you, it's all a game to him, Bryn.
I don't know.
He is his own God. Please like, comment, and subscribe.
So, Granny, you said that she's going to take me down with her. Here's the thing. Like I said, I did that video on him over a year ago, the JLR liar, hoaxer, troll. And the very next day was my first live stream, is when he tried to dox me. And so I had to go live to clear it up. What he did, though, is he found my Facebook page, the Deets Facebook page. At the time, it only had one friend. It might still only have one friend, which is Gabble Geeks, Jenny from Gabble Geeks. When I set up that page to, I was going to receive pictures from Tiffany Marie about Summer Wells. I was putting together a Summer Wells video, and she had like the originals, and she got tired of sending them through email because you could only send like 10 at a time. So she asked if I had a Facebook page she could send them to. So I made a Deets one, and then Gavel Geeks, I asked her to go check it out and see if any of my personal info was showing, and it wasn't. And she added me as a friend. So it showed the only friend on there is Gavel Geeks. So he assumed, which it was her real name, not her YouTube name, he assumed that I was Gavel Geeks. And he began, not only did he message the Deeds Facebook page, he messaged Jenny, he started messaging her friends, her family. He started posting about her in his Facebook group. It went deep. I even got an email about it, and I didn't even know Jenny's last name, but I got an email that was titled with her full name and then said, we're on to you. I completely ignored it because I was like, I didn't know who or what that was. So until Jenny came to me later and said, JLR is reaching out to my friends and family. And it was wild. So I ended up going live, and we showed all the things and discussed it. Now, we never claimed he doxed us, either one of us, because Jenny goes by her real name quite frequently, and she shared it in, these Facebook groups that she was a part of. And he didn't dox me because he still doesn't know who I am, but that's what he did. And then once we're both up there on panel speaking, he backed off quite a bit. There's been a few a little trolling since, but it's just him trolling. Now, all I did in that video that I made about him, this one here, like I said, all it is things that are out there in the public already. It's from news articles. I have it all sourced here. There's audio that's from Heels in the Air. There was, when I came across the mention of that interview in an article. And so when I searched for the interview, there was 2 postings of it, the original, and Heels had clipped it and put it onto something else. So I clipped it from her so that I could give her credit for it. Everything else is right here from these articles. And so you can go and click on them all yourself if you want to. Nothing is unfactual. Most of it comes from his own mouth and his lawsuits. I just laid it out in chronological order. And then he did what he did. Now, she made this video the previous one and this one, and she's just telling people to look into him. She got a couple things wrong, but for the most part, she's sticking with the facts. And JLR did what JLR does, what he did to me and Jenny last year, he did to her this year. Now, I got to go to her page on my phone because for some reason, YouTube is silly and it doesn't let you read like the full image off of your computer. She's not a small channel. She has 46,000 subscribers. So it's not like she's just a little nobody channel. But her videos didn't have a ton of views. And so she shared out those two videos, and then she shared mine on her community tab. And then JLR comes under the video of the 180,000 people are being lied to by JLR. And he comments, "This is defamation, cease and desist, or I will take legal action." She says, "Would you like to point out which parts are defamation in your opinion? And would you like to make a public comment for the viewers? Feel free." I can't see the rest of it. Then he goes even deeper. Instead of like he did with Jenny and I, where he was contacting people, he goes to this woman has a business and it's on Facebook. And so he goes there to her business on Facebook and leaves the review of, "This woman harasses people for clicks and views. Don't do business here. Not of good moral character. They targeted me for no reason. They don't know me and have caused me undue stress. Best to do business with better people, not here." And that's from his Facebook account. But then he starts with the troll Facebook accounts, or maybe it's people that follow him. But if it's not troll accounts, that means that he would have had to have dropped this information in a Facebook group or something somewhere. It says, "Mr. Steven highly recommended me to buy fertilizer for my yard, and well, it did not work at all. It ruined my yard and shrubs. I spent $400 on the recommended fertilizer, and well, to no avail. I do not recommend this place. And Mr. Steven, you are some work, pal. Hope the BBB catches wind of this. Pictures in the thread." Now, I went and checked this place out on Facebook. Prior to these multiple comments, there are, I think, 4 separate troll reviews. Prior to that, the last review was left in September, and it looks like she gets about 1 review a month or every other month. So it's pretty obvious when they all come. That was 55 minutes ago. That was 30 minutes. Like they're coming 10, 20 minutes apart. The second one said they had an overabundance of chickens. I wanted to see pigs and cows, but they didn't have any, just chickens. I don't like chickens. They smell. That's a negative review. And then there's the last one that says horrible customer service and bad, mean people. I got ripped off here. Never doing business here ever again. And this was one of the emails. Heels, if you're still in here, you said you have a way of telling if the emails are from him or not, but I don't know if this is or not. It's not his account, but it says, "Stop harassing people. Leave people alone, or we will tell everyone we know who you really are. Check out your Facebook page reviews. Stop harassing people for clicks and views, or the army will continue to come at you. Cease." So that happened to her just for making those videos. Now, a lot of us in here as creators, we do commentary. Her commentary wasn't defamatory. She linked all of the things. Did it deserve her business to be attacked in that manner? I think that's all she has on the community post about him. And then, so she actually did go and file a report against him. So let me see. Do you think that deserved it? Her making those videos, did it deserve him trolling her like that? Chickens and lawn care. Why I'm really curious why you think it's stupid, Granny. Like, that's her business, though. Is this long community? No, I've never heard of her before. I had never heard of her before. Uh, using made up Illuminati words. Stop it. Unfactual. You can't find the end of it. I still find crazy videos. I know, it's crazy. There's so much out there. There's so much out there. And everyone kept saying, like, you need to do a part 2. You need to do a part 2 because this is just a brief timeline of what that video I did. It's an hour long and it is a brief timeline of what he did. No, he did not dox Jenny or me. He was writing to Jenny's friends and family. Yes, he messaged her friends and her family on Facebook. He sure did. What did he say to her family? I'd have to go back and play unless Jenny types it in chat. He said, basically, did you know your friends out? Or I'd like to. Well, hang on. I still have the one he sent in my account, and I think what he sent hers was pretty similar. So hold, please. Because it's in my requested messages. So he said, hello, investigative reporter Jonathan Ridges here. Would love to interview Jenny. And then he says her husband's full name and then he gives her full address to me about the true crime community, slander, libel, defamation. Thanks. And I'm pretty sure that's very similar to what he sent to her friends and family as well as asking, do you know your friends out here defaming other people? Blah, blah, blah. He likes to troll for his name on YouTube and comments on. It's so weird, though, that he's such a large creator now, and he still finds the time to go in and do this to this woman. The lawn care. You guys think we're in the lawn care community drama? I love it. Right. That's why Cuckoo Lady didn't want to release the phone call. She didn't want him to cut. What lady? Oh, yes. Yes, she was very scared that he would come after her. Yeah, and it was to intimidate her, absolutely. It's terrible because his army won't stop. Yeah, and that's what happened for me. It was a lot of troll emails I mean, I still get troll emails from people that support him. And like I said, that video is a year old. Some of them are really harsh. Some of them I don't think it's him that has figured out my name because I think he would contact me and state that himself, but one of them have, and I've received some pretty rough ones, but they're just emails. Right, and Jenny's address is not on Facebook, so him, like, putting her address out there to all these people was crazy. But it's not a dox, he sent it to them in private messages. But he doesn't even have time to check his own emails. He's making a name for himself in the lawn community. No, it's not funny going real life at all. Yes, she did. Absolutely, she did. Mhm. And I agree with Nunya here. I think she wanted his attention, that's for sure. Because, I thought that the Todd guy didn't mention JLR's name, but he did, and it was so briefly. He was just like, "That's why JLR and guys like him are doing this." Like, and then he moves on. He didn't at all, but yeah, she stayed on that. The knitting community is ruthless. That's it. You think? See, you said that earlier that his emails have a tell, so that's why I wondered if that one was him. That's similar to what he sent to others when he figured out it wasn't me. He tried to get, yeah, he did try to get you. He wanted my name from you. I remember that now. That was too funny. So here, I'll just play this briefly. This is where that one had one of them. You're gonna have to tell me what they are. It's all fun and games until you go real life with someone who's ready for it and you catch someone out of the corner of your eye knocking on your car. Right? I mean, I don't think you'd go that far. But I do think that there are some things that he'll do behind the scenes that just prove to me he's still continuing some of those behaviors today. Absolutely.
Welcome back to Storky Formstead. So my name is Samantha. I am currently driving down some back roads out in the middle of nowhere. So I'm on my way to my local sheriff's department to turn in the evidence that I printed off of my email, my Facebook, my YouTube, dealing with JLR Investigates. So I'm not sure what they're going to say. I'll keep you guys updated in just a few minutes. Hey, you guys, this is me at my sheriff's department in Southeast Louisiana. Let's go in here.
I do too,
Let's see what they're
Desire.
going to say about all of this nonsense.
Grandma Sherry's leaving. Throw her some popsicles in the chat. Good night, Grandma Sherry. Thank you for everything. Can I borrow some yarn, please? I need to visit. I'll play one of the knitting community dramas after this. It's hilarious.
Hello, everyone. So I just left speaking to not one, but two detectives in my sleepy little southern town.
Hey, Titanium.
And now I'm going over to the jail, which is across the street, to put in the actual report for my own safety. And they did tell me that this character definitely put in the report. Because I'm telling y'all, God has me. Not only God, but my community. Because this detective, after he heard the story, he goes, oh yeah, you're leaving here, you're going straight over there where a deputy is going to take all this information you have in your hands. He's going to give you a case number. We're going to open up a case. We're taking this very serious. He looked at our YouTube channel. He said, wow, you've had 4.2 hits on your YouTube channel just this month. And I said, yes, sir. We put a lot of good content out and we have a really solid base of subscribers. He goes, where do you live? So I told him, y'all, how many times have I told y'all, you do not want to come down where I live causing trouble. You will be calling 911 for help, not us. He busted out laughing. And this is a detective. He goes, oh, you ain't got nothing to worry about. He said, anybody stupid enough to come looking for you down there ain't gonna make it back out of there. Especially some pasty white boy from Pennsylvania.
So I don't think that he would go to her home. I don't personally think he would. I think it's mainly online stuff that he does, the trolling, the doxing, etc. Which was another thing. How long ago was it that he doxed Menace to Sobriety? It wasn't that long ago. He put out Menace to Sobriety's full information on Twitter. Do you guys remember that? I want to say like 6 months ago, maybe not even that long.
You gotta love where I live. These people don't play.
October,
These people
November.
don't play. We don't have time for this. I want to charge him for my time, right? Actually, I just got out of a meeting for the school. For the school we putting in. I honest to God don't know how to get into this jail. Walking in circles out here trying to find a door. Where's the door to get in? How do you get in here? I mean, there should be like a door, shouldn't there? Do I go press the enter? Am I supposed to press the button enter? I don't want to go into jail. All right, hold on. So I figured it out. I had to walk into the courthouse. By the way, if you're unfamiliar with where I live, you see this Greensburg Land Office? This building right here. This one right here is a National Register of Historic Places. I want to say this building was built in the early 1800s. My husband's 7-time grandfather owned the land.
Sorry, I was looking for the knitting video, but the rest she's just kind of chit-chatting. I just wanted to show you that she did indeed go and report it. But my point is it's the extremes, right? It's the going, like, he didn't like what she covered on him. So instead of making a video back like other content creators might do, he decides to go and attack her business and leave negative reviews all over her Facebook business page. Send troll accounts to her comment section, etc. Emails with failed threats, things like that. It's too far. That's the problem, is it's going way too far. Make a video back or something, or don't. As big as he is, I would probably just ignore it. Yeah, he did leave and he hasn't came back. It's sad. He's a really great creator too. My husband once walked past my den door, peeked his head in. When he saw me watching a review of JLR, he told me to turn off the darn computer. Yeah. He did stop, and he finally deleted, it was after our live that he deleted the post that he had made about Jenny in his Facebook group. Right. There is no way to know if the troll accounts are him or others doing things for him. Troll accounts can't be proven. That is true. However, they're definitely linked to him to come that quickly after his messages are, his review shows up, which he doesn't get reviews that often. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. But she started this drama, correct? Most creators don't want to bring his name up in case JLR is hiding in their bushes. I mean, she did to start discussing him, yes, but is there something wrong with having a conversation about another creator on here? Because that's the thing, as we commentate on others, on their work, what they're doing out there on YouTube or online in his case, is that wrong? She wasn't attacking him or anything in that first one. She's showing all the same stuff that everyone else has shown. I don't know. No one deserves to be doxxed or harassed, but it's important to know who you would be calling out. Well, then that kind of goes back to the conversation that Granny had today on her panel. Should we be I hear that a lot, like with Crime Sleuth, and like, ugh, sorry, I shouldn't have said her name, but with, creators are afraid to um, play stuff where they've talked negatively about him, whether it be factual or not, and to even just commentate on his stuff because they're afraid of what's going to happen with the trolling or the doxing. Is that right or wrong? I didn't mean to big. I truly did not. If you're listening, I truly did not. I'm just saying, I'm just referencing the audio that, she recently played. Subpoenas from a lawsuit. Several were outed, and 3/4 were the same person using a ton of names. Individuals in every profession discuss the work of other individuals in that profession. I agree, Kimberly. And I'm kinda of the mindset that he actually enjoys it when others talk about him. But then he goes and threatens them with a lawsuit. Heather Bratt, I'm always still going. It's only been, hey, this one's a short. I said it was gonna be a short one. It's kinda short. We're not too long. I think that case kinda threw me off my mindset of what I wanted to discuss, but
He told one of my friends I was lying about him and needed to talk to me. He never contacted me, so clearly that wasn't what he wanted. What did Gemini say? Oh. He's always watching, Brandy. Oh, I'm watching. And like I said, I'm not gonna lie, he cracks me up. Like the bushes video, and actually, you know what cracks me up more than him in the bushes was when Benny Keys did that video, pretending to be in the bushes like him. Those kind of things are funny, but this comes from his own mouth. It's not defamation, it's not libel, it's not slander. He has told us that he trolls, that in major cases, he goes and creates Facebook pages, and then he comments in there and basically sends himself tips. We heard that from his own mouth. How much of the information that he spreads as a fact in his lives about some of these cases, like some of the stuff that he said about Don and Candace that he's gotten from an inside source, that he said about Sebastian Rogers case, about Idaho 4, etc. How much of that comes from an unvetted source that is actually his own troll account? And that's seriously a question. The Cheez It video and the dragonflies. There was one Jenny and I watched one night when he was covered. Yep, there it is, the Idaho grades. He was just pointing at the grades, and we just died laughing. He doesn't want his new audience to know about his history, in my opinion. I wondered that, Gemini. However, give me 1 second. Sorry, I had to sneeze, and there was like 3 of them. So the video that I did on him, the deep dive that I did on him, it has like what, 16,000 views now. Even when it first came out, it had quite a bit. I think it was up at like 10K within a week. So, oh, it's at 18,000 views. Anyway, he's never once struck that video. He's never, well, maybe he's attempted to and didn't succeed. I don't know, but he never struck it, anything like that. So now he tried to come at me. Like I said, he tried to connect Jenny to me and the absurdity of that. But if he truly wanted it removed, you would think that there would be other ways that he would have went about it. In my opinion, I think that he enjoys the part after someone discusses him, the trolling and the contacting of people and the doxing. Oh my gosh, I know what you're talking about, Evil Queen. I do know what you're talking about. You must be missing out. Here, let me drop this video again. You can put me on 2x to hear it sometime. Like it, I know it's an hour long, but it goes quick. Trust me. Or I could play it. Do you guys want me to play it? The internet is forever. That's a fact. When someone is building a case against themselves, I let them. Mm. Yeah. I always feel like somebody's watching me. I love that song. Remember Idaho for the person found the recorder in the trash can behind the store, gave it to him. He finds a lot of stuff, Titanium, doesn't he? He seems to find quite a bit of things when it comes to these cases. All right, I can play it. If we get bored with it, we get bored with it. I've got nothing going on tonight. I really just didn't want to do a stream about Sebastian and all that stuff right now, but don't worry, Jenny and I are going to get back to the interviews. I just needed a few days off from the madness. It was Staples dumpster in Moscow. Thank you, Shay. Let's see how fast we can listen to me. Let's see if this is too fast.
Hey y'all, so I have been working on this one for about a week now. It took a little bit of time to do all the research and gather all the material, but I want to show you all why I believe that Jonathan Lee Riches is the ultimate true crime tragedy parasite. Yes, different from tragedy pimp. I know that's the preferred term around here, but I prefer parasite. The definition of a pimp is to make use of, often dishonorably for one's own gain or benefit. So I understand why pimp is used and the saying, tragedy pimps, I get that. But parasite makes a lot more sense for me because the definition is an organism living in, on, or with another organism in order to obtain nutrients, grow, or multiply, often in a state that directly or indirectly harms the host. There's also the second definition that I really think sticks. Someone or something that resembles a biological parasite in living off of, being dependent on, or exploiting another while giving little or nothing in return. I saw Jonathan had posted this video last week, and I gave it a chance. I truly did. And for those who don't know Jonathan's past, you might think, oh, what's the big deal? He just went to Sandy Hook to share the memorial and everything that happened there. But it's a lot deeper than that.
So it says, welcome to the memorial honoring the lives of the victims of the December 14th, 2012 shooting at the Sandy Hook Elementary School. This is a special place of quiet and reverence, place for the families of the victims and for the community to reflect and remember. Encased within the stone is the sacred soil created from the many items left in the spontaneous memorials throughout the town on the days following the tragedy.
After reading the plaque, all Jonathan does is walk you down and show you the memorial and read off the names. I kept waiting for it, for the apology that never came. At the end of reading off all the names of the victims, he said that he was praying for them. And I want to believe that, but I just can't. I'm sorry. It felt like to me he was exploiting them all over again. It might have been in a little bit different way than it was over 10 years ago when he exploited them the first time, but it feels like he exploited them nonetheless, using them solely for content, nothing informational or educational at all about the visit, and more importantly, no apology whatsoever for what he did 10 years ago. I know he did all the legal stuff beforehand and the fishing and all that, and we'll get into it, but to me, Sandy Hook is where he perfected his true crime, parasite, trolling career, and it's just spiraled since then. For us to fully understand how Jonathan got to this trolling parasite entity that he is now, we're gonna have to go back to the beginning. And everything that I'm reading, the articles will be referenced in the description under this video. Some of the articles are no longer available, but their newspaper or their affiliate will be linked also. In the early 2000s, when the less affluent, the technologically unsophisticated, and the simply reluctant masses were just starting to find their bearings online, Jonathan Lee Riches helped develop the identity theft technique known as phishing. He was in his mid-20s, living in Florida, and collaborating with teenage chat room acquaintances in Texas, who used spam emails to trick victims into disclosing personal information. Riches' role was to monetize the data, which he accomplished by seamlessly navigating the online and offline worlds. In contemporaneous news accounts, investigators describe the way Riches would stroll into a bank, flash fake identification, and coolly impersonate his mark, convincing tellers to hand over thousands of dollars in cash. The consequences reverberated widely. By the estimate,
So, not only did he steal their identities, but he took it like a step farther and he dressed like I could just picture him. You guys could picture this, right? Like dressing up as one of the identities that he's stolen and going into a bank. Like it's just mind-blowing that he like took that extra step. Like why dress up? That's the part that I don't get. Heels, I need to know more about that. His trolls have gotten him a felony and separately 5 years probation. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd like to.
of the FBI, the group charged more than $1.4 million to accounts opened in the names of about 2,000 people. Rich's own parents, who live in a small town in Pennsylvania, served probation for failing to fully cooperate with investigators. He was sentenced to 125 months in prison for fraud and conspiracy. Rich has kept up a steady legal correspondence on his case. In March of 2006, from a medium security prison in South Carolina, he filed a motion seeking the return of confiscated assets, including 23 new PlayStation video games, a commemorative Super Bowl football, 66 new shirts with tags, I wonder if they all said media, a plunger, a subwoofer, and a box of life vests. The document drew little attention or sympathy, and a judge ordered the items forfeited to the FBI for donation to Goodwill. In hindsight, though, his signature on the sworn statement, Jonathan Lee Riches with the copyright symbol at the end, signified the start of an improvisatory publicity campaign. He used the copyright symbol that same month in a 9-page conspiracy complaint seeking damages of almost $400 trillion, backed by gold or silver. Filing his suit in the Eastern District.
So that was something that they were talking about on Granny's today is that he has branded himself. And, some people feel, and there's no shade in them, that feel that it's brilliant what he's done. Others feel quite differently.
District of Pennsylvania, he named several hundred defendants, including President Bush, Pope Benedict XVI, Bill Gates, and Kofi Annan. Rich's lawsuit was eventually dismissed on the grounds of failure to pay a $250 filing fee. But a more pretentious result did emerge. His work had been sucked into the internet slipstream with viral results. At this point, we are in the middle of 2006. At this point, his image begins to appear regularly on legal blogs such as Dreadnought, Above the Law, and even the hard-hitting Smoking Gun. One blogger called him America's favorite serial.
Oh, was he talking about? Oh, so when he went to Sandy Hook, I thought she was talking about a recent situation. Okay, never mind.
Litigant. Over the next 6 years, he became a world-class irritant by filing absurd, frivolous, pro se lawsuits. He filed thousands of them against anyone and everyone. The Kardashians, Kanye West, whom Rich is accused of running a secret Al-Qaeda camp, Belichick.
All of these lawsuits scrolling in the background, none of them are repeating at all. I'm just scrolling through them, and I think they end up on here, and I even sped them up, but they end up on here for like 10 minutes. That's how many lawsuits he filed.
Michael Vick, anyone. So prolific a litigant was Rich's that he became a one-man burden on the federal court system, a troll tagging the docket forever. In 2010, federal prosecutors won an unprecedented and possibly unconstitutional nationwide injunction against him to prevent him from suing, claiming that if he weren't stopped, the government would suffer irreparable harm. Rich's immediately bypassed the injunction by slipping a batch of lawsuits to a soon-to-be-released inmate to file on the outside for him. The prison cracked down hard after this. No paper in his cell, no stamps. This only caused Jonathan to go on a hunger strike in protest. After 22 days, the warden had him force-fed through a tube. This just shows his dedication to misinformation. Jonathan was...
So when people say that it was brilliant, like I think Betty is the one who said it, it was brilliant that what he was doing to expose the media and law and how they're not working accurately and blah, 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 blah. I can't remember exactly what she said. But what it did was just, it's not a victimless crime, you know? It's like a bottleneck to the court systems. And some of these lawsuits caused a lot of issues for the ones that he filed them on. Or filed them about, I should say, rather.
Was different. He trolled harder, unafraid to use his name and face, often shunning a keyboard in favor of real-world trickery, all of which made him a more effective hoaxer. Now, I obviously cannot mention every single lawsuit because there are thousands, but the next couple I think are very important to mention. I would say it helps us understand Jonathan, but I don't think there's any understanding this guy. But it gives us some insight into the type of individual that Jonathan is, and it shows us the lengths that this man will go to effectively hoax, troll, parasite a situation, a tragedy. It's truly sick. In 2011, he sued Jared Lee Loeffner, the defendant in the shooting of Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords. His reasoning was, and I quote, "I'm in fear that if the defendant transfers to FMC Lexington, he will be placed in solitary confinement, where I'm currently being illegally detained and possibly being my cellmate, in which he could use his bare hands or a prison shank to kill me for being a moderate Democrat." In his suit, Jonathan includes a 4-page handwritten story of how he had to smuggle his complaint out of prison. It's a complicated story. It involves ants and pigeons. In 2016, Jonathan will end up circling back to Loeffner and impersonate him to sue someone else. But we'll get to that a little later. This brings us to Jonathan's release from federal prison in April of 2012. He was ordered to serve 5 years of probation, participate in any mental health treatment deemed necessary by his parole officer, and pay restitution of $92,680 at a rate of $200 a month. In legal filings, he pledged to capitalize on his fame by running legal workshops and selling t-shirts. He went home to live with his parents in Pennsylvania, but his parting shot, the Loeffner lawsuit, marked a darker turn. A little more than a month later, courts in several states received requests for a restraining order against Jerry Sandusky, the Penn State assistant football coach convicted of child molestation. The plaintiffs, who all typed similar accusations in all caps, included people calling themselves Jonathan Bollinger, Tom N. Jerry, and Gino Romano. In his injunction, Riches, posing as Jonathan Bollinger, a cousin to Brooks Bollinger, a former Wisconsin Badgers quarterback, alleges that on October 5th, 2002, I went to Camp Randall Stadium to watch my cousin play, quarterback against the visiting Penn State Lions. Around the third quarter, I went to the bathroom. While urinating, I was approached by defendant Jerry Sandusky, who said he was traveling with Penn State and asked me if I wanted a signed Joe Paterno autograph, and I told him to leave me alone because I was peeing. And Sandusky said to me, "Let me touch it," and reached in the urinal and grabbed my penis, further saying to me, "Let me make your sexual fantasies come true." I told him, "Stop molesting me, and I'm reporting him to the police." Sandusky then left, but gave me a fair warning. "If you tell a soul I touched your penis, I will kill you," and left. Then after the game, I told my cousin Brooks, head football coach Barry Alvarez, Brian White, and Kevin Cosgrove, who the coaching staff told me they are friends with Sandusky and won't help me. I have suffered emotional distress since. I fear Sandusky is going to kill me. I seek a restraining order. Respectfully, Jonathan Bollinger. This completely fabricated injunction, ladies and gentlemen, was manufactured by the man who now covers missing children's cases. None too amused, a judge in Wisconsin identified the plaintiff as Jonathan Lee Riches, who has vexed the court system with thousands of frivolous lawsuits before his recent release from federal prison, and whose zeal for filing meretricious actions against newsmakers, celebrities, athletes, and politicians continues unabated. Threatening to hold Riches in contempt, the judge wrote, aside from the incredibly
I think that's the issue, is like the imagination on this guy, how easy it is for him to fabricate these lies. And some might think it's funny and like, oh yeah, look what he did, haha, all these lawsuits are hilarious. But some of the things in these lawsuits, like the one I just read off, it's just madness, the lie that he easily fabricated. And that's what has me questioning what he covers in true crime today. It does.
tasteless act of filing these false accusations in light of the very real victims of sexual assault against children. The individual involved here appears to have committed a fraud on this court. The admonition carried serious consequences, including the threat of a report to his probation officer. In a letter to the judge dated July 13, 2012, Riches denied any knowledge of the lawsuit. He requested an attorney and a mental health evaluation because, quote, I don't know what this paperwork means, quote. Seriously, Jonathan, I can't with this guy. After this, Riches began to build his online social media presence on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. His next 3 lawsuits helped bridge that gap between online hoaxes and real-world antics. His behavior was beginning to escalate. In October 2012, he posed as Selena Gomez's father and filed a federal complaint against Justin Bieber for stealing his credit card and using it to pay for a penis enlargement. That hoax was picked up by multiple news sources, mainly TMZ, who ran with the hoax for a while. Then he posed as the brother of Kevin Federline, and that one exploded on Radar Online, and it brought a lot of attention to Jonathan. The third case was filed by a Jonathan Jolie, who sued Brad Pitt, John Travolta, and the Church of Scientology for, among other things, assaulting him. Jolie, meaning Riches, who claimed to be Angelina Jolie's cousin, wrote that he was hiding at the Italian embassy in New York for protection, and I'm wearing a mask. Included in the lawsuit is a photo of a masked man standing in a kitchen. He's holding a February 2003 mugshot of Jonathan Lee Riches. And then in late December of 2012, Jonathan commits the act that spurred the motivation to create this video. A decade after his first crimes of stealing personal profiles and going into banks to get cash advances from the identities that he stole, Riches begins venturing into the real world in search of material to post online. 2 days after the massacre of 26 children and educators at Sandy Hook Elementary School, Jonathan Lee Riches filmed himself driving to Connecticut. In the car, he displayed a photo of Adam Lanza, the accused killer, attached to a doll. He drove past recognizable landmarks, tried to approach the Lanza home, and turned back at a police checkpoint. Riches then drove.
Yes, the list is online. It would be in the link. One of the links in this video has most of them. So it only goes up to a certain year. I can't remember which. And there were more posted after that. So they're not included here, but it's a pretty big list. And it also doesn't have some of his earlier ones that are, what's the word I'm looking for? It involved, I can't remember. Hang on. Let me look it up because I don't want to misquote. And that'd be like the one thing he goes at me for. Hang on.
To a makeshift memorial site in Newtown. Now, in his YouTube videos that he uploaded later online, he looked around the area for a while first. It then goes back to the memorial site where he identified himself to reporters as Jonathan Lanza, uncle of the school shooter. It was reported by the New York Daily News and other media outlets. He told journalists that the killer had been taking Fanapt, an antipsychotic drug prescribed for the treatment of schizophrenia. As photographers snapped away, Riches dropped to a knee and feigned praying for the young victims. Of course, as we all know, this was completely fabricated. Riches has no connection whatsoever to Adam Lanza, and he used this tragedy, this traumatic experience for the entire country. It's the worst school shooting, mass shooting in history, and Jonathan Lee Riches used that tragedy like a parasite. He exploited the hell out of it, and he was proud of it. Heels in the Air has this audio from a 2015 interview that Jonathan did. He describes his actions at Newtown, and afterwards will prove how he was lying again.
I went up to Sandy Hook. I could do it. I didn't say I did it in court, though. I tried to play the denial role, but, I was actually at Adam Lanza's window in his house and get chased off by a neighbor. I decided to get on my knees and start praying. At that point, while I was praying on my knees, I could hear the snapshot, like camera snapshot. So I thought, okay, let me just wing this. So I just pretend I was crying. And I started crying, going hysterical, and the cameras were rolling. I get up from the memorial, and this one media journalist comes up to me and goes, "Sir, you're very emotional here. What's going on?" And then at that point, I just winged it. I'm Jonathan Lanza. So at this point, by identifying myself as Jonathan Lanza, then I started to get flooded like cockroaches. Everybody, all media outlets started swarming me, wanting an interview and asking me my take, and I just winged it. You know, I basically said I was with Adam Lanza 2 weeks prior. We had a barbecue, everything was fine. It had to be the medication, it had to be the fan app, you know, and so on and so on. At that point, I started getting worried, a little scared because I was getting overwhelmed with media. I'm not used to media coverage like that. So I basically ran off, you know, kind of walked away from the scene, but I was getting chased by media, and I didn't know what to do because my car was up the road and I was parked across the street from a church. And believe it or not, during that time, the actual victims of the shootings, the family were praying in that church. And the church was basically, there was security outside the church to protect the families and whatnot. My car was parked across the street and I was running up the hill and the media was chasing me, but I didn't want to get in my car because they might have gotten my license plate and realized that I was not Jonathan Lanza and identified me or whatnot. So I just looked at the church and I just ran to the church. And at that point, the security saw me and must have realized that the media were chasing me because I was a victim's family member or somebody. So they grabbed me, the security, and ushered me into the church and told the other media to back off the property. And I get into the church. And I was thanking them, thank you, you saved my life. These people want to interview from me and whatnot. I said, you know, my nephew died from this tragedy, you know, and I switched to role playing at that point. Now I become a victim. There's victims' family members flooded in there, you know, praying. And one of the preachers, or one of the, I don't know who he was, he must have been the head preacher there, come down and talk to me. And I said, look, you don't even understand, these media here trying to get an interview from me, whatever like that, you know, and I need your help. So he brings over a big gentleman inside the church and he goes, this guy's a retired police officer. He's security here. Give him the keys to your car. He'll pull it around back. You can get in your car and leave. And I was at that. For a second, I was going to give him my keys, but I realized on the front seat of my car was Adam and Ryan Lanza's dolls that I had. So I said, no, I can't go that route. But I said, I need some help getting out of here. Whatnot. He said, well, come down to the basement. I'll give you a change of clothes. Look at this guy. And this guy here, he had like some escort guy. He said, he'll take you through the woods, through the town, down the street, and you can go about your way. And I said, okay, cool. So I put on a different outfit, went out the back door of the church, and we started walking in the woods. And then I realized, how, you know, this is ridiculous. This is cold, whatever. So I just gave my keys to the guy that they had with me. I said, look, dude, here, just take my keys. This is my car. It's across the street from the church. Bring it down here right now, whatever, like that. I got lucky because on my front seat, the dolls were there, but I had a towel over the dolls. So you didn't get to see the dolls. So I start driving off. I see the media still outside the church. I drive down to the high school because the word was Barack Obama was going to fly into town and talk to some of the victims' families. He was flying. So I actually parked down the street from the high school and went through the woods up to the high school where there were some media people already camped out there. And I was there for a while. I was there for about an hour or two. But then Secret Service came. They came early before Barack arrived and started sweeping the property. So Secret Service, they asked me up for my media credentials. They asked me who I was. And I told them, oh, I'm media. I'm an independent journalist. And they asked me.
Yeah, I've got it on 1.5 speed. He talks really fast. I agree, Pepper. I can't find what it was, but it is a violent crime. They're not on this list, and it's one of his first crimes that he committed. But it is a violent crime. I just can't find exactly what it was, so I don't want to misstate what it is. I can turn his interview down to 1.25.
For my media credentials, you know, I didn't have any and stuff like that, so I got escorted off the property. That was around 4 p.m. that day. This was Sunday, the 16th. The 14th was on a Friday. Sandy Hook was on a Friday, so this was the 16th on a Sunday. It was later on in the day, and you know, I started seeing pictures of me viral online, kneeling at the memorial and whatnot, news programs as Jonathan. But then I guess something happened in the next day or two where people started realizing, you know, I wasn't who I was, and then that started going viral. A lot of these places that put me out as Jonathan Lanza started retracting it. I just think it's amazing that a media would actually put me out there as Jonathan Lanza without me providing them any credentials, and, you know, just saying who I am. I mean, that's a classic form of media trolling and incompetence on the media's part, I would say. So that was the deal. Basically, I posted the videos up on Facebook. Local police department, I don't know, some way from how I get my calls now. My police department says the videos are all mine, and then I'm just taking a shower. I guess it's on the 19th of December, and there's a knock on my door, and there's about 20 police officers at my door, ready to detain me, and I haven't seen the light of day since.
So Jonathan's first lie was that he was at the window of Adam Lanza and a neighbor ran him off. Well, thanks to his own recording, although this is not from him, it's another YouTube channel had it posted, and it was also on a news site. But from his own recording, that's not what happened.
Jonathan Lee Riches. And I'm here with my friend Adam and Ryan Lanza. And we are at Bresson Farm Road. And we are going to the neighborhood of 36 Yogananda Street in Sandy Hook, Connecticut. We are going to go to the house of Ryan and Adam Lanza.
Okay, I removed the audio and sped this next part up because all he's doing is driving up to Adam Lanza's house with his creepy ass dolls. I wanted to leave the audio on the first part to prove to you that it is in fact Jonathan Lee Riches. You can tell that from his voice. But there's also a part coming up where I will freeze it and you can see his face. So we know it's the day he went to Sandy Hook. He's attempting to go up to Adam Lanza's house. He gets turned down by law enforcement, other people protecting the house, and asked to leave. There is no neighbor. He didn't go up to any window. He never even got out of the car. Just more fabrication from Riches. Everything this man does is a made-up story.
Well, I just got kicked out. God told me to turn the camera off. I just got kicked out.
Just let us go. I don't know what's going on there. How do you feel about that? I had to throw the dolls down. Oh, I'm sorry. I ruined your face. I'm sorry I ruined your face. Adam. Anyway, this guy here told me to turn the camera down. Turn the camera off.
He involves those dolls in other videos. It is crazy. Laundry, that is what Betty has claimed. I don't know if that's what he's claimed as well, but yeah, it's the media's fault for believing his lies. That's what he exposed, that the media doesn't vet their sources. Well, I'm guessing that certain YouTubers don't vet their sources either.
There's a couple other lies that Jonathan tells us in that audio clip, right? There's about 30 minutes of video from his trip to Sandy Hook. I'm not going to share all that because it would just be ridiculously long, but there's a few pieces of audio I really want you to hear.
You'll see there, down that street there, is Sandy Hook Elementary School. Police are not letting anyone go past there unless you are law enforcement. I believe they're trying to cover something up. I believe this whole incident was a false flag attack. I believe that Adam Lanza was mind controlled by the Illuminati or possibly by some sort of New World Order global elitists. I'm here as a truth seeker.
That reminded me, one of my first lives I did was to talk about how I'm not the Illuminati, which is why it's a joke here that I am the Illuminati, and Cash believes I am. It's because after this video, one of the trolls that I kept getting in emails was that I was connected to the Illuminati, accusing me of some wild things being connected to the Illuminati.
To figure out what's going on and to find answers, because this will affect every American with the taking away of their civil liberties and the disarmament.
There were multiple memorials around Sandy Hook, and Jonathan visits them all.
Jonathan Lee Bridges, Sandy Hook Elementary School, front entrance. They're not letting anyone in. Adam Lanza was a victim of a mind control experiment orchestrated by the Illuminati, and I'm here to solve the puzzle. Jonathan Lee Bridges, and today is December 16, 2012, and I'm behind the crime scene. I've made it behind the police, and this is downtown Newton, Connecticut, site of the Sandy Hook school shooting massacre.
So we've heard twice now that he was unable to get access to the school. Praise the Lord. And we're about to hear it for a third time.
And I was just down at the Sandy Hook school, but they wouldn't let anyone in. It got blocked off.
Jonathan claimed in the audio that he was accosted by media and chased to a church because his car was parked across from the church. That's not true, because we'll see at the end of this clip where his car is parked. The church is much farther down if you look at the map. He also claimed that he's changed his character for a third time and was taken through the woods and hid out to go to the school because he wanted to see Obama. And I think in the audio he said it was around 4 p.m. We can tell from his videos that he is there early in the day. We can tell from news reports that when he tells them he is Jonathan Lanza, it's in the mid-morning hours. And then he has video of himself leaving the area that afternoon. So again, nothing but lies from this man. Lies about the horrific hoax that he did. It's just ridiculous.
And if you notice, going over to my car, I'm going to show you something. Look at all these news meetings. But we go into my car, what do we have here? What's under the masks? Yeah, it's Adam and Ryan Lanza. And we're together downtown Newton. I'm here to seek the truth.
This clip is from the day before, on the 15th. He had planned to go to Newton. He's with his creepy ass dolls again, and then he burns a picture of Sandy Hook School. At the end of Heel's audio clip, there's a part that I cut off, and it's Bullhorn Betty claiming that Jonathan was brilliant for doing this. It's actually kind of smart if you think about it. She says he's proving that the media doesn't do a good job of fact-checking their sources. I'm curious how often Betty or Jonathan or any of these tragedy parasites fact-check their sources. But what Jonathan did 10 years ago and what he is still doing today is akin to what Alex Jones did to the victims at Sandy Hook. You are making a mockery of this tragedy. This is not an individual who is a self-proclaimed advocate for anyone. This is truly just horrible, and it continues to get worse. A few days after Sandy Hook and posting his videos on social media, because we know that's what Jonathan does, his probation officer saw them, and you can clearly see his face in that one video. He violated his probation. This article states, Jonathan Lee Riches of West Goshen Township appears before Chester County Court Judge Jacqueline C. Cody on Thursday morning, accused of violating his probation by traveling to Newtown, Connecticut in December without permission. He told the judge he suffered from mental illness and does not always follow his prescribed regimen. I know that I have to take my medications, he said. I need treatment, Your Honor. He acknowledged feeling better since his incarceration, a contradiction to a letter one of his many followers posted on Facebook, in which Riches allegedly complains that Chester County Prison was starving him and keeping him in isolation, accusations the prison empathetically denied. Assistant District Attorney Andrea Cardamone Cardamom told the judge that the offense marked Rich's 4th probation violation since 2000, a history of disturbing infractions that was interrupted while Rich spent 10 years in federal prison for duping AOL customers into giving him personal information that he used to make fraudulent purchases. He was paroled in April. In addition to making harassing, obscene phone calls, Riches has filed forged documents claiming he was working for an Illinois law firm, posted personal data, including a social security number of his probation officer online, and demonstrated a kinship with recent mass murderers, Cardamom said, recommending a 1 to 5 year state prison term. Defense attorney Robert J. Donatoni acknowledged that his client needed to be punished. However, he urged an 8 to 12-month county sentence. He pointed out that Rich's behavior also prompted a federal detainer. The federal government is waiting to see what happens here, Donatoni said, suggesting that the federal system's medical facilities are better equipped to meet Rich's needs. He's mentally ill, Donatoni said. I don't say that as an excuse. I say it as a statement of fact. Donatoni said Riches was delusional enough to file record number of lawsuits from federal prison, citing a suit against Hurricane Katrina as an example of his client's tenuous grip on reality. The suits, many of which garnered headlines, were so frequent and frivolous that a federal injunction was filed and Riches ended up in solitary confinement, Donatoni said. Before issuing her decision, Cody watched a brief portion of the YouTube video that landed Riches back in prison, before indicating that she had seen enough. In the video, Riches talks about being a truth seeker who will determine how Lanza was mind controlled to unload his weapons on school children. I know mental illness is a difficult thing to live with, said Cody, but she said things have been getting worse and worse, to the point of causing serious emotional harm to a lot of people. Rich's parents and a family friend attended the hearing. Also in the courtroom was West Goshen Township Detective David Mortimer, one of the officers who has fielded concerns from people across the country about some of Rich's postings. Police said they have been monitoring Rich's since his release in April. In fact, that vigilance generated Thursday's hearing. While watching the December video in which Riches describes approaching the Connecticut residence of Adam Lanza, officers saw Riches' face briefly when he dropped the video camera. Because Riches had not notified his probation officer of the trip, he was cited for the violation. After the hearing, Donatoni said he is concerned that Riches will not get the help he needs in state prison. He said he expected federal authorities to impose an additional penalty, although no hearing has been scheduled. He said that term could be consecutive to the Chester County sentence. A strictly penal sentence will not serve anyone. He's seriously mentally ill, said Donatoni. He needs to be in a place where he can get treatment so he doesn't get worse. Cardamom said she was pleased with the sentence, in particular because it prioritizes the need to protect the public and the community. She said both Chester County and the federal authorities have been attempting to address Mr. Rich's mental health needs for over a decade. The sentence imposed by the court today ensures that the community will be protected while these efforts continue. I don't take the claims about Jonathan's mental health lightly. However, I also don't take what is happening to these victims lightly either. And maybe you're saying the same thing that Betty says here.
A shooting that happened in Sandy Hook, and him making a joke of it and that type of stuff. There's been no answers for that.
But when you realize that was over a decade ago, and you realize that was like 12 years ago.
So, okay, yeah, this was over a decade ago. I get that. I would like to point out to Betty and Jonathan that they have harassed people whose criminal records are well over a decade ago as well. Lots of people. But it's okay for Jonathan? Let's go ahead and see what he's done since then, though. Has he changed his behavior? Jonathan spends 3 years in prison for that parole violation. I can't find much on him during his time in there until the very end. On March 18th, 2016, Riches knowingly and willfully made, used, and filed a false and fraudulent writing and document falsely and fraudulently posed as Jared Lee Loeffner. In the phony lawsuit, Riches sought $25 million in punitive damages from Giffords for emotional and psychological distress. While posing as Loeffner, Riches said Loeffner was illegally incarcerated based on false statements by Giffords. He also couldn't help himself, and he had to get involved in filing a lawsuit on behalf of Jason Dalton, the Kalamazoo spree shooter. Multiple media outlets reported about the jaw-dropping $10 million suit that Jason Dalton, the alleged Kalamazoo spree shooter, had purportedly filed against ride-sharing company Uber. Dalton, a former Uber driver, stands accused of killing 6 people and wounding 2 others between passenger pickups on February 20th in the western Michigan town. News of Dalton's supposed suit came days after police revealed that during an interrogation, Dalton claimed that he was possessed by the devil through his use of the Uber app. In the multi-million-dollar suit, Dalton alleged that Uber had subjected him to a hostile work environment and that working for the company had ruined his life. When it was discovered to be a hoax and Riches was called out, this is what he had to say for himself. I, Jonathan Lee Riches, wrote the lawsuit. I drafted it up and it got sent to the courts. And I'll tell you the reason why I've done it. This jerk here ruined a lot of families. He hurt a lot of people. Do you understand? And now he's sitting in jail at the taxpayer's expense, sitting comfortably in solitary confinement. He's sitting there eating commissary and just sitting nonchalantly. Well, it ain't happening. I'm speaking up on behalf of all the victims of this tragedy. My intent was to file the lawsuit, not necessarily to fool the media, but I wanted to create a lot of hostility towards Dalton. He's sitting in prison comfortably. You know, if you file a bunch of lawsuits in an individual's name, the clerk of court and the court will pretty much authorize the prison to take $350 out of that person's account because they have to pay the filing fees. This is in reference to the 1996 Prison Litigation Reform Act. So what I'm trying to say is the more lawsuits that get filed in Jason Dalton's name, the clerk of court and the courts will send a notice to the jail or the prison, wherever the individual is, authorizing them to take $350 out of the prisoner's trust account. Therefore, Jason Dalton can't get no commissary because his account will be frozen. He'll be so in debt to the courts. I hope people all around the country file suits in his name. I'll continue to file suits in this man's name, and I strongly encourage other people to do it. Dalton might be a monster, but what Jonathan did is he turned him into a victim of Jonathan's crime. There are 2 more lawsuits that Jonathan did before he was released from prison that I want to share with you. And it might be repetitive of me to go over these suits, but I want you to realize the scope of what Jonathan has done, the torment that he has put on people. And I know he probably thinks these lawsuits are a victimless crime, but they're not. In this handwritten lawsuit, Jonathan poses as a man named Jahidi Shitz. I don't know if that's how you say it, but that's what it looks like. And he sues a couple that have recently won the Mega Millions in Tennessee. He alleges that he was in contact with their daughter Tiffany, as well as the winners themselves. He states that he lent the money to Tiffany Robinson for the winning Powerball ticket that her parents purchased. Some of the comments made by Jonathan in his lawsuit go beyond frivolous. He actually tries to claim that he was in personal contact with the Robinsons' daughter Tiffany, and that he wanted her to be his Muslim bride, to leave America with her and live in the land flowing with milk and honey. The lawsuit has caused many alarm and sparked conversations regarding the safety and security of lottery winners, especially those who win huge amounts of money like the Mega Millions and the large Powerball jackpots, like the Robinsons did. This is what Jonathan wrote in that lawsuit. I am the actual true winner of the Powerball jackpot. For the last 2.5 years while I was incarcerated, I was pen pals with Tiffany Robertson. She was a fan of mine and a Facebook follower, and she wrote me dirty letters, which I have as evidence. And she said she wanted to marry me when I got out of prison. Tiffany told me that no one on this earth treats her better than me, and then I sent her $20 from my prison trust fund account and told her to use the money for Powerball tickets, because if we win, we will leave America and live on a remote island full of milk and honey. And I told Tiffany to give my money to her parents, Lisa and John Robinson, to buy Powerball tickets because they couldn't afford to buy. And they promised me if they won any Powerball, I am entitled to half the winnings. Now I find out this Robinson family won the Powerball. Tiffany changed her number. The whole Robinson family defriended me on Facebook. I am not in prison no more. He was in a halfway house at this point. I am a practicing Muslim, and Tiffany was going to be my Muslim wife. And now I'm homeless. I had to borrow pen and paper to write this restraining order. Now the whole Robinson family are going to run around this earth spreading Powerball money that belongs to me. I am so heartbroken by this injustice. I feel Tiffany conned and bamboozled me and manipulated my love for $20 and sold me out. Now she is laughing at me while I collect crumbs. I had to go to a psychologist to get depression medication because of Tiffany Robinson. She's responsible. I seek a restraining order against the Robinson family collecting any Powerball money. The money belongs to me. I paid for the winning ticket. I seek a full congressional investigation. I seek half of the Robinsons' earnings. I pray for relief. If we have learned one thing from Jonathan's lawsuits, it's that he can easily conjure up a story, a narrative, twist facts to bend in his favor. And we see him do this frequently now in true crime. It's disgusting. The last lawsuit that Jonathan Lee Riches files before.
No, he's not a practicing Muslim that I'm aware of. It's just one of his trolls. Just one of his trolls. But that last lawsuit did have some outreaching implications and caused some issues for those lottery winners. Thankfully, they were able to get it settled pretty quickly, but the point still remains that it does affect these people. And so the whole notion that it's a victimless crime is just that, a notion. It's bupkis. I honestly don't know what he claims at all. I truly don't.
Or leaving prison halfway house situation that he was in. It's kind of ironic, but he files a suit seeking an injunction and a temporary restraining order to stop Donald Trump from running for president. I can't even. The reason it's ironic is what he spends the rest of his year doing. We're going to get into it. After his release, Jonathan spends the rest of 2016 and 2017 perfecting his skill. I don't know what else to call it. He becomes very prolific in social media, creating multiple Facebook accounts, YouTube accounts, Twitter accounts to troll people with, even to troll himself at times. Very odd behavior, a behavior that I believe he continues to this day. But he also starts to go quote unquote real life. Although his past crimes affected real people, they truly did. What he begins to do though is actively attack people on social media and cases, of course. It's very evident that he is drawn to whatever the hot topic is of the time. He attended the Bill Cosby trial in September and offered Cosby Jell-O every time the rapist entered and exited the court. This is also when Jonathan takes the opportunity to jump into the political world and troll the shit out of it. One particularly successful ruse was posing as a Muslim and attending political events. He did it at a Trump event in Pennsylvania on October 1st, 2016. And then just 3 days later, he was front row at a Hillary Clinton town hall in Haverford, Pennsylvania, representing Muslims for Clinton. That appearance led to Riches being featured in the lead image of a Breitbart story, attacking the Council on Islamic-American Relations, a Muslim civil rights and advocacy group that the political right has used as a boogeyman to whip up Islamophobia. While all of Jonathan's political trolling is downright narcissistic, shameless, and disgusting, this situation at the end of 2016 sheds a lot of light into who Jonathan Lee Riches truly is. After Trump won the election, Jonathan took to trolling anti-Trump protests rallies that were happening around the country. He also started doxing anyone that would post that they were having an anti-Trump rally. When he posted Nicole's photo, the comments under it were so horrendous. He also outed her previous employer, thinking it was her current one, and within a half an hour, over 600 bad reviews were made on the previous employer's business, which led into a lot of problems for Nicole. The previous employer calling her, talking about lawsuits.
What's that sound like? What he just did to the homestead lady. So yeah, pattern of behavior. I don't think it's changed. That's just my opinion. I'm entitled to it. You're entitled to think he has changed.
It was just despicable. Nicole tried going to law enforcement, but multiple agencies told her basically because her information was online, there was nothing that they could do about it. So Riches continued doxing people. Jonathan continued to ag on the people in the group, telling them to expose her. Her previous employer even ended up doxing her new job when he was replying to a comment, and the group found that and ran with it. Law enforcement told her not to go into work because they were so worried about all the threats that had been made to her. At this time, Jonathan's Facebook post became increasingly pro-Trump, but with racist rhetoric. He made a post that said, "It will be bigger than Berlin's wall and bigger than an inwards penis." In another post, he said, "I hope Donald Trump doesn't deport my illegal Mexican ex who lives at," and then he posted her address. Jonathan took to creating fake Facebook pages like this one to lure in marks connected to real events. Him and several other trolls created multiple Covington-related pages, pretending to be Sandman himself, and then go on there and bash the elder Nathan Phillips. People actually believed that this was the real Nathan. Situations like this make me wonder how often he's doing it now in true crime to the victims that he is covering, quote unquote. Jonathan once again gained national attention when he lied and wore this yarmulke and a Star of David t-shirt with the words "Jews for Trump." 4 days before this, a gunman, allegedly a white nationalist, had murdered 11 people in the Tree of Life synagogue in Pittsburgh. Jonathan told the reporter, "I sometimes have visions of potential confrontations with Proud Boys, or with white supremacists, or with some other Trump supporter who might not appreciate having Jews around. But it's never happened. To be honest, everyone I meet at the rallies feels like family." The material was just too good for every news article not to publish it, right? Until it turned out that it was a complete hoax. And a few days later, the New Yorker had to take the article down when they found out that Jonathan Lee Riches was indeed not Jewish. In November, Riches released a book about his litigation exploits called Nothing is Written in Stone. One of his co-contributors also writes for white nationalist publications. In 2019, Luke O'Brien, a reporter for the Huffington Post, does a interview with Riches where he answers some questions for him. I think it's important to go over these answers again just to give us a little insight into this bizarre mind. Luke asks, "How long were you in prison?" Riches says, 10 years. Got out and then I went to Sandy Hook and left the state without permission. So I violated probation. I got 3 years for a violation. I actually went up there like a conspiracy theorist to see what was going on. I just thought it was fascinating to go there. I actually got on my knees and prayed at the memorial. Then I got up and some reporter was in my face. Then I just winged it. I just said, "My name is Jonathan Lanza. I'm the uncle of the shooter and I'm here to give respect to the victims' families." Then next thing I know, I get bombarded by media people. "You're the uncle of the shooter? Oh my God, oh my God." They're putting cameras and microphones up in my face. I gave like a press conference there. I drive home. Next thing I know, my phone's blowing up and everybody's telling me I'm on the news as the shooter's uncle. So this is the third story we have heard out of Riches about the Sandy Hook situation. I'm guessing none of them are the truth. He just fabricates bullshit on a daily basis, it appears. I don't get what his reasoning is though behind it. Is it truly just a mental health issue or is there some other sick, twisted thing happening here? After the Sandy Hook stunt, you were in prison for 3 years? Yep. At that time, I stopped the lawsuits and I shifted towards the Pennsylvania right to know law, which is like the Freedom of Information Act, but on the state level. I just kept submitting them and submitting them. Like, I want to know Taylor Swift's educational record. Every department in Pennsylvania. I want to know how many gallons of milk your milking department made in the month of blah, blah, blah. Just stupid stuff. I was just creating a clusterfuck. That was my entertainment when I was in prison. This is a lie because we know for a fact that he filed multiple lawsuits while he was in jail that second time around. But this also shows us he likes to just file FOIA requests for the simple fact of filing them. I don't believe for 1 second that he cares about the people that he's producing content on YouTube. You got out of prison the second time in May, which was coincidental because not long after that, Trump declared his candidacy. Riches replies, "That's where I got fascinated because Mr. Trump comes and then he's just is not politically correct. He's just a candidate that I instantly paid attention to. I was looking at the online reactions to him and stuff, and then I trolled off of other people's reactions." So Trump was your entry point to political trolling? Political and online trolling, yes, and real life trolling. Once he got the nomination, then that's when I started, especially in Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania was a hotbed state. So I was going to every single rally with anybody that was a high profile political figure. I went to a Hillary Clinton town hall meeting and they placed me right behind Hillary Clinton as a Muslim for Clinton. I shook her hand and everything. Sometimes the campaigns put people behind a certain candidate if you fit a narrative, whatever, like that. Tell me where and when the New Yorker interview happened. It was at the Fort Myers Trump rally. I was just standing in line as Jews for Trump, and this photographer came up to me, liked my shirt, and started asking me some questions. Wanted to take my picture. He was directing me. He was telling me exactly what to look at, the way I should position myself, which was strange because because I never had anybody do that. So he took my picture and gets my information and says the reporter is going to get back to me. And you were wearing a yarmulke the whole time? Yarmulke, Jews for Trump shirt, Trump shoes that have Trump on them. And then I just told that guy, my name is Jonah. I just took a Jewish name. I figured Jonah was Jewish, Jonah Rich. I was going to say Rothschild, but I just said Jonah Rich. You were posing as a Jew after a massacre in a synagogue. Do you think there's anything wrong with that when so much anti-Semitism is swirling around and you're not Jewish? And people might interpret it as you making light of tragedy. My mind at that particular moment for that particular rally was go down there, Jews for Trump, and show that Jews do support Trump. But you're not Jewish, right? No, I'm not Jewish at all. So you were creating disinformation that in the wake of an actual tragedy could be viewed, especially by the people in the Jewish community, as very disrespectful. I'm just thinking of myself in that moment. With different rallies, I try to go with different themes. So I had that Jews for Trump shirt and I had that yarmulke for a while, and it was just an opportunity to use it at that time. Just the luck that the tragedy happened. I'm like, okay, I'm going to run with the Jews for Trump because of the tragedy. I don't think about the long-term consequences as far as disinformation or offending anyone, but I understand after the fact that people could be offended. My belief system shows no disrespect whatsoever towards that tragedy. This wasn't 10 years ago, people. This is 4 years ago. What did you tell the New Yorker reporter when he contacted you a few days later? We talked about my life and I just created a whole story that wasn't even true. I come from a Jewish family. I've been ostracized from the community or from my Jewish community for supporting Trump. The only thing that was real that I told him was maybe close to my name, Jonah Rich, Jonathan Riches, and my age. I'm from Philadelphia. Other than that, everything I told him was complete bullshit. I was telling him I was going to rallies I've never even been to. I was Googling Trump rallies from 2017 to get the time and month right so I could spit it out to him. He did ask me on the phone, okay, so who's your parents? I'm also looking up the white pages and I just find some family in Philadelphia linked to a guy named Jonah Rich in their 60s. I shot him off their names, so it backed me up. How long was that story up? Well, the next day I put up a Facebook post that said, haha, look at this, I trolled them, and then that evening it was gone. In terms of effective trolling, how important is it for you to do things in person? It's like testing my own boundaries, testing my own limits. My next troll is I'm gonna start running for political office, like mayor, city councilman, sheriff in different elections, like mock campaigns. Getting out diversifies my craft. It gives me confidence to do these beats, and I like to try to test the limits. Social media has made it much easier to troll, right? I think the tools are available now that can be exploited, and it's easy to get that message spread. The disinformation that I want, I can put out there. The next mass shooting, before they identify the shooter, I can set up 10 Twitter accounts looking like news sites, and then create whoever I want as the shooter, and then use the news sites to retweet that. Vulnerable, gullible people will see that. They think it's from a news site, and then they will copy it and tweet it out. Whenever there's disasters, I also set up Facebook groups, and then just thousands flock into the groups. I encourage everyone to basically fight each other. I don't censor anything. Is Facebook aware of the groups? Facebook is aware. Every single tragedy that happened in this country since, I would say, 2015, I got a group set up in that topic. I can create fake Facebook accounts under people's names so I can be anonymous. If a mass shooting happens, I'll create a video real quick and put whoever I want to identify as the mass shooter. Put some music, photo edit it real quick, and then throw it up on BitChute because I know that will be the searched word. People think of trolling in a negative way for good reason, but can trolling have a positive effect? I think if someone trolls, I think they should expose their troll to bring awareness. When I troll something and troll events, I go on my Facebook page and talk about the troll, kind of like informing everyone of what I've done. One, to brag, but also to wake people up. It provokes thought. It plugs the loopholes. What do you believe underneath all this? Do you have any firm beliefs? What are your politics? I'm just an atheist from a Christian family. I don't practice any religion. I don't hate anyone for their religion. I might pretend I belong to a religion, but not to disrespect it. What about your politics? I made a choice. Whoever's in power, that's who I'm going to support. I just try to go with the flow. Obviously, I was in prison and I strongly believe in criminal justice reform. Do you think Donald Trump is a troll? I would consider him the king of trolls. He knows what he's doing. He knows what to say to provoke attention. He's a showman. I think he's trolling the presidency, to be honest. For what reason? I think he's just getting a kick out of it. This might be some sort of bigger thing, maybe with Russia or something. Create division, because there's no unity in this country. It's getting more and more divided. I don't know what the future's going to be like. I just think that 2019 is going to be a bloody political mess right before the election again. It's going to be tense, man. And it depends on what Trump trolls around and tries to excite everybody with. I just know whatever is going on, I'm going to be trolling. Whatever breaking news, you can expect me to troll it. In 2020, COVID hit, and Jonathan continued his political trolling, this time attending school board meetings about mask mandates in counties that he didn't even live in, not to mention the fact that he doesn't even have any children. That's okay, because you can care about political viewpoints like that without having children. But the way he acted in some of these meetings was just bizarre. He continues to this day to attend Proud Boy rallies and Trump rallies and multiple political things for both sides of the aisle. For me, this isn't about politics. I don't care what your political viewpoint is. It's about what he is doing to victims. In 2021, we saw Jonathan switch to true crime when he showed up on the front lawn of the Laundrie's household, screaming into a bullhorn, asking, "Where is Gabby? Where is Gabby?" Now, the whole world wanted to know where Gabby was, and everyone was watching. But Jonathan, he was spreading misinformation during that time as well. He went to Brian's sister's house and harassed her along with Bullhorn Betty. They both harassed her until she came out and gave an interview she had already given to law enforcement and didn't owe to the general public. But because there's this crazy person in her front yard screaming on a bullhorn while her neighbors are trying to just live, she came out and did it anyway. Jonathan claimed multiple times that he personally knew Gabby Petito's family, yet we've never seen any proof of that whatsoever. He continued creating fake Facebook accounts and fake Facebook pages. Every single tragedy that has happened across this country, I bet you Jonathan Lee Riches has a fake Facebook group for it, and he's probably spreading misinformation inside of it, or at the very least encouraging his members to fight amongst each other. Why? For his sick, twisted pleasure. We saw later how Jonathan went to the home of Summer Wells. He's gone there multiple times. Jonathan has a sick obsession with Summer Wells. If you scroll through his YouTube, you will see hundreds, if not thousands, of videos about Summer, and all of the thumbnails are odd. More importantly, though, he's spreading misinformation about that case, and that is not doing that victim any justice whatsoever. He's done it with most major cases that we have seen today. Michael Vaughn's, the Idaho 4 case, the Murdoch case. Anywhere something is happening, Jonathan Lee Riches is there trolling like a parasite. And he has thousands of people commenting under his videos, "Thank you so much for this information. Oh my gosh, you're the best ever." What did he do? He told you some narrative that he wants you to believe, and he pointed his hand at it. That's all he did. He continues to dox victims around these cases as well. Right now, his sights are set on Dylan from the Idaho 4 case, and he is going at her at full force, creating narratives and stories that don't make any sense, but harm Dylan and her loved ones. For why? I don't believe that it's for super chats or money like other people in this tragedy pimp community. No, I think Jonathan derives some sick, twisted pleasure from all of this, and I think he has for a very, very long time. And if we keep feeding the troll by giving him clicks and views or attention like this, although I hope this comes across as informative to some people, but if we keep feeding the troll, it's just going to get bigger and bigger. And when will he stop? When will he stop harming victims and their families? If you made it this far, and I'm sorry, I know it's long, but I hope you learn from Jonathan himself how he teaches us that he is a parasite to the true crime community. So I'm begging, please stop exploiting the tragedies in this country. Stop creating division and hate and misinformation, because there's already too much of it in our world. We don't need any more. I also want to take a moment to remember those beautiful souls that were taken way too early. Charlotte, Daniel, Rachel, Olivia, Josephine, Dawn, Dylan, Madeline, Catherine, Chase, Nancy, Jesse, Anna Grace, James, Grace, Anna Marie, Emily, Jack, Noah, Caroline, Jessica, Avael, Lauren, Mary, Victoria, Benjamin, and Allison.
I told you it goes by quick. It goes by quickly. Yep, like he said, every news story, he will be there with a fake Facebook group and fake information. He told us exactly what he does. That's the crazy thing. He doesn't make a secret of what he does. And yet people still buy into it. And then they run around and say he's changed. He's a good man now. Is he? We saw what he did to what is it? The Starkey group? What he tried to do to me and Jenny? And there's a lot of others. I should probably compile them. He has no beliefs and stands for nothing. He wants attention and gets off from harassing people. I agree, Callie. I think he's looking for that next moment. Like he's trying to get that next newspaper article moment, like what he did in the Trump rally, where he got that attention. You know, all those legal blogs were giving him attention when he was filing those lawsuits. Breitbart, Smoking Gun, all of them were giving him that attention. I think that is what he's chasing. It's just my opinion, but I think he's chasing that high of that attention. And he's getting it right now. They gave a whole interview to a media place also, but they only aired like 2 minutes of it and twisted Cassie's words. You should have seen his Watts Facebook group. It was oh my. And now he's doing it. And like he told us in that article, it said that, you know, he talks about how the country is full of division and he wants to fuel that division. And I think that Honestly, that's what he does in true crime cases. I'm trying to see if I can find it real quick. Okay. Create, excuse me, create division. These are Jonathan's words in this article that was less than 4 years ago, or maybe it was just a little over 4 years ago. He said, create division because there's no unity in this country. It's getting more and more divided. I just know whatever's going on, I'm gonna be trolling. Whatever breaking news, you can expect me there to troll. This is the first I heard of him. That's why all the are locked down. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It went way down the Sandy. Oh yeah, the Sandy Hook rabbit hole is insane. Thanks, Shay. Thank you, Turtle Dove. Insane how is Facebook or any other social. So it's not just him. I just watched a documentary on, I think it's on Netflix, called The Antisocial Network. Have you guys seen that one yet? There are many JLR victims. So create more division, just leave people. Yeah, but that's what we're seeing right now in this case between Seth and Chris and Katie. They were united. When Gavel and I were going through those interviews in the beginning, no, they weren't standing next to each other and giving interviews, but they all three seemed to be on the same page as it came to Sebastian's case. Now, division and lots of it. I don't know. That's something that's asked a lot. I don't know, nor do I care to know, but he obviously has some deep pockets. The U.S. is. What's wrong with the best person? Yeah, I have no idea who the best person for the job is, but yes, we are clearly divided as a country. And he is feeding division and cashing in on it. Anyway, The Antisocial Network on Netflix. It's a new true crime, well, not true crime document. It's a new docuseries. Documentary. It's just one documentary. And it's very interesting. It's basically how 4chan started and then how 4chan led into Anonymous. And they're just trolls. Literally, that's how Anonymous started, was trolling the internet, hacking and trolling, and these guys thought it was hilarious. Some parts of the 4chan group, of the Anonymous, the original group, they didn't like the harsher stuff that some were doing, and they wanted to just stick to like the funny crap. Well, so that caused a divide and they split. But when I was watching that documentary, I saw a lot of the things that I discussed here in this little video I made about JLR. And that's what I pictured him doing. Like he just trolled the hell out of the internet. Yeah, that's where QAnon started from that. Absolutely. And I see all of that in his behaviors and his antics and what Anonymous, what Q did, all that stuff on 4chan. I think he, like, I don't know, they were just describing on there that, they weren't thinking about the repercussions of it. They weren't thinking about the implications from it. They were just having fun, not realizing how much they affected. They even say in the documentary that they believe they're the reason that Trump got elected. Whether they are or not, I don't know. But the point is they just trolled the shit out of the internet. They ruled the internet in a time when it was young and fresh. And I can see that JLR's actions kind of mimic that, his online actions that we saw play throughout this. And you can watch it happening in chronological order. Right? It's his playbook. It's a very similar playbook. He's from the same era, the same type of. Oh, that's right, Evil Queen. He has an Aunt Mary, allegedly. I don't know. That's a rumor. I don't know where he gets his money from. Like I said, I don't care. Now he obviously gets it from YouTube, but I just think it's very disheartening that there are individuals that I like out there that believe this guy still isn't up to the same antics, still isn't doing the same stuff, creating fake, Facebook accounts to feed himself disinformation in a case. It's still happening today. Oh, it's closer to 3,000. He did not win any of those lawsuits. Not even one. Not one lawsuit did he win. Sorry, I had to open my pib. It's called the Antisocial Network. Yes, it's over. Is it possible that he's on this? I have no clue. Educated opinion. It is possible. I think it's clear, allegedly, that he has some. Well, you don't even have to say allegedly. We know it because of his documents from his time in jail that he does. But I don't go into that side of it typically. But like I said, I don't think it's about any of the. I don't think it's about monetary gain. I do think it's something deeper, like you're saying. I think it's something that pushes him to do it. Not that I'm aware of, Kim. Most of them were thrown right out. The Gifford one did land him, what was it? Extended time in jail and a longer probation. That one did. That one was that one didn't go over for him quite the way he expected it to. Same as Proud Boys started with Gavin McInnes, yeah. They messed up the brains of good people, terrified them, and made them paranoid to the point it overrode the critical thinking brain parts. Yeah, you would like that documentary, Jenny. It touches on a lot of that. It touches on how, and we can see this happening right now in Sebastian's case, right? And just this little micro environment that we have here on YouTube. And, well, Nicole, I thought you were already gone. You have a good night, love. Thank you so much for being here and helping. We can see it in this little tiny micro environment that we have on YouTube, and that is sorry, real quick, I got a message. 1 second. So sorry. Sorry, my kiddos come first. Anyway, people's critical thinking skills, they're absolutely overrode by what the masses are doing. And we see the masses in Sebastian's case start to move a certain direction. And it's a small, tiny sector, right? But you can still see how thousands of people start to sway one way or another based on what a handful of people tell them to do. It's wild. And like this documentary, proposed that it's anger driven or fear driven. I don't know what drives it, but I find it very interesting. Thanks, Mal. Love to you too. Hope you're doing good. His attorney stated it. I thought part of his probation was that yes, that was. His attorney did state that. So did he have to pay any court costs when he started these balls rolling? So he had to pay the fees to file the suits, but he found a way around it. Like if you're in jail and below a certain income level, I mean, it was a very small amount that he had to pay, where a lot of people pay, $200 to $250 for one. He somehow got it down to like 10 or 15 bucks, really cheap. But so yeah, he still spent a ton of money doing that. Yeah, there is quite a bit out there on him. Yes, I do too. I hope everyone has a great week. But you can see the indigent. Thank you, Dennis. That's what it was. And so you can see the masses start to sway in a certain direction. And I'm wondering, like like Jenny says here, what happened to people's critical thinking skills? Like, what part of that are we not accessing anymore? And why aren't we accessing it? When we can go and get the information and disprove a lot of stuff that's being said, why don't we? Why? I want to know what drives a person to just easily believe what they're told. And I don't know if maybe I buck the system too much and I question everything, but some people just don't seem to believe whatever they're told, no matter how they're told it. You did- No, yeah. You held it there. You think it's blinders? I know you said blind eyes, but do you think it's blinder or like people prefer to have blinders on? They prefer not to do the work and to dig in or what? You're welcome. I don't know what you're thinking before we're sending it. Oh, the court caught. Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome. Zombie brains. I don't know what it is. I don't think a lot of people have any integrity. That's why they easily swayed. I just think that they enjoy being a part of something, maybe. They want to feel like a part of the crowd, a part of the group. That's one of the parts it touched on in that documentary was that people turn to the internet to be a part of something, to not feel alone. But they're still alone. They're just alone with a lot of other people who are alone. They want everyone else to do the work. Most people are followers. Well, if it's the internet, it must be true. But Jenny thinks they don't care. I don't know. I find it fascinating. I really do. I don't get it. It seems as though the person that speaks with the most conviction is the one that people will believe and follow. Callie, that's so true. If you are, I think it was just Nunya and I talking about this the other night. If you can articulate properly, if you can even just pretend you know what the fuck you're talking about, you can find a group of people, small or large, to believe you. Even without any proof, without one shred of proof, no receipts, no nothing, people will just believe it and go with it. Exactly. It feels like in some cases they feel dragging others makes them better. It's possible. It's scientifically proven that people will go with the flow in group settings because they don't want to stand out. It's group thinking, right? Hive mentality. Yeah. Most people won't even take 2 seconds to Google something. I heard people saying eclipses only happen every 200 years. Maybe that's why some of us are drawn to debunking things, to questioning everything. We need that balance, the yin, the yang. Too trusting unless it feels off. We don't question until someone shows us the light. But why aren't we looking for the light ourselves? Fake it till you make it. Like dragging the parents of missing children makes them feel better about their parenting mistakes or something. So, Jenny, you're saying projection because that's what that sounds like. They're projecting their own insecurities out onto these cases. Is that what you're saying? And when you got to go against those people, you're the devil and other nasty. Oh, cracking asses. You nailed it. You nailed it. That's so true. We need to question kind of brought us all. We need to question what brought us all here. Tony Maloney. I know you're being facetious, but there are so many people that do. So many people that just blindly follow a stranger on the internet. I would love to ask people who just go with the flow why they do it. No judgment. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm curious. If you just go with the flow on something and you don't take the time to look into it or to verify the receipt or the proof, like,
that blind trust that you have in someone you don't even know. You don't know their real integrity. You don't know my real integrity. You don't know my real character. And the same for Jonathan or any of these other creators. We don't know their real integrity or their real character. So how do you just freely follow that? And I agree with Nunya here. No judgment on it. I'm just curious as to what makes a person do that or how they can do that. Honestly, people put way too much weight on numbers. Not everyone making big numbers are doing good. That's true, Monica. Yep, they sure do. Desired. It's on the motherfucker street. I miss him. I miss Scientific Skeptic. I know he wasn't everybody's cup of tea, but I enjoyed a lot of what he had to say if I could follow along with it. Hey, unsupervised. I hope you're doing good. I think I might play a couple of yours in Shady's videos. You two have been cranking it out. You guys have been cranking it out. It's kind of like a quick and easy road the brain uses to make quicker decisions called heuristics. In psychology, it's known as the bandwagon. Ooh. Being skeptics brought it. Okay, I get what you're saying now. I've seen horrible parents going hard for parents of missing kids. Right. I have too, Gabble. Good night, Angel. Have a good one. His targets are high profile, but also the most vulnerable. I agree, Dennis. There are these high profile cases, but they are the vulnerable people of the high profile cases. Thanks, country. I love you. I'm alone with you in our corner with our pib in front of. You guys got some pib in that corner? It reminds me of that meme where he's got the like, you got some pib over there? Anybody got any pib? Why don't people stand up to their creator when they know they're in the wrong? I see it every day. I believe they're afraid of making the creator mad or upset. But why though, Miss Chewy? Like, it doesn't have to be mean or nasty. But it's not wrong to question things. I don't know what I guess it goes back to that being fear driven, right? Everything is fear driven. I liked him on his own videos, not a huge panel fan in my opinion. Who are you talking about? Oh, skeptic. Yes. Yes. Social media follower numbers are literally as good as money now, but not everyone is deserving or get there ethically. Well, that's what we need is more people like that. I don't know psychology, but I'm fascinated. I think that's what draws a lot of us to true crime. We're fascinated by human behavior because there are so many people that are I think, we want to understand those that are completely opposite of us, right? And I think that that's what drives us to it. Not talking to this. I called Nunya Chewy earlier on Discord because she has a freaking Chewbacca avatar on there, and I was staring at the avatar, and I was like, I can't think of your name, Nunya. Why do you got Chewbacca on here? You're killing me. Okay, I'll look it up right now. Let me see here. It's gonna have a bunch of big words I can't pronounce. Right, maniacs. I know it. I just know it. Okay.
Heuristic.
Heuristic. I love it when they tell us how to say the words.
Heuristic.
Involving or serving as an aid to learning, discovery, or problem solving by experimental and especially trial and error methods. Also, of or relating to exploratory problem solving techniques that utilize self educating techniques such as the evaluation of feedback. Sorry, I need a drink real quick. To improve performance. Okay. The study or the practice of heuristics, procedure, heuristic argument, heuristic method. What was the other one you said? Cult is best understood not as a descriptor but as a command, like a law officer's halt. Its purpose is to stop and contain. A more useful heuristic would be to identify precisely the most disturbing practices, beliefs, or incidents in the world of a cult. Search engines use heuristics to determine the way in which to order and thereby prioritize pages. Bandwagon effect. Okay. The phenomenon by which the growing success of something, such as a cause, fad, or type of behavior, attracts more widespread support or adoption as more people perceive and are influenced by its increasing popularity. During recent presidential elections, it has become vital for candidates to win early party primaries in several states to start a bandwagon effect. Most people withhold support and contributions until they are sure the candidate has a good chance to win. Campaign momentum is highly prized because it creates a bandwagon effect that brings even more supporters into the field. Good terms. This some of this might be over our head. No. Where is it? Should we look at it? Like doing math the wrong way, but still getting the right answer. Why? How? Exactly. Exactly, Jenny. Oh, I wasn't sharing the screen with y'all. Sorry, but I read it to you. The full moon makes me discombobulated. I think it's the eclipse, cracking asses. Check out the... Okay. Let me share the screen with y'all this time. I thought I was, but I guess I wasn't. Wait. There we go. Sorry, I was on the wrong layout. What did you tell me to look up? We use heuristics in our day-to-day and don't even realize. Wait, I love bandwagons. Wait, no, I mean hayrides. The Haunted King. What was I just told to look up? I already forgot. The bystander effect. Okay, let me Google it. Look, Psychology Today. The bystander effect occurs when the presence of others discourages an individual from intervening in an emergency situation against a bully or during an assault or other crime. The greater the number of bystanders, the less likely it is for any one of them to provide help to a person in distress. People are more likely to take action in crisis when there are few or no other witnesses present. Holy crap, I didn't know that. Social psychologists, people with crazy names, popularized the concept of the bystander effect following the infamous murder of Kitty Genovese. She was stabbed to death outside of her apartment. At the time, it was reported that dozens of neighbors failed to step in to assist or call the police. They attributed the bystander effect to 2 factors: diffusion of responsibility and social influence. The perceived diffusion of responsibility means that the more onlookers there are, the less personal responsibility individuals will feel to take action. Social influence means that individuals monitor the behavior of those around them to determine how to act. Ooh, we see that. We see that so often. Why do people fail to help in an emergency? It's natural for people to freeze or go into shock when seeing someone having an emergency or being attacked. This is usually a response to fear. The fear that you are too weak to help, that you might be misunderstanding the context and seeing a threat where there is none, or even that intervening will put your own life in danger. It can be hard to tease out the many reasons people fail to take action, but when it comes to sexual assault against women, research has shown that witnesses who are male, hold sexist attitudes, or are under the influence of drugs or alcohol are less likely to actively help a woman who seems too incapacitated to consent to sexual activity. Ooh. How to be an active bystander. The intervention of bystanders is often the only reason why bullying and other crimes cease. The social and behavioral why can't I say perilous? Whatever. Described by the bystander effect can be reduced with awareness and, in some cases, explicit training. Secondary schools and college campuses encourage students to speak up when witnessing an act of bullying or a potential assault. One technique is to behave as if one is the first or only person witnessing a problem. Often, when one person takes action, if only to shout, "Hey, what's going on?" or "The police are coming," others may be emboldened to take action as well. That said, an active bystander is most effective when they assume that they themselves are the sole person taking charge. Giving direction to other bystanders to assist can, therefore, be critically important. Interesting. Because doing the right thing is subjective on the internet. That's true. That's true. I could feel the eclipse behind my eyes. It was freaky. Let's see. I think I have oppositional defiance disorder. That's why I can't follow. Now I'm going to have to look that one up, Evil Queen. I know. I would love to see a video discussing the different concepts. There's a cool video on YouTube that shows how it works, showing how people are in a waiting room and a bell is hit and everyone stands up and no one knows why they're... I've seen that somewhere. Popsicles are guaranteed. Someone get this girl a popsicle. The right thing is because the right thing is different for everyone. I'm the one who steps in and ends up in the fight or whatever it is that's going on myself. Bystander effect is different. It's about no one intervening based on what the crowd is doing. Once one person helps, more will. They pull out their phones and film instead. Yes, even just awareness can help. I know. She like dropped in. Okay. I'm going to look up the Bell video and I'm going to look and see what this meltdown was. She just like came in and dropped a bomb on us and took off. Where'd you go, Granny? Where was this meltdown that we have to see? Is it happening now? Because she's live now. I'm not going to stream cyber. What's it called? I don't... People in a waiting room bell experiment. That works. Okay.
Pay attention. Take a look at this crowded waiting room. These people may appear to be waiting for the eye doctor, but they're actually waiting for the
I got it
first
slowed
test
down.
subject in our hidden camera experiment.
And here she is, right on time for her 12 o'clock appointment.
Hi, how are you doing?
This woman thinks she's here for a free eye exam.
Have you been here before? No, it's my first time.
What she doesn't know is that everyone else in this room is working for us.
I'll be with you in just a couple minutes.
Today, we're running an experiment on social conformity, and the test starts now. Did you hear that? These people sure did. It doesn't take long for our test subject to notice a pattern. Beep means stand up. But why? And if you were in her shoes, what would you do the next time the tone sounds? While you might think you make your decisions all on your own, when it comes to peer pressure, all too often, your brain is just following the crowd.
Can you guys not hear it?
It's all around you.
It's up all the way. I don't know if the audio just sucks. Oops.
Did you hear that? These people sure did. It doesn't take long for our test subject to notice a pattern. Beep means stand up. But why? And if you were in her shoes, what would you do the next time the tone sounds? While you might think you make your decisions all on your own, when it comes to peer pressure, all too often, your brain is just following the crowd. It's all around you, every day. An invisible force you're probably not even aware of. It affects what you do, how you think, and who you are. It's called social conformity, or peer pressure. And while it might not sound like a good thing, it's actually not so bad. The truth is, your brain craves synchronicity and takes comfort in the ease and efficiency of just going with the flow. And whether it's simply knowing what to wear in the morning, supporting your team at the big game, or even marching off to war, we're all programmed to be part of the group. And that's because your brain knows that there's power in numbers. We set up a hidden camera experiment to see if this woman would stand up at the sound of this tone, simply because everyone else is. You might be thinking you'd never go along with this. Or would you? After just 3 beats, and without knowing why she's doing it, this woman is now conforming perfectly to the group. But what happens if we take the group away?
Elaine, please.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think I'd stand up at all. I'd be like, what the F are these weird people doing? Yeah, that's what I would be like. They just keep. It's crazy.
Okay, now she's alone. The crowd is gone, and nobody is watching her except our hidden cameras.
Do you think she's gonna stand up? Twice I moved. I did one of these psychology tests for spare cash while at university. I wasn't an annoying outlier, according to my friends who was doing the research. My mother would not have been surprised.
What do you think she'll do?
Ah!
She's now conforming to the rules of the group without them even being there. Now, watch what happens when we introduce another outsider who doesn't know the rules.
Have a seat, and they'll be out in just a couple minutes. Thanks so much.
He's like, what?
Everybody was doing it, so I thought I was supposed to.
Think she'll teach the new guy what to do?
Oh, my goodness.
We kept the cameras rolling as more unsuspecting patients arrived.
I know. Why didn't they ask?
And slowly but surely,
If her gummy is kicked in.
what began as a random rule for this woman has now become the social norm for everyone in this waiting room. Here to explain what's going on in their brains is Jonah Berger of the University of Pennsylvania.
This sort of internalized form of herd behavior is part of what we call social learning. Starting at a very early age, when we see members of our group perform a task, our brains literally reward us for following in their footsteps.
When I saw everybody stand up, I felt like I needed to join them. Otherwise, I'm like excluded. Once I decided to go with it, then I felt much more comfortable.
So she felt comfortable going with the flow. So maybe I'm with you, Nanya. Like I have 70,000 questions. Like maybe that's a reason. Feeling comfortable. The follow of the right. This is scary. This is scary. Never in a million years I'd be asking so many questions and getting a major attitude. I'd be like, why is it beeping in here?
Conformity is how we become socialized, but it can also cause us to develop bad habits or repeat past wrongs.
And it's why even this rebel, who wasn't standing for any of this nonsense, eventually joined the ranks.
No!
And the only thing more shocking than seeing how easily conformity affects the way you act is that similar forces are subconsciously shaping the way you think right now.
Oh, he was like, I don't want to be doing this, but they're all doing it, so I'm going to be doing it. This is very true. What we are witnessing with so many cases, maniacs, so many. If one of those creators that have been, causing this division and calling out Chris and Katie, if they came live tonight and started calling out Seth, how many of you think that their entire chat would start doing the same? Cults use things like this to convert people. I believe that. Me too. Yeah, I explained Pavlov's experiment the other day to someone. Well, truth, I never know what I'm going to get with you. The creator is the bell. Junior high all over again. They would turn on a dime. They sure would. It's like the opposite of it. I'm not bothered by being the odd one out. Also can't stand it. Pearl, you're so rotten. Oh, you're so rotten. Let me see if I can find Granny. I'm not gonna go over there and play. She just came in like, oh, did you see the meltdown? And didn't even give us a timestamp or nothing. I can't believe her. Anyway, let me see if I can find bystander effect. I know this video is getting demonetized. That's okay.
If a stranger needed help, how long would it take you to offer them a hand? According to psychology, the answer to that question may depend less on who you are as a person and more on how many people are with you at the time. In a strange paradox of human nature, the more people there are in a group, the less likely anyone is to offer help. It's called the bystander effect, and it may be a roadblock that's keeping you from showing empathy. When someone is in need, people in large groups tend to feel that they don't need to do anything because someone else will take care of it. This is known as the diffusion of responsibility. The end result is nobody does anything. And if you don't believe me, I'll show you. We started with a large group of 10 people and told them they were here today to see a product demonstration. So we're just basically looking for emotional reactions to certain products. We're not quite ready to go yet. So as you can see, you have these surveys. Go ahead, start filling them out. Take all the time you need with them. I am going to go get the product and just kind of start throwing it together, and then we're going to begin. Sound good, everyone? Okay. Cool. Thanks. Here's the thing, though. Everybody but one of these people wasn't in on it. We gave her a 10-minute window where she could offer to help. Let's see if she comes to my rescue. We repeated this a few more times with varying results. Come on. That didn't sound good. Ugh. Next, we try.
That one chick is itching to help. You could see her. She's just like, oh, I want to help him so bad. I would be. I'm a helper. I am a helper.
Tried it with a group of 5. Oh, jeez. So far, it's not looking good for people in general. Are we just plain unhelpful, or is there something to the bystander effect? To find out, let's see how helpful people are when they're all by themselves.
Hi.
The results? With our group of 10 people, it took our participants an average of 8 minutes and 1 second before they lent a hand. Oh, excuse me, thank you.
Can I help? I just feel
Thanks.
bad.
Participants in our groups of 5 were a little quicker, saving me from the tent with an average time of 7 minutes and 25 seconds. I'm okay.
Do you need help?
Do you want to give me a hand?
Yeah.
That'd be great, thank you.
What can I do?
But when our participants were by themselves, that is when they really shined. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. On average, they offered to step in just 3 minutes and 19 seconds. You were the fastest by a country mile. I have set this thing up by myself 7 times today.
That makes me sad.
That
You took a
does
total
make me
of
sad.
12 seconds. Why do you think you're so quick to do it?
I like to help in any way that I can.
That's the funny thing about the bystander effect. You would think that a group with more people would mean there's a higher chance someone would do something. But people in a group are actually less likely to help.
I knew I should have just stood up and done it, but then a big part of me wanted to see what these people would do, and I was just kind of like, are any of them going to help?
At first, I was a little shy to jump in and help, but then after a while, I'm just going to jump in and help.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Sorry, it took 8 minutes.
When it's just the two of us in a space, there's like a bond that's created. It's like, well, I'm not going to let you struggle on your own. And I think if there is a group of people, it's way more acceptable for me to be doing that.
It's the diffusion of responsibility.
I think that's totally true.
If something is saying jump in and offer to help, just follow that intuition. Even if no one else is saying anything, just, hey, if you can be a part of helping someone, instead of just watching them struggle, or even take out your cell phone and like tape it or something like that, which is the worst. Just offer.
And that one guy asked if he could do that. All right, these I think are kind of what unsupervised.
Place like this street in New York City. If you were unfortunate enough to be the victim of a crime or taken ill unexpectedly, you might think that surrounded by all these people, someone would intervene. After all, isn't there safety in numbers? Psychologists say no. Research suggests that often a victim is less likely to receive assistance when surrounded by a group rather than a single bystander. When people are in a crowd, it's easier to pass the buck. It's what psychologists call the diffusion of responsibility. Liverpool Street Station in London, a busy thoroughfare for commuters.
We missed it, Jenny. Maybe that's what Granny was busy doing, recording. Well, somebody got it, I'm sure.
Unknown to these passersby, Peter is an actor. As part of an experiment on bystander apathy, he's pretending to be ill.
Help. Help.
How long before he gets help?
Please, somebody. Help. Help me. Please help me.
Helping would be inconvenient or even risky. He lies there for more than 20 minutes and
Oh
no
my
one
gosh.
raises an eyebrow.
Please, somebody help me.
It's always very distressing to watch situations like this where people are obviously suffering and no one's actually helping them. But what we have here is two conflicting rules. One is the rule that we ought to help, and the other is the rule that we ought to do what everybody else is doing. And here you have effectively a group of strangers who are exerting the pressure not to intervene, not to help. And it's very difficult to rebel.
Ruth, another actor, takes Peter's place. How long before she receives help? Four minutes later, and 34 people have passed without stopping.
Well, people don't really want to know. They just haven't got the time. Well, they have got the time. They just don't want to get involved.
Unwittingly, these strangers have silently formed a temporary group with a rule: don't get involved. They're afraid to stand out from the crowd and won't take action if no one else does. This woman has clearly spotted Ruth, but she conforms to the rule and does nothing.
What?
Watch what happens, though, when someone else helps.
You all right? You all right?
Yes, thank you.
Sure, you look a bit clingy, you know what I mean?
She suddenly finds herself in a different group with a new rule to help.
You want to sit up? You all right? Yeah. Sure.
First I thought she was dead. Then I sort of checked to see if she was breathing or not. And I looked around and I couldn't believe that no one had noticed her because there was a bloke sat there just absorbed in reading a newspaper.
This time, Peter's dressed as a respectable gentleman. Now
Oh.
that his dress is in keeping with those around him, how long before
So someone said it in here. Who was it? I just saw it. Agatha Misty. I wonder. I would like to know if he was dressed different. Would people help? Let's see.
he's rescued?
Hello, sir. How are you today?
6
Instantly.
seconds. She even
Oh
calls
my
him sir,
gosh.
and suddenly everyone's a good Samaritan.
Do you suffer from epilepsy?
No.
Why you're lying on the floor in the rain?
Because he's part of the right group. Everyone wants to help.
I would just hate to be in his position of feeling ill and nobody helping and walking past, so I'd just like to check that he was okay.
I thought, well, it's wet, so he must really be ill because he's going to ruin his suit anyway.
That's crazy. All those JLR watchers just walk fast. Not before recording it, Tony. That is sad. It is. It's really, really sad. I think Jenny's right nowadays. They just figure you were on Fent or something. That case started some of this. What did educated opinion? Makes me think about the woman who was killed in the courtyard of an apartment. Yeah. That's what started the combo. That was so quick. I figured they thought he was homeless. Nobody cares in that's so sad. Or they think that the next person will do it, but that's what everybody thinks, right, country? Everyone thinks the next person will do it, and then nobody does it. Is that where we've gotten to as a society? Everybody thinking the next person will be the one to help out, and then nobody helps out? The conformity experiment.
Look at this line. And now look at these 3 lines. Can you tell which of them matches that first line? And how sure are you? Hold that thought and listen to this story, because most people can get.
Okay, which do you think it is? A, B, or C? Let me make it bigger. Tony thinks it's C. C. AMAC thinks it's C. Truth thinks it's C. I think our country thinks it's B. Nunya's not going to guess because she's watched it. K-Brace thinks it's A. Nunya thinks C. What's the question? So the line in the left is similar to which sign on the right? Line on the right, A, B, or C? I think C's the match. I think it's C, but then that also means it's probably not C, and it's probably something like B. I don't know. But my gut instinct wanted to say C.
Get this wrong. Once upon a time, on the eve of a major religious holiday, a 7-year-old boy was observing his grandmother as she poured an extra glass of wine. When the boy asked who the glass was for, she said that it was for the prophet. The boy didn't believe her, so his uncle told him to just observe the glass closely. Full of expectation, the boy watched the glass intently, and suddenly he thought he saw the level of wine drop just a bit. In 1951, decades after the incident, our boy became a pioneer in social psychology, determined to rationalize what actually happened that fateful night. Did some of the wine really disappear, or was he made to believe that? To find out the truth, he devised an experiment to investigate whether peer pressure can be strong enough to change our perception and make us believe in things that are not true. Solomon Asch's conformity experiment was conducted with 123 white male college students who were told to be part of a study in visual judgment. Each student was introduced to a group of 6 to 8 other students who were, in fact, actors who already knew what the experiment was about. The group was then gathered in a classroom and shown 2 cards, the first with 1 line, the second with 3 lines on it. Each student was then asked to say aloud which line in the second card matched that first one. The group was seated in such a way that allowed the actors to respond first, leaving the real participant to respond last. For the first 2 rounds, the fake students, also known as Confederates, gave the correct answer, and the innocent student, known as the subject, said whatever he thought to be true. In the 3rd round, the actors began to respond with a clearly wrong answer. For the next 12 rounds, dubbed the critical trials, all the Confederates would give the obviously wrong answer. So the innocent student could either ignore the majority or ignore the truth. So what did the experiment tell the researchers? Upon completing 18 rounds with all 123 subjects, the experiment came to the following conclusion. 23% of the students always gave the right answer. 72% conformed to the majority at least once. And 5% completely succumbed to peer pressure and always gave the obviously wrong answer. Asch's work also showed that if just one other acting student responded correctly, the effect of peer pressure decreased substantially. The experiment also showed that the opinions of 3 peers are enough to influence a student to change his mind.
3.
Increasing the number beyond 3 Confederates did not increase the levels of conformity among others. Or put differently, if 3 people say something obviously wrong and there is no one to disagree with them, many of us agree with the wrong answer and start lying due to our deeply human desire to fit in. Since then, Asch's experiment has been successful.
If that doesn't nail what we are seeing in true crime, I don't know what does.
Replicated many times, and the effect remained significant, especially among women and homogeneous peer groups. In 1955, Asch famously said, "The tendency to conformity in our society is so strong that reasonably intelligent and well-meaning young people are willing to call white black. This is a matter of concern. It raises questions about our ways of education and about the values that guide our conduct." What do you think? Would you have conformed or stuck to the truth? Do you see the Asch's effect in your daily life or in social media? And what can we as adults or educators do to give young people today the strength to stand up and speak the truth? Share your thoughts in the comments below.
There's a real person experiment that shows this in real life. Well, let's see, what did this took us to? That was like conformity. Well, I mean, the bell was social conformity. Question the herd, brain game.
We're on the deck of the USS Intrepid conducting an experiment, and the rules of the game couldn't be simpler.
You've got to decide which one of these 3 straight lines is the same length as this first card.
Take a look for yourself.
Is it
Think you
this
got
one?
it? Before we reveal the answer, we'll show you where these people stand.
I think it's A.
A.
A. It's A.
Yeah, I'm going to go with A.
It looks like everyone is going with A.
Definitely A.
Do they know something you don't?
What do you think?
Take one last look. Are you going with these people who all picked A? Or did you choose to go with B or C? Time's up. Got your pick?
It's A.
You're going to go with the group?
Yeah.
All right, great.
Is that what you picked? Or did you go with another answer? It turns out the answer to this...
So do you think it is wanting to go with the group or lack of confidence in ourselves? Like, wait, I think I'm a smart individual. It's clearly C, but if everybody else is saying it's A, then something's wrong with me.
Round is C. And while you likely chose C first and stuck with your answer, we also know that some viewers might have felt the peer pressure and switched to A.
It's A.
I want to ask you something. Did your gut at first tell you that the answer was actually C?
Yeah, but everyone was choosing A, so I just felt like I had to pick A too.
You felt the pull of the crowd.
Yeah.
In case you haven't figured it out yet, we'll let you in on a little secret. The first 9 people in this line were working for us, and each time we ran the experiment, they were instructed to pick the same wrong answer.
A.
A.
It's A.
Seeing all these people choose A left the last person in line who wasn't in on it with a tough decision to go with their gut or with a group.
You're gonna go with the group.
Yeah.
Although not all of the test subjects at the end of the line fell for it.
I think it's C.
In spite of what everybody else thinks. You don't trust the wisdom of the crowd?
I'm trusting my gut.
Okay.
To be perfectly honest, I think C looks closest.
You think that they're all wrong?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, guys.
And don't beat yourself up if you're attempting to go along with the crowd.
Make your choice.
I'm gonna have to go with A.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. What happened?
I have a confession.
Okay.
I actually thought it was C.
Did you start to question your own judgment?
I did. I don't want to be the dumb kid. I want to stand out. You know, I was like,
That's
A.
exactly
Have you ever
it.
ignored the truth to fit in with a group? Just think, what if those weren't lines, but evidence in a murder case? Would you be able to see past the group consensus and just go with your gut?
Studies show that when someone holds a different opinion than the rest of the group, the anterior cingulate cortex, also known as the oops area of the brain, produces
I want to hear this in normal speed. I feel like I'm just kind of watching YouTube by myself with a few hundred people watching.
an error signal. We try to fix that by modifying our opinion to be in line with the group, even if it's a viewpoint we're uncomfortable with or know is wrong. And that's because there are some major evolutionary advantages for those who follow along with the group, namely survival. If you want to stay safe, stay with the herd.
I don't want to be safe. Uh-oh, maniacs. Who? What? Oh, did I get... Yeah, they got me. Okay, we're back. We're back. Let me take this off the screen. Holy cow. I thought I'd seen that happen once. I think it was actually the glare. Oh, I was reading the comments on YouTube because they come in quicker. Like I had seen that happen with him one time, like it shut it down and he just like waited it out and it came back. So I was like, ooh, let's see if it comes back. Okay. How about instead of that, although I was talking through that, it was pretty interesting. As far as social media true crime goes, I don't think it's all conformity. Pearl. Okay. I think some of it is people being their worst selves in a relatively anonymous space, like Romans watching the Lion versus the Christian. I agree with that. I was talking earlier about a documentary that's on Netflix now called The Antisocial Network. And that's what a lot of it is people just putting the worst versions of themselves online as well because they're safe in that space. Totally safe in that space. Let me pull up a video I know YouTube won't shut us down for. Let's watch a little bit of Unsupervised Maniacs. She has some really good videos. Let's start. Okay, so she's got 2 new ones on Dolly in the last 2 days. Let's watch the 2-day-old one first.
This video is protected under the Fair Use Act of 1976 for commentary, documentary, awareness, and educational purposes. False strikes are against YouTube's terms of service and can result in termination of your channel.
Horrible parents in my day. I have. You know, nothing quite that bad, but I've seen like it make you go, man, some people just don't deserve to have kids. And it's not only physical abuse, but mental abuse. I think sometimes it's worse than physical abuse. Because I see people all the time talking to kids like, hey, and I think, man, when a kid is small, you need to encourage them, not to try to destroy them.
Let's see how Dolly Vision actually speaks to children. What about these kids? Do they deserve encouragement and not to be bullied by a grown man on the internet?
Hey, Citizen Sleuth.
Yeah, bro.
Losers with no life. Play with some Legos. Get a hobby.
You get a hobby. Get a fucking job. Bob the Builder.
Rap ain't working out for you, homie.
Oh, better than your YouTube channel. Better than your YouTube going. Better than your YouTube going.
I'm about to pick up your new EP.
That's why your YouTube channel is falling off. That's why you got canceled.
Let me get some crack, bro.
Psych.
But guess what? Ain't falling off my pocket.
What? Yo, yeah, your crack didn't fall out. You fucking crackhead. Great job.
Just got your rap career on his phone, SoundCloud, 3 plays. Shut up, Ford. You want to
3 plays. 3 plays. Jimmy Jim's is the troll.
And I was one of the plays.
Oh, 3 plays. I got more than 3 plays. You must be looking at the wrong SoundCloud, old man.
Exactly. Yeah,
old man.
Yeah.
Damn, sped money. Damn.
Ew, bro, don't, please don't say my name like that.
I think like that's rude. You're bullying a minor. I'm telling you.
Yeah, for real. You're making fun of my autism and everything.
Yeah.
I'm yeah, for real.
I don't care 2 craps about your autism.
Good night, the beautiful AMAC talking smack. Beautiful inside and out. In the AI generated profile picture and the real life version.
I know this is a little troll with a bitterness.
I'm not a fucking troll. I'm just being honest. Don't make fun of everyone.
Dang, Maniac.
For real.
Hey, just make sure you send a hummingbird with a message.
What? Bro, I'm not from like the 19th century looking at that. I'm gonna get on you, bro.
Don't worry,
what are you
we're gonna expose you real soon, boy.
For real.
Ain't nobody worried about you.
Yeah, yeah. See, look, he just. What?
Ain't y'all supposed to be bumping the ground instead of playing on YouTube?
I have no idea what you're saying, bro.
You know what I'm saying. You know what you and Cal God be doing.
Yo, you're weird, bro. You be on that I love fantasy shit. Yo, I don't know why you fantasizing about a kid and a cow, bro. You're weird. That's what you like, don't you, little creep?
I was just thinking, man, ain't you his hype man? Ain't that?
When is this from? Like, how old is this? That's crazy.
Ain't you his hype man? Nah, bro, you like I'm confused.
What was I hyping up? What was I hyping up?
You were hyping up them udders. You were hyping up them udders.
What? Yo, you're weird, bro. What are you talking about? You're gay, bro.
I
You be on
think
some weird
vitamin
shit.
D.
Yo, why you talking about D to a little kid, bro? That's why you got exposed by that little kid, and I hit him up, and he said you were trying to get like pics from him. You fucking creep. You smoke crack for a living. Can you get out of here, please? Like, gosh. Exactly. You have nothing better to do.
Oh, he threatened to strike on you. Put it in there. I'm going to strike them down anyway. LOL, you're weak. No one even watches you, boo. You're about to find out. Maniac said, bring it. Put your big boy boots on. When you strike it, I will win. I'm smarter than you and a better human than you could ever be. Try me. Everything is going in and it is your dum-dum.
Videos, 3 strikes are off YouTube. So I can tell you this, let me find 3 videos with me in it, and your ass is going off YouTube.
Oh, let's see. And then here is the new
This
one.
video is protected under the Fair Use Act of 1976 for commentary, documentary, awareness, and educational purposes. False strikes are against YouTube's terms of service and can result in termination of your
Internet
channel.
quit to call that a grip? No, what a grip is taking money off that little girl's fucking back for the last fucking 2.5 years and not wanting to help a fucking soul but yourself, your own pocket. Don't care about nobody else on the whole fucking planet but yourself. So all you people out there watching this go down when y'all took thousands and thousands of dollars off that little girl's fucking name should be absolutely ashamed of yourself. Absolutely terribly ashamed of yourself that when somebody that's actually there that needs it, they don't fucking get it. They don't get it. Right? They have to get up here and really fucking beg for it. When y'all stole just that ungodly amounts of money. Just you can't even.
Who's he talking about here? Like what case? I'm sure he's talking about a case, but is it Summer? Just curious.
When you can't even count it. Like I heard so many nightmares when I came into true crime. So many nightmares. Right? And the same people that were doing it before I got here are still doing it. Still doing it. Y'all are pieces of shit. Right? Pieces of shit. Terribly, like terribly, terribly bad pieces of shit. But everybody that supports that, y'all are aiding this shit so bad. Everybody clicks on them hateful monster ass videos just to attack people. Y'all are helping this. This is part of the problem. When people look at fucking true crime, they look at us like monsters. Okay? Like the worst people on YouTube are in true crime. I don't think that's the case. I've never had. I think there's plenty of fucking good people out here. It's just that evil rule YouTube. Okay? The worst, the squeaky wheel always gets the oil. That's what it is.
No, he doesn't just do Summer. He does a lot of other cases. Other people to be ashamed of themselves. Yeah.
You get up here and you're foul, you're disgusting, you're the sickest motherfucker they can find. You're going to do thousands of views. Thousands. You try to be a decent person, nobody gives a damn. Okay? Don't give 2 damns about it. That is what is wrong with that community. That has to change. Like when I'm almost ashamed to tell people I'm in true crime, right? What do you do? Oh, okay. That is like that. Like when did true crime become scabies? Okay? I don't even want to tell another YouTuber what I do on YouTube. What do you do? I make videos and shit, you know? As soon as you say crime, drama, true crime, they're like, yeah, bro, I'm fucking with you.
I remember when he used to make those thumbnails. He's a money-making opportunity. Some believe he staged this himself. Dial 988. Stay with me a little while longer.
Somebody get me the number to Hawkins County, right? Something, right? This lady just texted me that she's going to kill herself.
So I don't believe he staged this at all. That's just my opinion. Others can believe what they want, but I don't believe. However, I don't think he should have took it to YouTube. He probably should have taken it to the authorities first and foremost, and maybe only there.
She had never hit me up before. None of that. I'm going to give y'all a few minutes to tune in. I don't want to call the emergency line. What's up, Molly? When we get 1,000 likes, I'll read you this message to 1,000. Y'all let me know when we hit 1,000. It was all about the Benjamins. Made me want to do my P. Diddy dance. All about the Benjamins. What? Right? I didn't know it was about the money. Why didn't anybody tell me it was about the goddamn money? The reward is $70K, and all I gotta do is cuddle up the canvas? Shit, go ahead, write my check. Hawkins County, write my check. I'm about to cash this shit in.
He did, and not just him. There was a couple other creators that used that specific moment as content. I can think of 3 off the top of my head.
Hey man, are you Hunter? I'm a YouTuber. Are you interested in making some money? I wanted to speak with y'all. Not interested? All right, was you? Okay, I've seen some of your videos. I'm friends actually with Bullhorn Betty and Molly that came and seen you and talked to you. I was in town today looking. I went by Ben Hill Road. I was trying to get a hold of Candace to see if I could cut down all that debris that is around the Summer Wells sign. So I sent her some messages and to see if I could do that. I just wanted to come by and say hello to y'all. You know, I have been covering the case for about the last 3 months or so. You know, but if y'all are interested in an interview, I'm willing to pay for the interview. But if not, you know. Okay, guys. Well, it's good to see you. Nice to meet you. Okay, they didn't want to do it. They didn't want to do it. They said, nah, that's him. He was looking. He wouldn't answer. He wouldn't answer. So, damn. They wouldn't answer. So, damn it. Damn it. But now I know what he looks like. So if I would have held the phone out, Allie came out. That was Allie that came out. Okay, so I should have told her I was somebody else. Should have just been like, I'm fucking, I don't know. But she wasn't going to come off nothing. She wasn't coming off nothing. Giving drugs to Summer, alcohol to Summer, alcohol to other little kids, not just Summer, molesting other little kids, drugging other little kids. You give me a reason why we build a prison. Give me a reason for people just like that. That's why we build them. Now, they said Grandis wasn't bad. Grandis was a pill popper. She likes to pop pills. And that's where the theory of Summer maybe getting into her medicine comes from. Because Grandis like the Percocets. You know what I'm saying? And
the conspiracy theories in these cases just get wilder and wilder. Someone tell Demon Chihuahua to stay with us when they hit the stream going down portion. We're still here. Hey, Sofa King. I don't think he has much of a record, Tony. I don't really look into people's records. I do know that some people have put like that stuff out there on him though.
the badass kids. Let's talk about the boys. The reason she had to be in the hospital, granted, is because the boys kicked the shit out of her. Allie went on to verify that again too. That, you know, the reason Grandis was in the hospital is because the boys put her in the hospital.
Never mind. Never mind. Remember what we were talking about earlier with the blinders on and just believing whatever you're told. Don't do that. Don't do that. Names even coming up on some of these videos. I know it's because she's tagged in them, but what?
Milestone in an East Tennessee missing child investigation that has captured national attention. Summer Wells has been missing for 1,000 days. The 5-year-old disappeared from her rural Hawkins County home in June of 2021. The little girl liked Paw Patrol and was preparing to start kindergarten. If alive, she is now 8 years old. And here's the TVI's latest age progression image of what she could look like today. Summer's mother says the little girl was last seen inside her family's Beach Creek home. The TVI calls the search for Summer one of the most exhaustive and involved missing child case it's ever investigated, and promised not to stop searching for Summer until it finds answers. She is still the subject of an Amber Alert. Anyone with information can call 1-800-TVI-FIND.
That's the strike. All right, I'm gonna play a couple of Shady's videos before we head out of here. Oh my gosh, what is this? I just saw, so I'm over here on Chronicles, and here it says T-Rev's playing a body found on a property during the search. Who's the liar? Live call-ins. Why? We know that. I think. Oh, I stopped sharing. Look at that right here. Sebastian Rogers, a body found on a property during search, ? Who's the liar, ? Live call-ins. These people and 2.5 thousand people want to hear about that. Let me get Shady's link.
So a lot of stuff has been coming out, and we don't know which direction it's going, whether it holds water or not. And there's two major aspects of this that came out here just recently. One is the fact that somebody may have seen Chris Proudfoot's mother near the school, parked by a country store around 5:45 in the morning, that around the time that Katie Proudfoot would be driving the area. Many people believe that she passed Sebastian off to him or some type of evidence off to them. That is what is believed. Now, we don't know if that's true or not. It very well may be true. What we also have learned is that it is possible there was a sighting in a truck that resembles heavily of what Chris Proudfoot drives.
So we're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Because the timing really does make sense, considering at the time, 2 weeks ago, we were hearing a lot about those flashlights and during the early morning hours, and the time made a lot of sense. We definitely forwarded that information to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and they responded and said, received, thank you. So after we did that, the last time we were here, we actually went here. And we went in, we went a day later. We went a day later after giving law enforcement the tip, right? We came here, parked, went in, and asked authority, or asked the, the manager there and whoever was working there if they knew anything about this. Has authorities come and review any surveillance footage or, anything? Do you know anything about Sebastian being here? That they knew nothing. They
test. Now we hear that he may have been seen at this gas station that just happens to be going toward Chris Proudfoot's home. Now, if they're around their house, and they were off the I-40 corridor, which is just where this particular gas station is actually leading. So if we were to take that, then where would...
Yes. And they've known for quite some time that it's the garbage trucks.
He put Sebastian. He would have to put him somewhere in a wooded area, or...
He.
The RV.
Oh,
look a lot like this young boy that is missing.
Kidding me?
So someone needs to go to the gas station and get them to pull the video. We was at pump number 8. Well, maybe it takes law enforcement time to go through all the tips they're getting, because they get so many tips when it comes to these cases. You guys know that sometimes with these big cases, they receive thousands and thousands of tips, and it just takes them a while to go through. Well, just came here again today, just went in there before I did this live, and asked the employees there, have authorities coming in here in reference to Sebastian Rogers or reviewed any of footage or surveillance, and they said no.
That tip that came in.
Maybe there's a reason why. No, they're not friends again. I know, just this is resembles heavily, right? What does it even mean? I am too, Lacey, but that honestly, it's still disheartening, because even though they're away from that case, it just means that they've moved on to another case. And so that's where the Facebook stuff that we were talking about earlier that comes into play. He sets up these Facebook groups and people send in their tips there, and they think that they're all smarter than law enforcement.
Was from a speedway. A person had gotten gas that morning early, and that would be the morning that Sebastian apparently went missing. Not gonna give up. I'm not giving out a lot of things here, but I'm going to say this. That tip was 2 weeks ago, guys. It was 2 weeks old. That tip has been handled. Footage was pulled from that area. Actually, not just Speedway, but from the cams on the road. Okay. And that right there is what, I'm going to just say it. That right there is what Miss Rogers was talking about with, let's don't do this. I was there twice. I was there twice at Speedway. I was. And my partner, who I call Rhonda, that's who I partnered with together. She and I both 2 weeks ago, because that's what you do. You follow every tip. And we did. And it was pulled. So that's what I'm saying. We've got to stick to the factual facts and stop all this other stuff. I'm not dissing anybody. I don't want to come off like I'm downing anybody. My point is, if we're going to find him, we got to stick to the facts of things. Am I wrong?
She's not wrong, but man, Jenny and I found so much disinformation and misinformation in her stream, but I agree with her on that aspect.
So let's talk about that for a second. Now, I know that there's been a lot of paperwork, documents that were leaked out here in these internet streets, describing you as just painting you in not a great light, for lack of a better term. And it all has to do with how you were handling your relationship with Sebastian, okay? For lack of a better term. Can we talk about that a little bit? Because I know that there's been a...
Pearl, I haven't been watching, but I hear she's down in Tennessee right now with her boo. Is that true? I'm a poet, didn't know it. Yes, there was a body found in Kingsport, Tennessee, nowhere near Sebastian, believed to be a adult male to the best of my understanding.
A lot of people talking about that. Some people side-eyeing, etc., saying, oh, you know, Sebastian was in a bad place no matter where he turned, so on and so forth. And I just wanted to air some of that information and just kind of lay some of that to bed. What's up with that paperwork? Is any of it actually true? What
if any of that was true, California would not have given me joint legal and joint physical custody while I was homeless.
Interesting. So those allegations that were in the paperwork, you never raised your hand to them or anything of that sort, or any of the...
Notice, though, he didn't answer the question. Not directly, anyway.
Other...
She hit me. Okay, she hit me with the domestic violence. Was Sebastian told I hit him in the head. Now, this whole day, and this took place in one whole day, from the morning until it was time for me to go to bed and time for Sebastian to go to bed. Sebastian had two things he needed.
Why are we not watching that? Because that would totally make us laugh, I bet. Romancing on the porch rocker. What did you say their name was? I think it was you that told me you came up with it. Freggy? Is it Freggy? Is that what it was? The information outed by the dad, right? Imagine an interview with Chris where he was smoking in a dark, shadowy night, right, Terry Jean? Wow.
To do, clean up his room and make his bed, and then I was going to take him swimming. Tit for tat. You do this, we'll go swimming.
That's not...
My son likes to go swimming, so let's make the bed, clean up your toys, get them all off the floor, and we can go swimming.
Me too, maniacs.
Like 4 or 5 hours had gone by. I kept checking on him. He wasn't doing it. I was reminding him, and then I go back downstairs. At that point in time, I was really big into computer games. So I'd play computer games, turn around, wait 30, 45 minutes, go back upstairs and check on him again. It's just me and him in the house. And he's upstairs. The last time he's upstairs, I walk up there. There's not a single toy in any of his bins. They are all over the floor. Now, there's Legos, there's building blocks, and Hot Wheels, action figures, everything all over the floor. My son is also stripped his entire bed, blanket, sheets, comforter, even the fitted sheet for underneath there, and his pillowcase is off of his pillow, and he's butt ass naked playing on the Wii.
It's very detailed,
I
Maniac.
saw this and I was like, okay, walk to my room, put on my swimming trunks, grab my beach towel. You're not going to clean up your room. You're not going to make your bed. You're not going to get to go swimming. And I was going to prove the point. I went and got ready to go swimming. And he saw me walk by his room in my swimming trunks and my beach towel. And he was like, I want to go swimming. And I stopped and I turned. I looked at him. I looked at the floor. I looked at his bed. I was like, none of your toys are picked up. None of your bed is stripped completely. And you're butt ass naked playing video games. And he went to throw a fit and came across the floor.
Now, remember they're in California. So he would have been 7 or younger at the time, right?
Stomping his feet. And he stomped on a Hot Wheel. And he lost his balance. And I put my hand in the door frame. And his head hit my hand instead of the door frame. My son has a pocket of fluid on the right bilateral part of his brain. I don't want him to get hit. I'd rather him hit my hand than the door frame. And he did. So then I went outside. Katie was already home at this point in time. And I went to jump in the pool and do some laps because that's what I was using for exercise. And Katie was out at the smoke section with all of her girlfriends. And Sebastian put on some clothes, ran outside, and told her that I hit him. She turned around and filed, because we were in the middle of the divorce, still living in the same residence. She turned around and using child abuse, domestic violence, and had a move-out order issued, and they served it like 3 days later.
He said it was 8. Yeah. It's just, I have no way of knowing whether it's true or not. We have no way of knowing what the truth is. But my point is, if Chris told that exact same story, how would the crowd feel? Yeah, I think it would have been 8. I am a little mean. I think I took offense at being declared dead by her twice on separate lives. Even Jesus only died and came back once. Well, you're extra special, Pearl. Extra special. You get a twofer. Yeah, he hit his head on his hand is what Seth is claiming. And right, they were on his neck, not his head. He was on there today. I don't know if he's on meds or not, but that's not good at all. Oh, guys, I'm not gonna lie. I'm like dreading finishing the interviews. I want to do it with Jenny because we started it, and I'm a big believer in finishing what you start. But it's just, we left off on like interview 11. It's up to like what, 22, 23 now, and it's just getting wilder and wilder. And I don't know. I just don't believe Chris told him they wouldn't look for Sebastian if people knew what happened. I could be wrong, but I don't believe that. That's what Maniac says. Well, the timing of it's funny. Not funny, but it's ironic because, I don't know, he seemed extremely outraged to let that slip out, but it would have been said weeks prior. I don't know. That's the way to go, Agatha. It's starting to look like Kate has a tie. Something. My head hurt, or my heart hurts for Sebastian. If he is still alive and watching this, I would not want to come up. That, right. Like, I know that's the argument, because if he does see this, if he is alive out there and he does see this, I think he would be mortified. Why would he want to return home? Oh, okay, thank you. See, I haven't watched the recent ones. I've seen like little clips like this, but I haven't watched them in full context. So thank you for that. If Chris did tear them down, I wonder if it is the non-L. See, I don't even think Chris is tearing down posters. Like, come on, he's like, you got JLR tracking him to Mississippi and whatnot. Do you really think that he's back here tearing posters down? I don't know, Callie. I don't know. Is it? Is any of this helpful? Sarah, me, the number one OG. I didn't get to say hi earlier when you stopped in, and I love that you're back to your drag queen avatars. They are my favorite. When I first met Sarah Me on YouTube, we share a love for drag queen shows, so I love that she always has a different one. If you need someone in real life to tell him, yes. And there's nothing wrong with that either. And I thought, people played the clips of what grandma said at the vigil, and it's like, listen to your mom. Like, take your own advice and listen to your mom. Like, seriously, y'all need to stop. Just stop. Because I don't feel like it's helping anything at this point. And my biggest fear is starting to come true where everybody's turning on him as well. And it's just going to get messier and messier. That one got me, Michael. That got me. That's what I'm saying. Like, there would be proof. People would be. As many people that are out there recording, but as well as just local cameras, there would be proof of it. Yeah, Callie, it is a double-edged sword. And there are so many people that I remember in other cases where they're like, they didn't speak soon enough. And now, these guys are out there speaking so much and so often. And people, oh, they're speaking too much. Like, I don't know that there's a good answer. I truly don't. Did y'all see the boy who ran away? I did see that. Maniacs, I did. It gives you hope, doesn't it? It truly gives you hope that he can be found. He is, Tony. I think these are coming out of order. Someone would have recorded that and put it out there. Yep. All right, guys. It is almost 1 a.m. I think I'm going to shut this one down. Yep, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. That's for sure. Thanks, K-Braze. I will talk with Jenny and maybe we will start those interviews up tomorrow. I don't have anything planned. I had a busy weekend, which was good though. Just connecting. I know we joke a lot about like touching grass on this platform, but honestly, reconnect with people and watch that documentary. I feel like so many people online would benefit from watching that because it definitely makes me think twice about the amount of time that I spend online. 2 a.m. country, you win all the popsicles tonight. Thank you, love. Hey, Abe, I hope you're well. Yep, connect with your people. And not just being in the same room with them either. You have to actually put the phone down and talk to them. Like connect with your people. The Antisocial Network. It is on Netflix. I mean, there's so many documentaries out there very similar to it that are great, but this is a new one, I think. And it just reminds you of how easy it is to conform and to go with the crowd and have that, bandwagon mentality, etc., and to just turn away from it and connect with your people. They miss you, I promise. No, we haven't yet. We haven't yet. Isn't the lens document? I don't know. Did he? Trent Reznor won an Oscar for the soundtrack of that? It is good. It is really good. Isn't that Lynn's documentary? Maybe. Let me see here. I don't know who did it. The Antisocial Network. From Memes to Mayhem is what it's called. Like the Antisocial Network from Memes to Mayhem. I don't know who did it. Not from a quick YouTube search. I'd have to look deeper into it. Yes, it can help with self-awareness, and that's what we need to do. That was the social dilemma. That was a good one too. That was a good one. Despite differences among some creators, it seems so many are anti-TP and trying to correct the wrong. Right. That's true. All right, you guys. Have a good one. I will see you on the next one. Love, love.